Listen up, anime-only adventurers. If Season 1 of The Beginning After the End left you stunned and hungry for more, you're exactly where you need to be. The anime may have stopped, but Arthur Leywin's journey is far from over. In this video, the story continues right where Season 1 ended. Diving straight into the Manhwa chapters the anime hasn't touched yet. Stronger enemies, deeper secrets, and the real beginning of Arthur's rise. Drop a like, subscribe, and get ready, because this is where TBATE truly begins. 2 full years had slipped by since the world last shook, but time didn't stop just because the chaos ended. Life kept moving. Cities breathed again. People laughed, fought, drank, and dreamed. Yet beneath all of it, something invisible was changing. The continent wasn't at peace. It was evolving. Inside the Dragonspine Inn, the air was thick with sound and heat. Tankards slammed against tables. Laughter bounced off the stone walls. The smell of roasted meat and bitter ale mixed into something heavy enough to taste. Adventurers packed the place shoulder to shoulder, their voices rising and falling in waves of excitement, drunken bragging, and half-true stories meant to impress strangers. But in one corner, away from the noise, tension simmered. Kagul sat hunched forward at a worn table, his fingers wrapped tightly around his mug. His eyes were sharp, restless. He leaned closer to the small group gathered with him and lowered his voice, like he was about to say something dangerous. The Masked Swordsman. The name alone shifted the mood. A thick-necked brute beside him snorted, waving it off with a scoff. That fairy tale again? Please, people believe anything these days? Before Kagul could reply, a skinny man with tied-back hair slid into an empty seat, eyes wide with excitement. He leaned forward eagerly, practically vibrating with gossip. I know someone who's fought alongside him, he whispered. Swears on his life. The guy travels with Jasmine. Says he's young, barely looks old enough to drink. But when he moves, you can tell. That man's dangerous. The table stirred. Then Turman slammed his mug down hard enough to splash ale. His face twisted in irritation. Enough, he growled. I'm sick of hearing about this ghost. A seasoned B-class augmenter, Turman carried years of blood, scars, and pride. And every rumor about this masked swordsman felt like a personal insult. Clearing dungeons alone? Rising ranks like it's a joke? He spat. I've trained my entire life, and I wouldn't dare do that. No one could. Especially not some kid swinging a blade without even using magic. His words dripped with bitterness. The table erupted, some laughing, others arguing back. A few suggested maybe Jasmine was doing the heavy lifting. Others claimed the masked swordsman was blessed by the gods themselves. As the alcohol flowed, the egos grew louder, and soon one man even bragged that he could crush the masked swordsman without breaking a sweat. Kagul stayed quiet, but his thoughts burned. The rumors wouldn't stop. Wherever he went, people whispered that name. Some said the swordsman skipped ranks entirely. Others swore he'd reached A-class in under 2 years. 2 years. That detail hurt the most. Kagul had clawed and bled just to hover on the edge of C-class, failed the promotion exam 3 times, pushed himself until his body screamed, and still the door never opened. Meanwhile, someone else soared. For veterans like Turman, it wasn't just envy anymore. It was humiliation. Then the door creaked open. The sound cut through the tavern like a blade through cloth. Kagul's fork slipped from his hand and clattered against the table. His breath caught in his throat. A man stepped inside. A mask covered his face. The room didn't go silent, but something shifted. The air felt heavier, colder. The kind of stillness that comes right before a storm breaks. The masked swordsman had arrived. Turman stood up immediately, chair scraping loudly against the floor. A wide grin spread across his face, fueled by ale and wounded pride. Well, look who decided to show up, he sneered, voice dripping with mockery. What, cat got your tongue? Thought you'd be taller. Kagul shot to his feet, panic flashing across his face. Turman, stop! Don't! Too late. The veteran stepped forward, taunting, baiting, trying to provoke a reaction. The masked swordsman didn't even look at him. He simply walked past. That dismissal was the final insult. With a roar, Turman yanked his massive greatsword from his back. Mana exploded around him in blinding silver arcs as he raised the weapon high. Don't you ignore me! Kagul shouted again, his voice cracking. You'll get us all killed. The sword came crashing down. The impact shook the inn. Wood splintered, dust erupted, glass rattled. People screamed, convinced they'd just witnessed a murder. But when the dust settled, the masked swordsman stood untouched. The blade had struck the floor beside him, carving a crater deep enough to swallow a leg. Not a scratch marred his body. Slowly, calmly, he turned his head. His eyes glowed faintly blue, cold, sharp, inhuman. Turman snarled and ripped the blade free, swinging again and again in wild fury. Each strike missed. Every slash cut nothing but empty air. The masked swordsman barely moved. A tilt of the shoulder, a shift of the torso. Effortless, precise, untouchable. Turman screamed, lifting his weapon one final time. And then, a sound like air tearing, a flash too fast to follow. Silence. Something fell to the floor with a wet thud. Fingers. Turman's fingers. Blood dripped slowly as his sword slipped from his ruined grip. A broken groan escaped his throat. The masked swordsman stepped forward and calmly pressed his boot down on the fallen blade, pinning it to the floor without a word. The pressure vanished from the room like a storm passing overhead. Everyone gasped, lungs burning, as if they'd been underwater. Kagul collapsed back into his seat, shaking. His heart hammered violently in his chest. That pressure, that wasn't fear alone. It was instinct, a warning from something ancient inside him. Turman stood frozen, face pale, mana still flickering weakly around the man who had just dismantled him without effort. And the masked swordsman stood there in silence, power barely restrained, as the entire Dragonspine Inn realized one thing. The rumors weren't exaggerations. They were warnings. Cold, piercing eyes met Turman's stunned stare, and the masked man spoke only a single sentence, calm, flat, and merciless. "Are you done?" The words hit harder than any blade. Kagul snapped out of his paralysis like someone dunked him in ice water. His heart slammed against his ribs as he rushed toward Turman, shouting for help. His voice cracked as he begged someone, anyone, to bring a bag of ice, screaming that maybe, just maybe, an emitter could still reattach the fingers if they acted fast enough. Blood pooled across the tavern floor, dark and sticky, soaking into the wooden planks. The crowd that once laughed and mocked now murmured in fear. No one joked anymore. No one breathed too loudly. The mood had flipped from drunken bravado to primal survival instinct. Meanwhile, the masked swordsman had already turned away. He walked back toward the counter where the waitress stood, frozen in place, her skin pale as snow, eyes wide and unblinking like she'd forgotten how to exist. Her hands trembled as if they might fall apart entirely. In a calm, almost gentle voice, he asked for his rations. Under the name Note, her head bobbed rapidly as she scrambled to grab the sack from beneath the counter, nearly dropping it twice before finally placing it in his hands. He gave her a respectful nod, quiet, polite, almost human, and turned to leave. Not a single soul spoke, not until the door closed behind him. Outside, Jasmine was already waiting near the horses, arms crossed, posture relaxed but alert. When she spotted him, she raised an eyebrow. "Took you long enough," she said. "What happened in there?" Arthur shrugged like nothing worth mentioning had occurred. Rations were hard to find. Her eyes drifted to the faint splatter of dried blood on his mask. And right, she didn't push it, but her half-lidded stare made it painfully clear she didn't buy his excuse for a second. Arthur didn't elaborate. He simply reached up, removed the mask, and revealed a completely calm expression. No wounds, no stress, not even a scratch. Jasmine sighed and shook her head before swinging up onto her horse. "Let's move." Arthur followed beside her, the rhythmic sound of hooves filling the air as they resumed their journey. The road stretched on, quiet and endless, and as the wind rushed past, Arthur found himself reflecting on the last 2 years, the years that reshaped him into something sharper, stronger, and far more dangerous than the boy he once was. Jasmine had pushed him relentlessly. She'd helped him sharpen his skills, refine his instincts, and climb all the way to A-class. Everything they'd done together had been leading toward this dungeon. Now it was finally within reach. As they rode, Arthur pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write. The letter was addressed to his parents. He told them where he was, how far he'd come, and asked them to wait just a little longer before he returned home. He mentioned Lilia, now awakened, and imagined the proud chaos she must have caused already. He joked that Vincent was probably over the moon. He asked them not to overwhelm her with tutors, to let her grow naturally before sending her off to Xyrus Academy. He wrote about Jasmine too, how she continued to teach him wind magic, how he returned the favor by helping her refine her swordsmanship. He even bragged a little, saying he'd broken into the light orange stage and grown strong enough to nearly beat his father in arm wrestling. The letter was warm, honest, full of gratitude. He ended it with a promise. This dungeon would be his final mission before school. In just a few weeks, he'd be home. Jasmine glanced over. "You done writing?" Arthur nodded. "Yeah, the stable master will make sure it gets delivered once the horses return." She smiled faintly. "Roran trained them well. Doesn't matter where we let them go, they'll always find their way back." Arthur agreed. Leaving mounts unattended near a dungeon was dangerous, especially with magical beasts roaming nearby. Jasmine reminded him that the rest of the party was likely already waiting. Then she asked casually, "What about Sylvie? Is she joining us this time?" Arthur hesitated. "She's still watching. Her thoughts are clearer now, but she says she's not ready yet." Jasmine hummed in understanding. "Probably wants to get stronger before you start school." That explanation felt right. They pushed forward, riding for several more hours until the forest thickened and the air grew heavy. Finally, Jasmine slowed her horse. They'd arrived. The trees opened into a wide clearing hidden deep within the woods. At its center stood the dungeon entrance, silent, ominous, and waiting. A group of adventurers had already gathered. Some were packing away supplies, others tightening armor straps or checking weapons. Arthur dismounted, Jasmine right behind him. That's when he felt it, a familiar presence. He looked up, and there he was, Lucas, the same fire conjurer from the exam. Arms crossed, expression sour, eyes sharp with thinly veiled irritation. Arthur sighed inwardly. Of course, Lucas wasted no time pointing out that they were the last to arrive. Before things could spiral, another man stepped forward with a friendly smile and an air of authority that instantly calmed the group. "Reginald Brooks," he said, extending a hand. "I'll be leading this operation." Arthur accepted the handshake, gripping firmly. Reginald's eyes sharpened slightly. That grip told him everything he needed to know. So the rumors were real. Reginald introduced himself properly. An A-class augmenter specializing in earth magic. wielding a massive warhammer. He gestured toward Lucas next. A class conjurer, dark yellow stage, fire attribute. Lucas didn't look pleased about the introduction. Next came a broad-shouldered man with a relaxed grin. Creole Masser, water attribute. I'll be your tank. His presence radiated stability. Then another figure stepped forward, and Arthur recognized him instantly, one of the B-rank candidates from the exam. Elijah Knight, the man said. A class conjurer, dark orange core, earth attribute, solid, reliable, precise. Oliver stepped forward next, his presence quieter than the others, but far from weak. He was an emitter deviant, specializing in healing magic, the kind of role nobody noticed until everything went wrong. His tone carried a faint edge of arrogance, like someone who knew his value and didn't need to prove it. But Arthur couldn't deny the comfort that came with having a competent healer nearby. In a dungeon, that kind of support wasn't just helpful. It was the thin line between walking out alive and becoming another nameless corpse. Before the tension could settle, a burst of cheerful energy crashed into the group. Hi, I'm Samantha, but everyone calls me Sammy. The girl practically bounced as she spoke, her smile bright enough to cut through the heaviness in the air. She introduced herself as an A-class conjurer, dark yellow core, specializing in water magic. Her presence was like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, and her excitement spiked the moment she noticed the masked swordsman. Her eyes sparkled like she'd just met a celebrity. Oh wow, you're really him, aren't you? She blurted out, clearly trying and failing to contain herself. Her enthusiasm softened the mood instantly. Even the tense adventurers nearby relaxed just a little. Reginald gestured toward the final member of the group. A broad-shouldered man stepped forward, confidence rolling off him like heat from a forge. Brawled Landon, he said evenly. A A-class augmenter, light yellow core, fire element. His voice was steady, grounded, someone used to command and chaos alike. As the highest-ranked adventurer present, the authority naturally fell to him. Arthur could tell immediately. This man had seen real battle. Brauld gave the group a brief but measured nod before turning his attention to Jasmine. She stepped forward smoothly. Jasmine, A-class augmenter, light yellow stage, wind element, dual swords. Brauld returned the nod, clearly pleased. Another high-tier fighter meant better odds. Then it was Arthur's turn. Still under his alias, he spoke calmly. Name's note, a class augmenter, light orange stage, fire element. A few heads turned. Samantha blinked. Wait, fire? I thought you didn't have an element. Arthur shrugged lightly. I didn't, for a while. That answer only deepened her curiosity, but she backed off, sensing there was more beneath the surface than he wanted to explain. Brauld glanced at the gear strapped to Arthur and Jasmine's backs. No dimensional rings? Both of them shook their heads. Brauld looked toward Lucas, clearly expecting him to step up. Lucas scoffed and turned away. Mine's full. Oliver chimed in smoothly. I'm already carrying Samantha's equipment. For a moment, it looked like the issue would stall them, until Elijah spoke up. I still have space. He activated his dimensional ring, and with a subtle shimmer, Arthur and Jasmine's packs vanished into storage. Arthur blinked. He hadn't expected that. Dimensional rings were ancient relics, artifacts from the era when the floating city of Xyrus still ruled the skies. Even the smallest ones cost absurd amounts of gold. That Elijah had one at all said more than words ever could. Arthur nodded in appreciation. Thanks. Elijah returned the gesture with a calm smile. Brauld stepped forward again, voice firm and commanding. All right, that's everything. Let's move. The dungeon awaited. This wasn't just any dungeon. It was AA rank, a death sentence for anyone below A class. Only elites were allowed inside. According to Brauld, a hidden tunnel within led to an unexplored section that had only recently been discovered. That was their objective. The group moved out, weapons ready, minds sharp. They entered a narrow tunnel carved deep into the mountain's spine. The slope dipped downward, the air growing colder with every step. Moisture clung to the walls, and each footstep echoed unnaturally, as if the cave itself was listening. Arthur walked beside Brauld, who held his shield high and sword ready. The silence stretched, too long. Lucas muttered something under his breath. This is weird. Not a single mana beast. That was when the tunnel opened. They stepped into a massive cavern, at least 50 yards across, bathed in a dim, eerie blue glow. The source was unclear, but it painted the jagged stone in ghostly light. Above them, stalactites lined the ceiling like rows of fangs. Then the sound came, a low growl. It echoed once, then again, then multiplied. Brauld narrowed his eyes. Shapes began dropping from the ceiling. Dozens of them. Bat-like creatures with 4 muscular limbs instead of wings. Their fur bristled, eyes bloodshot, teeth bared. Bat runners. Formation, Brauld shouted. Conserve mana. The cavern exploded into motion. Creel slammed his shield forward, crushing one of the beasts mid-air and sending it crashing to the stone floor in a shriek of pain. Brauld struck his own shield with his blade, the sound ringing like a war drum. Hold the line! Oliver began chanting, mana swirling around his hands as his focus sharpened. Jasmine moved instantly, daggers flashing, as she positioned herself defensively, her stance fluid and deadly. Reginald and Creel flanked her, weapons raised, timing their movements with practiced precision. Reginald was the first to kill. His warhammer came down like divine judgment, crushing a bat runner into the cavern floor in a burst of gore. Elijah followed, slamming his palm into the ground. Jagged pillars of earth erupted upward, impaling several creatures mid-air. Their bodies fell lifelessly around them. Brawl charged through the chaos, carving through the swarm with brutal efficiency. But even as he fought, he shouted over the noise. "Stop wasting energy." His voice cut through the battle. "Killing these things won't end it." The team tensed, because that meant only one thing. This was just the beginning. They needed to conserve mana. Every drop counted down here. Arthur lifted his sword, ready to move. But before he could even take a step, the air around him ignited. Heat exploded outward. Lucas had already activated his spell. Fire Cyclone! A roaring inferno burst from his staff, spiraling outward like a living storm. Flames tore through the cavern, swallowing the air itself. The temperature skyrocketed instantly, scorching the stone walls black. Screeches echoed as dozens of Batrunners were caught mid-flight, their bodies igniting before they could even react. Burnt wings folded in on themselves as they dropped like ash from the sky. Lucas stood tall in the aftermath, flames still dancing around him, a smug grin creeping across his face like he'd just put on a show for an audience. But Brawl wasn't impressed. He stormed forward and grabbed Lucas by the collar, lifting him just enough for their eyes to meet. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Brawl roared. Lucas scowled. "I ended it fast. Saved everyone the trouble." Brawl shoved him back hard. "This isn't some playground dungeon. You just wasted mana we might need later." Lucas scoffed. "They're dead." Brawl's eyes darkened. "No, they're not." Arthur stayed silent, but he understood exactly what Brawl meant. This was the dire tombs. Nothing here truly stayed dead. The creatures inside weren't bound by normal life or mana cycles. Kill them, burn them, shred them, it didn't matter. Eventually, they crawled back. No core, no reward, just endless repetition. That was why this place was feared. That was why adventurers avoided it unless absolutely necessary. The flames died down, leaving behind scorched stone and silence. Brawl exhaled sharply and motioned forward. This way. He led them to a narrow opening carved into the cavern wall, barely noticeable unless you knew exactly where to look. "This is it," he said. "The hidden passage." Elijah stepped forward without hesitation. Lifting his hand, he shaped the stone itself. Thick earthen grips formed along the wall, like steps grown from the rock. One by one, they climbed. When they reached the top, Brawl paused. "This is as far as I got last time." His gaze darkened. "Whatever's causing the reanimation, it's deeper. Probably an artifact." Creel shrugged casually. "As long as I get paid, I don't care what's waiting." Brawl snorted and motioned onward. But just before they moved, his eyes flicked upward. Thousands of Batrunners clung to the ceiling above them, completely still, silent statues of death. No one breathed. Slowly, carefully, the group slipped forward. Elijah raised a hand behind them, sealing the passage with a wall of earth. The bats remained still, watching. The next corridor was narrow, tight enough that only 4 people could walk shoulder to shoulder. The tension eased slightly, but Arthur's instincts screamed something was wrong. Then, click, a faint metallic sound, then another. Arthur moved instantly. He stepped in front of Samantha just as thin metallic projectiles shot from the darkness. His blade flashed, deflecting the darts with sharp metallic clangs that echoed violently down the corridor. Sparks flew. Samantha gasped. "Thank you." Reginald spun toward Brawl. "Traps? Since when?" Brawl clenched his jaw. "There weren't any before. I swear it." Oliver rushed to Samantha's side, checking her quickly. She nodded, shaken but unharmed. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He could hear it now, soft scraping along the walls. Movement. These weren't traps, and they were being hunted. "Those weren't mechanisms," Arthur said calmly. "They're alive." That made things worse. Traps could be learned. Creatures could adapt. Brawl kicked aside one of the darts, his voice grim. "Stay alert." They continued forward, every step cautious, every breath measured. Eventually, the corridor widened into another cavern, larger than the last. The heat hit them instantly, dry, suffocating. The ground was riddled with deep holes, scattered unevenly like wounds in the earth itself. Brawl slowed. "Careful, something's wrong." Arthur felt it too. Not heat, pressure. Like something massive was watching them from just beyond reach. Brawl warned everyone to avoid the holes. Gas vents. They erupt without warning. They navigated carefully, and then the ground exploded. A violent eruption tore through the floor as something massive burst upward in a shower of rock and flame. Creel reacted instantly. He slammed his shield into the ground, conjuring a massive wall of shimmering water that absorbed the blast. The creature emerged fully, a colossal worm, thick as a tower, its body glowing red with internal heat. Its mouth could swallow a person whole. Everyone froze. Brawl stared in disbelief. That wasn't here before." Creel frowned. "New monsters don't just appear in sealed dungeons." Brawl nodded slowly. "Exactly." The ground trembled again. Then, without warning, the massive creature retreated, diving back underground and vanishing completely. Silence followed. The hole it left behind yawned like an open grave. Elijah spoke quietly, breaking the tension. "This place is changing, and whatever waited deeper inside was waking up." Arthur studied the crater in silence, his eyes tracing the jagged edges where the ground had collapsed. Whatever had burst out of there wasn't random. It was calculated, alive, thinking. Before anyone could speak, Oliver, still riding the high of his earlier confidence, suddenly stepped forward. "Hey, wait," Brawl called out. Too late. Oliver shoved past him like the danger didn't apply to him, marching toward the far end of the cavern with reckless confidence. Samantha's instincts screamed at her. Her breath hitched as she reached out, but her voice came a moment too late. "Oliver, don't—" The ground trembled. A deep, violent rumble surged through the cave, followed by a sickening hiss, like something boiling under unbearable pressure. Arthur's eyes widened. "Lucas! Barrier! Now!" Lucas froze, panic flashing across his face as his mind struggled to catch up. Arthur didn't wait. He lunged forward, grabbing Brauld by the collar and yanking him backward with all his strength. The instant he did, a violent explosion of yellow gas erupted from the ground where Oliver had been standing. "Now!" Arthur shouted again. Lucas snapped out of it. A blazing wall of heat erupted around them as he threw up a heatwave barrier just in time. The gas slammed into it with crushing force. The pressure rattled their bones. Visibility vanished instantly as steam swallowed everything. Samantha reacted on instinct, summoning a flowing barrier of water to reinforce the shield. The two elements clashed violently, filling the cave with scalding mist that burned the lungs and blurred vision. Seconds stretched like hours. Then silence. The steam thinned. The barrier faded. What remained made everyone freeze. Oliver was gone. What stood where he had been was a half-melted skeleton, blackened and warped, bits of scorched flesh still clinging to bone. Smoke curled lazily from the remains. No scream, no struggle, just instant death. Brauld clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. "Damn it!" Arthur stared, jaw tight. One reckless move, 1 second too slow. That was all it took. He crouched beside what was left and retrieved the gem embedded in Oliver's gear. It still pulsed faintly with mana. His eyes flicked to Samantha's core, fractured, unstable. Without a word, he tossed the gem to her. She caught it, stunned. "Arthur, replace it," he said firmly. She didn't argue. Arthur stood and turned to the group, his voice sharp, commanding. "We move, now." No one questioned him. Brauld nodded grimly and added, "If we stay here, we die." They moved quickly through the twisting tunnels, the air growing heavier with every step. The silence felt wrong, too heavy, too expectant. Then the ground shook again. The massive worm burst forth once more, erupting directly in front of them, its armored body coiling like a living mountain. Before anyone could react, "Creole!" Brauld shouted. Creole launched forward, slamming his shield into the earth. A wall of rushing water exploded upward, colliding with the monster's charge. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the cavern, but it bought them precious seconds. Elijah moved instantly, slamming both hands into the ground. Stone erupted in a massive ring, snapping shut around the beast's midsection like a vice. "Now!" Brauld barked. Jasmine darted forward, blades flashing, drawing the creature's attention, while Reginald stepped into position. Impact blast! His hammer ignited with blinding yellow energy as he leapt skyward, spinning with brutal momentum. The strike landed with an earth-shattering boom. The cave roared. Dust exploded outward. But instead of collapsing, the stone bindings shattered. The creature roared, unharmed. Fear rippled through the group. Lucas faltered. His magic hadn't worked before. And now, then Arthur stepped forward. "Move." He didn't shout. He didn't hesitate. He moved. Acid sprayed toward him in violent arcs. Arthur weaved through it with unnatural precision, his movements sharp, deliberate. He drew his blade. Mana surged. Sear! The flames vanished, compressing inward until the blade glowed red-hot from within. A glob of acid flew toward his face. He struck it aside effortlessly, liquid hissing harmlessly against the stone. In that opening, Jasmine moved. She vaulted off his shoulder, spinning through the air, daggers flashing like silver lightning. She drove both blades deep into the gash Arthur had carved moments before. The creature shrieked. The sound was deafening. Its body convulsed violently before it tore itself free and vanished underground in a violent retreat. Silence followed. Brauld exhaled hard. "We're alive." No one argued. He straightened and nodded sharply. "We move. Now." As they advanced, he clapped a hand on Jasmine's shoulder. "Good instincts." She gave a short nod, already scanning ahead. Lucas scoffed under his breath. Wasn't even that strong. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground rumbled. The hiss returned. Arthur's eyes widened. Without hesitation, dark crimson flames burst around him as Phoenix's cloak ignited. Heat rippled outward in waves. Lucas froze again. Jasmine spun, summoning a violent vortex of wind that tore through the incoming gas before it could reach her. The air screamed. The cave trembled, and somewhere beneath them, something ancient stirred, angrier than before. She reached out instinctively, fingers stretching toward Arthur, but his attention had already snapped elsewhere. Lucas. Before anyone could even shout, Arthur moved. He lunged forward, boots slamming against the stone as he threw himself between Lucas and the surging wave of boiling acid gas. The moment he planted his feet, dark crimson flames erupted around his body, wrapping him like a living shield. Phoenix's cape flared violently, roaring against the incoming torrent. The explosion hit. A deafening hiss filled the cavern as the superheated gas gas slammed into Arthur's barrier. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the tunnel, shaking loose chunks of stone from the ceiling. Heat crashed against him in suffocating waves, trying to burn its way through his defenses. Behind him, Lucas froze, too slow, too stunned to react. The flames around Arthur screamed louder, absorbing the punishment head-on. His boots skidded across the ground as he was pushed back inch by inch, but he held his ground. The gas finally began to thin. Steam rolled across the cavern floor like fog, swallowing everything in sight. One by one, silhouettes emerged through the haze. Samantha stumbled forward first, coughing, her arms covered in angry red burns. Jasmine leaned against the wall, breathing hard, her skin blistered but intact. Reginald knelt on one knee, panting, his armor warped and scorched. Then Arthur's eyes locked onto Brauld. His heart sank. Brauld had taken the worst of it. His right arm, his sword arm, was completely ruined, charred black, skin torn apart, muscle barely holding together by shredded strands of flesh. Smoke curled faintly from the wound as blood dripped onto the stone below. Arthur's expression hardened instantly. Brauld had shielded Samantha instead of himself. Reginald rushed to him, grabbing his shoulder and holding him upright. His voice shook as he urged him to stay conscious. Brauld gritted his teeth, refusing to scream, but the pain was clearly tearing through him. Arthur stepped forward slowly. Without hesitation at all, he raised his blade. In a single clean motion, he severed the ruined arm. Blood sprayed, splashing across the stone. But before panic could erupt, Samantha surged forward. Her hands glowed as she wrapped the wound in layered bands of water magic, sealing veins and stabilizing the flesh. Steam hissed as the bleeding slowed to a stop. Silence followed, heavy, suffocating. The group stood frozen, staring at the aftermath. Arthur exhaled slowly, finally letting the tension drain from his shoulders. Then, from the side, Creole stepped forward. Despite the carnage, he was smiling. Not a mocking smile. Not madness, just quiet warmth. He held out something in his hand. A sandwich, rough bread, dried meat, a bit of cheese peeking out the side. "My dungeon snack," he said softly. "For moments like this." Arthur blinked, caught off guard. Still, he accepted it with a nod. Creole explained, almost shyly, that these were made using his fiancée's recipe. She insisted they were best when warmed just right. Arthur gave a faint smile. With a flick of his fingers, a gentle flame bloomed in his palm. He warmed the sandwich carefully, just enough for the cheese to melt. Creole's eyes lit up. "Hey, could you do mine too?" Arthur did. They sat there in the middle of a shattered death trap, quietly eating like this was some roadside break instead of a nightmare dungeon. The food was surprisingly good, rich, seasoned perfectly. Arthur nodded in approval. "You're lucky," he said honestly, "to have someone like that waiting for you." Creole smiled wider than before, pride flickering through the exhaustion. For a brief moment, everything felt calm. Then it shattered. Reginald's voice cracked through the silence, sharp and furious. "Enough!" Lucas snapped back immediately, venom in his tone. He blamed the entire situation on Brauld, said he only joined because he was promised a competent AA rank leader. Now look at them, down a healer, half dead, and trapped in hell. Brauld clenched his jaw, eyes burning. He shot back that Lucas was the one who froze, the one who dropped his weapon, the one who had to be saved. Lucas scoffed, claiming he was never in danger, that it was Brauld's own incompetence that got him crippled. Brauld roared back, shouting that he'd taken that hit to save Samantha. Something that never would have happened if Lucas had acted when he was supposed to. The tension snapped. Arthur stepped forward. His voice cut through the argument like steel. Cold, calm, absolute. He looked straight at Lucas. "Power means nothing if you're a liability." The words landed hard. "If you can't think beyond yourself," Arthur continued, "then you're better off walking this dungeon alone." Lucas glared, jaw clenched, but said nothing. After a moment he turned away, fury simmering beneath the surface. Reginald exhaled heavily and shifted his focus back to Brauld. He told him to rest and recover what little he could. Arthur crouched beside Brauld. His voice softened. The truth was unavoidable. Everyone else had burns, bruises, exhaustion. But Brauld had lost an arm. This wasn't something he could shrug off. Arthur told him plainly, if he wanted to stop, no one would blame him. For a long moment, Brauld said nothing. Then he lifted his head. His eyes were steady. "This'll be my last dungeon," he said, "but I'm finishing it." Samantha gasped, shaking her head. "How could he fight like this?" Brauld met her gaze calmly. "I'm still AA rank. I won't slow you down." Then he turned to Arthur. "I want you to lead." The words stunned the group. "You've stayed calm. You made the hard calls. You kept everyone alive." His gaze sharpened. "You're the leader now." One by one, the others nodded. Even those who doubted him before didn't argue. Arthur accepted without ceremony. "We rest 1 hour," he said. "Then we move." After the brief recovery, they stood once more, worn, burned, but alive. With Arthur at the front, they pushed deeper into the dungeon, toward whatever nightmare waited next. The corridor that followed was noticeably shorter than the ones before it, almost deceptively so. But at its end stood something that immediately demanded attention. A massive set of double doors unlike anything they had encountered so far. The surface was completely covered in strange, ancient runes, etched deep into the metal as if carved by hands long erased by time. The symbols weren't just unfamiliar. They felt wrong, humming faintly with a quiet, oppressive mystery that settled into the air. Brauld stepped closer, studying the doors with a deep frown. Unease crept into his voice. as he muttered that this entire section felt off. During his last visit, this tunnel had never been sealed. There had been no doors, no barrier, nothing like this. Reginald joined him, calm as ever, running his gaze across the carvings. He admitted he couldn't read the runes, but something else caught his eye. Thin cracks webbing across the structure. Whatever power these symbols once held, it had likely long since faded. To him, the doors were old stone and metal, nothing more. Without waiting for further discussion, Reginald lifted his silver warhammer and brought it down hard. The impact rang through the corridor like thunder, sparks bursting outward, as the sound echoed endlessly through the dungeon. The doors didn't move. His jaw tightened. Calling upon one of his core techniques, Reginald's hammer flared with light as he shouted the spell's name and struck again. This time the doors trembled, just slightly, but still refused to open. Jasmine stepped forward silently. Reginald met her eyes and gave a brief nod. In perfect sync, they charged. Jasmine's mana surged through her dual swords, wind screaming along the blades, while Reginald unleashed another empowered strike. Their combined force shook the ground beneath their feet. The doors groaned in protest, metal grinding against metal. And then, click, a narrow gap appeared. Reginald wasted no time. He jammed his thick fingers into the opening and growled as he forced the doors apart, muscles straining as the gap widened. What waited beyond made everyone freeze. It wasn't stone. It wasn't darkness. It wasn't a dungeon. Beyond the doors stretched a vast meadow, impossibly wide and vibrant. Lush grass rolled endlessly into the distance, glowing with a soft emerald sheen like it had been polished by sunlight. The air was bright, warm, and peaceful. Yet there were no torches, no crystals, no visible source of light at all. For a moment, it felt like they had stepped out of the earth entirely. No one spoke. The beauty of it stunned them into silence. Arthur didn't relax. His eyes narrowed as his gaze swept across the open space. There were no pillars, no supports, nothing holding up the ceiling, if there even was one. This space shouldn't exist underground. His instincts screamed that this wasn't natural. Samantha whispered in awe, barely able to contain herself. Creel stretched his arms lazily and yawned, cracking a joke about how this looked like the perfect spot to rest. He mentioned how suddenly sleepy he felt, like the tension had drained straight out of his bones. Arthur didn't smile. The calm here felt too perfect, too clean. He turned sharply and told everyone they weren't stopping. His voice carried authority now, firm and unyielding. Whatever this place was, it wasn't safe. Creole blinked in confusion. To him, it was just grass and open space. No monsters, no sounds, no movement, nothing dangerous. But Arthur's unease only deepened. As they moved farther into the meadow, that discomfort clung tighter, crawling up his spine. The serenity felt manufactured, like a beautiful lie. His instincts screamed danger, yet nothing presented itself. Then the atmosphere shifted. A thin mist began to rise from the ground, curling around their legs. At first it seemed harmless, but within seconds it thickened, swallowing the grass and creeping upward. Visibility dropped rapidly, until his teammates were reduced to vague silhouettes drifting in white haze. That's when Jasmine stiffened. Her eyes locked onto something moving within the fog. A smile. Faint, twisted, not human. Arthur saw the tension in her stance. She had seen something too. Then the silence shattered. A heavy thud echoed through the mist. Creel froze. His voice cracked as he called out a name, raw emotion flooding his tone. Clara. Hope trembled in his outstretched hand. His shield slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a dull clang as he took a step forward, staring at something only he could see. Before anyone could stop him, Creel broke into a run. The mist swallowed him whole. Arthur lunged after him, but Jasmine grabbed his arm, gripping tightly. Her eyes were sharp now, filled with understanding and fear. The truth hit him all at once. This wasn't a physical threat. This was worse. Illusions. The mist wasn't hiding enemies, it was creating them. Arthur shouted for everyone to stay together, warning them not to trust what they saw. This place wasn't attacking their bodies, it was attacking their minds. He turned to Samantha without hesitation and ordered her to raise a barrier. Still shaken, Samantha forced herself to focus. Her chant echoed softly as water mana surged outward, forming a translucent sphere around the remaining group. It didn't block the mist entirely, but it gave them something solid, something real, to cling to. Inside the barrier, Samantha finally asked the question hanging over everyone. Who was Clara? Reginald's expression darkened. He told them the truth. Clara had been Creole's fiancée, an adventurer, strong, brave. She had died in a previous dungeon raid, her death confirmed beyond doubt. Even Brauld spoke up, voice heavy, recalling the day he had witnessed her fall. And the cremation that followed. The weight of it settled over them like lead. Reginald gripped his hammer tighter, guilt flashing across his face. Creel hadn't run toward danger. He had run toward hope. Lucas scoffed, frustration boiling over as he lashed out, questioning everything. The dungeon, the team, their leadership. But his words rang hollow now. Arthur turned to Jasmine. She stood rigid, jaw tight. He asked if she was all right. After a pause, she admitted the truth. She had seen someone too, not an illusion of comfort, her father. Standing there, smiling, arms open, as if welcoming her home. And that was when Arthur understood just how dangerous this place truly was. The memory had shaken Jasmine far more than she wanted to admit. For a split second, her usual sharp composure had cracked, and Arthur caught it immediately. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Not commanding, not urgent, but steady. He reminded her that she was still here, that she was safe, that whatever she had seen in the mist wasn't real. Jasmine drew in a slow breath, then another. The tension in her shoulders eased, just slightly. Her lips curved into a faint smile, not carefree, but resolute. She nodded once, silently reaffirming herself. The illusion had rattled her, but it hadn't broken her. Arthur didn't linger on it. His attention snapped back to the thick mist coiling endlessly around them, rolling and shifting like something alive. His instincts screamed that standing still was a mistake. With urgency threading his voice, he asked Jasmine if she had any wind spell capable of driving the fog back. She shook her head. Clearing it entirely was beyond her. This wasn't normal mist. It was saturated with mana, woven deeply into the dungeon itself. But after a moment's thought, she added that she could try something else. She could carve a path. Not wide, not permanent, just enough to push through and search for Creel. That was all Arthur needed to hear. He ordered the group back into Samantha's water barrier, giving Jasmine space. At its center, Jasmine planted her feet firmly against the stone floor. Wind mana gathered. At first it was subtle, gentle green currents spiraling around her wrists, brushing against her sleeves. Then the air thickened, pressure building as the currents grew faster, sharper. Her hair lifted as if caught in a rising storm. She raised her arms, palms trembling slightly, as the spell demanded more mana than she usually pushed at once. Her voice echoed through the chamber as she began the chant. The words grew stronger, clearer, carrying authority as the magic responded. The swirling gusts compressed, spinning violently, until two compact tornadoes formed at her sides. With a sharp exhale and a decisive motion, Jasmine slammed her palms together. The wind exploded forward. The mist was torn apart violently, shredded as if ripped by invisible claws. Fog scattered in every direction, and for the first time since entering the meadow, a clear path opened before them. Relief sparked, briefly. Then the mist fully parted. What lay beyond made every heart sink. Dozens, no, hundreds, of thick vines and twisted branches writhed across the ground, crawling toward them like a living tide. Roots scraped against stone, tendrils coiling and snapping as they advanced with terrifying intent. Hope vanished instantly. Arthur's mind raced. None of this had been visible earlier. And worse, Jasmine's spell hadn't even slowed them. The vines hadn't burned, hadn't recoiled, hadn't reacted at all. That realization sent a chill through him. These weren't normal plant-type mana beasts. He barked Lucas's name, sharp and commanding, cutting through the rising panic. This was his moment to prove he belonged here. Lucas reacted with raw frustration, fear twisting into anger. He raised his staff and unleashed Crescent Ember. A curved blade of searing fire ripped through the air and slammed into the advancing vines, lighting them up in a burst of brilliant flame. For a heartbeat, the vines recoiled. Then they kept coming, unscathed. Lucas stared, stunned, disbelief flashing across his face. Arthur didn't allow the moment to linger. He ordered Reginald forward immediately, commanding him to shield the conjurers while they prepared stronger spells. Reginald responded without hesitation, stepping into position like a wall of iron. Arthur then turned, issuing rapid orders to Jasmine and Brauld to prepare support. At the same time, he flooded his body with mana. Heat surged through his veins, concentrating in his arms and flowing directly into his sword. He wasn't waiting anymore. There would be no miracle here. They were cutting their way through, or dying trying. Jasmine was already beside him, twin daggers drawn, wind mana wrapped around her blades, humming sharply as she moved in perfect sync with him. No words needed. Brauld roared and charged ahead. One arm, burned body. No hesitation. He threw himself into the writhing mass, swinging his sword with brutal force, each strike filled with raw defiance. There was rage in his movements, pain, and something else. An outright refusal to die here. Arthur followed fast. The vines surged endlessly, snapping and twisting, trying to overwhelm everything in their path. Arthur narrowed his eyes, analyzing even as he fought. Fire wasn't working the way it should. The reason clicked almost instantly. Moisture. These vines were saturated with it, water mana woven deep into their structure, dampening flame and dispersing heat before it could do real damage. So Arthur adjusted. He tightened his mana flow, activating Searing Edge. The flames around his sword collapsed inward, condensing into a thin, blinding red layer along the blade's edge. No wildfire, no wasted heat, just pure, focused destruction. He slashed, roots severed cleanly. Again, thick vines fell apart in smoking heaps at his feet as he carved forward relentlessly. Jasmine matched him step for step, her daggers flashing as she shredded anything that slipped past him. But Brauld was slowing. With only one arm, he couldn't keep pace. The vines regenerated faster than he could cut them, coiling around his legs, his torso, pulling him down inch by inch. Still he laughed, hoarse, defiant, shouting that he wouldn't fall here, not as an AA-class augmenter. Arthur swore, and he couldn't tell if Brauld was being reckless, or if he'd already made peace with dying here. Arthur didn't give him the option. He surged forward, blade blazing, diving into the mass of vines. His movements were sharp, precise, almost surgical. He sliced a path straight through the tangled mess and yanked Brauld free just as the roots began to tighten around his chest. Dragging him back, Arthur snapped at him, reminding him of his earlier words. If this really was his final raid, then he needed to survive it. The team still needed him alive. Before Brauld could respond, Lucas finished another spell. Liquid fire. Thick crimson flames sprayed outward, coating the vines in burning fuel. Arthur, Jasmine, and Brauld leapt back instinctively. This time Arthur felt a flicker of surprise. Lucas had chosen the correct spell. The fire spread rapidly, but then the dungeon itself reacted. The mist hissed and surged, smothering the flames almost instantly. The environment was actively resisting them. Then Reginald shouted, and a massive wave of vines was rushing Elijah from the side. Brauld moved before anyone else could. Despite his injuries, he threw himself forward and cleaved through the vines with a desperate swing, stopping them inches from Elijah's position. Elijah met his eyes and gave a silent nod of thanks. Then Elijah raised his hands. His voice cut through the fog as he cast his spell. Crater. The ground beneath the surging forest of vines suddenly gave out, collapsing inward with a violent roar and tearing open a massive pit. The charging tendrils plunged straight down, snapping and unraveling as the earth swallowed them whole. What remained skidded to a halt at the edge, forced to recoil. For the first time since the nightmare began, the relentless pressure eased, just barely, granting the group a fragile breath of relief. Arthur didn't waste that moment. His eyes scanned the pit with sharp focus. Vines were still tumbling into the abyss, and the scorched residue of liquid fire clung stubbornly to the edges. Together, the fire and the drop formed a temporary dead zone, an obstacle that would slow the vine's unnatural regeneration. It wasn't a solution, but it was a pause, and pauses were priceless. Then Samantha stepped up. Already drained, she forced herself forward and began channeling mana into a spell no one expected to save their lives. Aqua Siphon, a spell meant for drawing water from the air, used for survival training and convenience, not combat. Yet in this hellscape, she twisted it into something vicious. The strain hit her immediately. Her knees slammed into the stone as mana burned through her veins, but the spell activated all the same. The air itself responded. Moisture was ripped from the cavern, invisible currents streaming toward Samantha as if she were the eye of a storm. The once lush vines reacted instantly. Their vibrant green dulled, color draining away as they shriveled and cracked. Thick tendrils curled inward, turning brown and brittle, collapsing lifelessly onto the stone as their internal moisture was violently stolen. What moments ago had been an unstoppable tide now looked like dead foliage. Arthur registered it instantly. Sharp, impressed. A utility spell. Turned lethal. Brilliant. But victory never came easy. Before the spell could fully finish its work, the mist filling the cavern shifted. No, moved. It surged unnaturally, spiraling with intent, like something exhaling. The fog rushed toward the withered vines, soaking them in an instant. Life snapped back into them violently. Green exploded across their surface as they regenerated at a terrifying speed. Thicker, stronger, angrier than before. Arthur's breath caught. This wasn't just regeneration. This was supply. His eyes lifted, tracking the mist upward as realization hit him like a hammer. The vines weren't the enemy. They were extensions. Then the fog finally thinned, and the truth revealed itself. Towering above them stood a colossal figure, easily over 20 yards tall. Its presence dominated the cavern like a living fortress. A massive, humanoid shape, fused with ancient roots and bark, its body layered with twisted wood and coiled muscle hardened by time. Every movement carried the weight of centuries, the slow inevitability of something that had existed long before them and would continue long after. The group froze. Horror settled in. They hadn't been fighting the beast. They had been fighting its toes. The Elderwood Guardian had been standing there the entire time, hidden by mist, letting them exhaust themselves against fragments of its body. An S-class mana beast, a monster said to be nearly invincible in dense terrain. Samantha's strength finally gave out. She collapsed fully to her knees, trembling, her voice barely holding together as she whispered its name aloud. The moment she said it, the weight of that title crushed the room. Brauld, still barely standing from his wounds, stared up at the giant in silence. His lips parted, and when he finally spoke, his voice cracked. Not in anger, not even fear, but utter despair. The gods, he muttered, must have truly abandoned them. Arthur saw it immediately. That wasn't frustration. That was surrender creeping in. Even Reginald, the unshakable wall, faltered. His grip on the warhammer loosened, the weapon dipping as his gaze drifted, not at the beast's face, but lower, toward its torso. Something was embedded there. Reginald's arm slowly lifted, finger trembling as he pointed. Lodged deep within the guardian's body was a broken, lifeless form. A man, half swallowed by bark and vine, limp, unmoving. Creole. Arthur's chest sank. The delusions had won. While they fought for survival, Creole had been drawn into the monster's core, his mind lost in illusion. In his final moments, He hadn't been running from danger. He had been chasing a dream. Clara, his long-lost fiancée, a ghost that never existed. Even now, faint and distant, his voice echoed weakly through the cavern, begging someone who wasn't there not to leave him behind. Then the guardian moved. A massive limb tightened, vines constricted. Creel's body folded under the pressure. The sound was sickening, bones snapping, flesh breaking, sharp echoes ricocheting off the cavern walls. One final squeeze, and then silence. Reginald screamed. It wasn't a shout, it was grief made audible. Rage torn straight from the soul. His entire body shook as he seized his warhammer with both hands, veins bulging, mana erupting wildly around him. Arthur saw the look in his eyes and lunged forward to stop him. Too late. Reginald charged. His roar thundered through the chamber as he slammed his hammer into the ground. The impact shattered the stone beneath him, cracking the floor like glass. A violent shockwave exploded outward, debris and dust blasting in all directions. Arthur was thrown off his feet, sent skidding backward, the force knocking the air from his lungs. Jasmine shouted his name, panic tearing through her voice, but it was swallowed whole by the chaos Reginald had unleashed. The Elderwood Guardian reacted instantly. Vines lashed out toward Reginald, surging like executioner's chains. But Elijah moved just as fast. He slammed his staff down, earth mana roaring to life, as jagged stone spikes erupted upward, intercepting the vines mid-strike and shattering them apart. A window opened, a narrow chance to escape. Jasmine seized Arthur's arm, dragging him toward the entrance they had come through, her grip tight, desperate. But Arthur didn't move. His eyes never left the battlefield, the people still fighting, the promises he had made. Her voice shook as she spoke, raw and honest. She reminded him of her vow, not to the team but to his family. She had sworn to protect him, even if it meant abandoning everyone else. Arthur's answer was silent but absolute. He wasn't running, not like this. Jasmine saw it, felt it. Her grip loosened. After a heartbeat, she nodded, steel returning to her eyes as she turned back beside him, ready to stand, even if it meant dying here. Ahead, Elijah raised a thick stone wall, angling it against the Guardian's advance. The response was immediate. The beast formed a lance from its vines and hurled it forward. The projectile smashed into Elijah's defense with catastrophic force, obliterating it in a shower of rock and dust. And in that moment, Reginald moved again. He hauled his hammer up, mana surging uncontrollably as golden light engulfed the weapon. His heart was shattered, but his resolve had hardened into something unbreakable. With a final furious cry, he charged the monster. The hammer screamed with power, and as he swung, Reginald unleashed Impact Barrage, slamming straight into the Guardian's weapon, declaring war against something that should have been untouchable. A violent chain of concussive impacts detonated in rapid succession, each blow hammering harder than the last. The force rippled outward, pulverizing the Elderwood Guardian's vine-formed lance until it shattered completely, exploding into shredded coils and splinters of bark. For a single heartbeat, it looked like Reginald had done the impossible. That heartbeat was all he got. The destroyed fragments didn't fall away. Instead, they moved. The broken vines writhed as if alive, snapping back together with horrifying speed. They twisted and braided around Reginald's body, looping around his arms, chest, and legs. The mass tightened, constricting, reforming into the same monstrous weapon, but this time Reginald was trapped inside it, fused into the structure like raw material. Arthur's blood ran cold. The battlefield erupted into panic as Arthur barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. He shouted to Elijah, commanding him to cover Jasmine while she retrieved Brawled, then get everyone to the exit immediately. No hesitation, no arguments. Elijah locked eyes with him and nodded, already shifting his stance to move. Then the sound came. A wet crushing noise echoed through the cavern, the unmistakable sound of a body being compressed, bones snapping under impossible pressure. Reginald's final moments played out inside the beast's newly reforged lance, his hammer, his body, his unbreakable spirit. Everything was swallowed, crushed, and repurposed into the very weapon meant to slaughter them all. Arthur turned sharply, grabbing Samantha by the shoulders. She was frozen, eyes wide, breath shallow, staring at where Reginald had been. Arthur shook her hard, forcing her to move as he pulled her along, his mouth open to shout for Lucas, ordering him to burn away the vines around what remained. And then pain exploded through his chest. A blast of fire magic slammed directly into Arthur, launching him backward like a rag doll. He crashed hard into the stone floor, air ripped from his lungs in a violent gasp. The world spun. Samantha was thrown aside, skidding across the ground, untouched by the flames but shaken and disoriented. Silence fell. Everyone stared. Lucas stood there, staff raised, mana roaring around him like a wildfire. His face was twisted, not with fear, but fury. Pride burned in his eyes, sharp and unhinged. He wasn't thinking. He couldn't. Everything he believed about himself had collapsed. None of his spells had worked. None of his power mattered. He had been raised his entire life hearing he was exceptional, a prodigy born of a powerful bloodline. And here, in this fight, he was nothing. That realization shattered him. Lucas scanned the battlefield, the dead, the dying, the hopeless struggle, and made a choice. Not to fight, not to help, to leave. He began ranting about legacy, about duty, about survival, In his warped mind, preserving his bloodline outweighed the lives of everyone standing beside him. He lifted his staff again. Another blast of fire erupted, slamming Arthur off his feet once more before he could even rise. Jasmine screamed and ran toward Lucas, desperation written across her face, trying to stop him. Lucas didn't hesitate. He coldly warned her to stay back, and when she didn't, he unleashed another wave of flames. The explosion hurled Jasmine into a jagged rock wall. The impact knocked the air from her lungs and sent her crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Elijah rushed to her side, but the aftershock caught him too, throwing him off balance. Elijah snapped. Rage tore through him as he demanded to know what Lucas thought he was doing. Lucas didn't even flinch. His voice cracked with madness as he sneered at them, calling them commoners. He claimed their deaths would be remembered as noble sacrifices, while he escaped to live on. Then he cast a smokescreen. Thick gray fog swallowed him whole. Through the haze, Lucas cast one last arrogant smirk over his shoulder, before turning his back on them and vanishing into the mist. Elijah stepped forward, shaking with fury. His glasses cracked and smeared, but before he could pursue, the ground shuddered violently. The Elderwood Guardian roared. The sound was monstrous, primal, shaking the chamber to its core. Shockwaves tore through the cavern, slamming Elijah into the rocky ground. He hit hard, blood spraying from his mouth as pain ripped through his body. Then the vines moved again. From the crater Elijah had created earlier, thick, living tendrils surged upward, coiling and twisting like serpents. They closed in around him rapidly, blocking every escape. Elijah screamed, pure terror breaking through his composure as he realized he wouldn't get out in time. Then heat flooded the battlefield. Fire ripped through the vines in a blazing inferno, reducing them to cinders in seconds. Through the flames charged Brawled, his body engulfed in flickering magical fire, his single arm gripping his sword tightly. The blade burned red-hot with augmentation, radiating raw destruction. Brawled laughed. It was wild, unhinged, fearless. He screamed a challenge straight at the towering mana beast, daring it to face him. The Elderwood Guardian answered with a guttural roar that shook the ground beneath them. Brawl didn't slow down. He sprinted forward, racing up the massive vines themselves, using them as a path. His laughter echoed through the cavern as he reached the top and brought his blazing sword down with everything he had. Flames erupted, engulfing the Guardian's vines in a violent inferno. For a moment, just a moment, it looked like it worked. Then the fire dimmed. Smoke curled upward as the beast's regeneration devoured the flames. The vines twisted tighter, smothering the heat until it vanished entirely. Brawl froze. His grin faltered. There was no time to run. The Elderwood Guardian lunged. Its massive jaw-like limbs opened wide and snapped shut. Brawl was gone. No scream, no resistance. Just gone. Elijah, barely conscious, dragged himself across shattered stone and debris toward Arthur. He reached out, trying to check on him. Arthur was barely moving. Blood spilled from his lips, his breaths ragged and shallow. His vision blurred, but his mind was racing. The battlefield was collapsing. Too many were dead, too many mistakes. Arthur forced himself to think through the pain. Even if he activated the first phase of his beast will, it wouldn't be enough. There were too many to save, too little time. He had misjudged everything. He had led them into a fight they were never meant to win. Desperation wrapped around his chest. There was only one path left. Arthur steadied his breathing and closed his eyes, diving inward, deep into the core of his being. Somewhere inside him lay the power Sylvia had left behind, the dragon's will, the gift that had changed his life. Memories surged. Training in Elenoir, pain beyond endurance, breakthroughs that stunned even General Varian. He remembered the first one, the first phase acquired. That state granted Arthur the ability to momentarily slip free from the normal flow of time and space, buying him a handful of priceless seconds to act while the world lagged behind him. But the cost was brutal. Each use tore at his mana core and ravaged his body from the inside, leaving damage that stacked with terrifying speed. It was never meant to be used repeatedly. The first phase alone was already dangerous. The second was something else entirely. Arthur's second breakthrough had baffled even the greatest minds. General Varian himself had spent decades chasing it, convinced it bordered on myth. Yet Arthur had accomplished it in barely over 2 years of relentless, near-lethal training. He had crossed a threshold no one else had managed. Phase 2, Dragon's Awakening. The words slipped from Arthur's cracked lips like a final vow. The change was immediate and violent. Golden runes ignited across his skin, searing themselves into his arms, shoulders, and back like living brands. They pulsed with blinding light, flowing in intricate draconic patterns that looked more carved than drawn. His auburn hair bleached into radiant white, lifting and flowing as if suspended in an unseen current. Power poured out of him in waves, heavy and ancient. This wasn't ordinary mana, it was primal, draconic. Arthur felt his body changing, bones reinforcing, senses sharpening beyond human limits. His heartbeat thundered like a war drum. For a fleeting moment, he felt closer to Sylvia than ever before, his existence tilting away from humanity and toward something far older and more fearsome. The surge rippled across vast distances. Far away, Sylvie felt it. The sudden, overwhelming spike of power struck her like a blade to the chest. Panic flooded her thoughts as she reached for Arthur instinctively, her mind screaming his name. He felt her immediately. and forced himself to respond, despite the strain. He begged her to stay away. Arthur knew the truth. He didn't know if he would survive what he was about to do. And if he fell, someone had to live. Someone had to return. Someone had to tell his family to keep going. After a painful hesitation, Sylvie obeyed. Her presence faded, leaving behind an aching silence in his mind. Arthur opened his eyes. Only two people remained standing behind him, Jasmine and Elijah. Everyone else was gone, slain, consumed, or betrayed. The battlefield was littered with loss. The Elderwood Guardian turned its attention fully toward him. Not Jasmine, not Elijah. Arthur alone. Its massive form radiated awareness now, no longer mindless. It understood that the true threat stood before it. Arthur met its gaze without fear. He accepted the challenge. With a violent burst of compressed air beneath his feet, Arthur launched himself skyward. The world slowed instantly. Sounds stretched, movements blurred. Each heartbeat echoed endlessly in his ears. He whispered the name of his most dangerous spell, White Fire. Flames ignited around his hands, but they weren't red or orange. They burned with a blinding white radiance, so intense they froze the moisture in the air around them. Frost bloomed where the fire passed. It was heat, so absolute it inverted reality itself. The spell screamed instability. Arthur absorbed every trace of water-respected mana from the environment, draining the air dry. His mana core screamed in protest. Pain lanced through his veins, but he didn't stop. He invoked his final technique, Absolute Zero. The Elderwood Guardian surged forward, its body a tidal wave of twisting vines, but it was too late. The white flames made contact, and the transformation was instantaneous. The vines didn't burn, they froze. Not surface deep, not layered in ice. They were locked down to the atomic level, every particle immobilized in perfect stillness. The colossal creature began crystallizing, turning into a massive sculpture of white-blue crystal, shimmering like a frozen monument. Arthur wasn't finished. He drew upon the last remnants of Sylvia's dormant will. The dam broke. Power erupted from his mana core in an uncontrollable torrent. The world drained of color, everything fading into grayscale, except the mana itself. Countless particles filled the air, glowing softly in their elemental hues. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning. They all bent toward Arthur. The world wasn't resisting him anymore. It was responding. Mana surged violently through his body, tearing through his pores, flooding him faster than he could control. Space warped around him. The air distorted. Arthur gasped as the realization hit him. The world wasn't just reacting, it was obeying. Arthur moved. He wove through the frozen structure with terrifying speed, his blade coated in black lightning. Each strike carved through the Guardian's body with surgical precision. Wherever the lightning touched, vines disintegrated into ash instantly. He released the electricity outward. Black lightning exploded through the frozen mass. The crystal shattered. Thousands upon thousands of glittering fragments burst into the air, dissolving into nothing as the Elderwood Guardian's enormous body collapsed completely. The power left Arthur all at once. Dragon's awakening faded. His body gave out. Blood spilled from his mouth as he lost control midair, his strength evaporating. As he fell, his blurred vision caught the last remnants of the battlefield, the drifting crystal shards, sparkling softly like snow caught in moonlight. It was hauntingly beautiful. Just before darkness claimed him, a distant voice reached his ears. Sylvie, calling his name. Then everything went black. Far away in the quiet city of Zyra, peace reigned, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding elsewhere. Inside their home, Allison Reynolds watched over Ellie, who had once again exhausted herself from training. Alice let out a weary sigh, equal parts amused and worried. Ellie was still young, far too young. Yet she pushed herself relentlessly, especially after Lilia's awakening. Reynolds chuckled softly as he tucked Ellie into bed, recognizing that stubborn determination all too well. He saw himself in her. Alice didn't smile. That same persistence. It reminded her too much of Reynolds during the war. As Reynolds straightened, something felt wrong. His heartbeat skipped. His eyes snapped to Alice, then to the ring on her finger. The ring Arthur had left behind was glowing. A soft pulsing light spilled into the room, heavy and ominous. The air felt dense, as if time itself had slowed. Alice froze. Her breath caught as dread flooded her chest. She whispered a denial, even as her hands trembled. The ring wasn't malfunctioning. She knew what it meant. Something had happened to Arthur. The house fell silent, thick, suffocating, and filled with unspoken fear. Arthur woke up and instantly wished he hadn't. Pain slammed into him like a personal vendetta. Every nerve screamed at once, locking his body in place. Tears rolled down his face, not because he was emotional, but because his body was actively trying to delete itself. He couldn't even scream. The agony was so overwhelming that forming a single thought felt like a luxury. All he could do was curse silently and pray the pain would chill out for even 1 second. A voice called his name. Elijah's. Arthur didn't answer. Staying conscious was already a full-time job. After what felt like an eternity, Arthur forced a few broken words out of his shredded throat, asking for his glove. His voice came out wrecked, blood filling his mouth until he had to turn his head just to avoid choking. Gritting through it, he told Elijah to break one of the crystals embedded in the glove and activate it. Elijah didn't hesitate. The moment the crystal shattered, a soft warmth spread over Arthur's ruined body. The magic didn't fix him, but it dulled the pain enough that breathing stopped feeling like torture. His limbs were still useless, heavy and numb, but at least his mind could function again. And that's when the memories hit. The explosion, the fire spell, being thrown like a ragdoll. At first it was blurry, but then the image sharpened. Someone running, someone holding his staff. Rage ignited in his chest. Lucas Wykes. That bastard had done this. Arthur strained to speak again and asked about Jasmine. His eyes scanned the dim shed they were hiding in. Elijah pointed toward the corner. Jasmine lay there, completely still. Elijah explained that she had taken the attack head-on. Unlike Arthur, she hadn't reinforced her body with mana. He'd treated her burns with a medical kit, but internal damage was still a real concern. Arthur didn't even think twice. Despite barely being held together himself, he told Elijah to take another healing gem from his glove and use it on her. Again, Elijah didn't question it. The crystal activated, flooding the cramped shelter with gentle light. Slowly, Jasmine's breathing steadied. The sharp, painful gasps faded into something calm and regular. Elijah reassured Arthur that she would recover with rest. Relief finally broke through the exhaustion. Once again, his mother's healing beads had saved them. As his body rested, Arthur closed his eyes and reached out through the bond he shared with Sylvie. The connection flared instantly, flooded with emotion. She had felt him wake up. She had been waiting, worried out of her mind. Arthur reassured her, told her he was safe now, and asked where she was. Reluctantly, she admitted she had followed his last order and stayed away from the danger. Arthur felt a quiet pride settle in his chest. He told her the immediate threat had passed and that she needed to focus on her training. Sylvie protested immediately, insisting that staying with him mattered more. But even through the emotional pushback, Arthur could feel it. Whatever she was doing right now was important. He urged her to trust him. Reluctantly, she agreed. As her presence faded, Arthur knew she would follow through. Elijah broke the silence, asking if Arthur felt any better. Arthur replied dryly that he felt ready to run a marathon. Elijah laughed, easing the tension just a little. After a pause, Elijah admitted something that had been bothering him. He never would have guessed that the masked swordsman he once tested was actually someone his own age. Arthur instinctively reached for his face. Bare skin. The mask was gone. Elijah explained it probably fell off during the fight and that he couldn't find it afterward. Arthur nodded, forcing himself to let it go. There were bigger problems. Then another thought hit him. His sword. He asked about the black blade he always carried. Elijah pointed nearby, where it had been set aside safely. He admitted he didn't know how valuable it was, but something about it made him keep it. Relief washed over Arthur instantly. That sword was more than a weapon. It was a piece of him. Arthur thanked Elijah sincerely, not just for treating Jasmine, but for staying behind when he could have escaped. Elijah brushed it off, saying he refused to be the kind of person who abandons others like Lucas did. Arthur chuckled weakly and corrected him. Not even close. Silence settled again. Elijah's thoughts drifted back to the Elderwood Guardian. He remembered Jasmine begging Arthur to retreat, and Arthur refusing. Finally, Elijah asked why. Arthur smiled faintly. In his mind, running had never been an option. A king didn't abandon his people. But deeper than pride or duty was Sylvie, her faith in him. The promise he made to grow stronger and protect those around him. That promise had kept him standing. Elijah laughed, calling him an old man for sounding so serious. Arthur didn't argue. Sometimes he wondered how he even ended up like this. To change the subject, Arthur asked how long he'd been out. More than a day, Elijah said. Arthur groaned softly, leaning back against the wall, as the dull pain reminded him of his limits. They'd be stuck there a while longer until Jasmine recovered. With a small smile, Arthur suggested they use the time to actually talk. He extended his hand and introduced himself properly. His name was Arthur Leywin. Friends could call him Art. Elijah shook his hand with pride and introduced himself properly. Elijah Knight of Darv. The name carried weight, and he clearly knew it. Arthur glanced around the small stone shelter they were hiding in. It was too clean, too smooth, too stable. This wasn't some lucky cave formation. He tapped the wall with a knuckle and asked Elijah straight up where this place came from. Elijah admitted he had made it himself just before the cavern collapsed. Apparently, the Elderwood Guardian's massive body had been acting like structural support. Once it went down, the entire cave followed. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Even for a deviant, that explanation didn't add up. You couldn't just conjure metal out of thin air. You could shape it, manipulate it, move it, but creation? That was impossible. Unless you were a dwarf. Arthur said it casually like it was obvious. Elijah froze, then gave a sheepish smile. So much for keeping that secret. Arthur chuckled, understanding that secrets don't last long when you're trapped together and bleeding out. Still, Elijah wasn't about to give everything away for free. He proposed a trade. He'd explain his abilities, but only if Arthur explained what happened during the fight. Elijah had seen it. The white hair, the glowing symbols, the violet eyes. That wasn't normal. That wasn't anything he'd ever seen before. Arthur looked down for a moment, then nodded. Fair was fair. Elijah had earned the truth. Elijah took a breath and began his story. He confirmed Arthur's suspicion. Yes, he was raised in Darv, but he didn't actually know where he came from. Elder Radeus, the man who raised him, had always dodged questions about Elijah's parents. Every attempt to remember his early childhood only brought flashes. Disconnected images, pain. For most of his life, things felt normal. That changed the moment he advanced to the dark orange stage. Something inside him exploded. He blacked out. When he woke up, he was surrounded by black metal spikes. Metal he instinctively knew he had created. Not shaped, created. After that, Elder Radius told him it was time to leave and explore the lands of Dikathen. No explanation, no warning, just gone. Even now, Elijah admitted there was something inside him that never rested, a constant itch beneath his skin, tied to his powers, tied to his origin, something unfinished. Arthur noticed Elijah's hands shaking slightly. The boy clenched them into fists, trying to hide it. Before Arthur could respond, the silence was shattered by a loud, awkward sound, snoring. Jasmine was still unconscious and absolutely sawing logs. Her head rolled to the side as she muttered something about fish and Arthur tasting similar. Both boys lost it. Laughter echoed inside the shelter, cutting through the tension like a blade. Elijah apologized quickly, saying he didn't mean to drop an emotional bomb like that. Arthur waved it off. They'd both earned honesty. Now it was his turn. Arthur explained calmly what he was. A quadra-elemental augmenter. 4 elements. On top of that, 2 deviances. Ice and lightning. Elijah tried to sit up too fast and slammed his head into the low ceiling. Groaning, he muttered that if Arthur was a freak, then he himself must be the king of freaks. But Elijah wasn't done. He asked about the markings, the hair, the eyes. Arthur revealed the last piece. He was also a beast tamer. What Elijah had seen was his beast will, released, the sign of a bond with a powerful magical beast. Elijah just stared. Then he asked the real question. How old are you? Arthur answered simply, 11. Just turned a few months ago. Elijah blinked, then muttered that he was almost 12. Somehow, standing next to Arthur made him feel younger than ever. Hours passed. The two sat inside the metal shelter, talking, really talking, about their pasts, their fears, their abilities, their hopes. What started as survival turned into kinship. Then Arthur's breath hitched. A sharp pain stabbed through his core. He reached for his glove and pulled out another healing gem. Elijah noticed immediately, concern flashing across his face. Arthur brushed it off. As the final crystal shattered, warm energy spread through his body, dulling the deep pulsing pain. That's when Jasmine stirred. The moment she saw Arthur awake, she surged forward and wrapped her arms around him. Arthur barely had time to react before he felt something wet against his neck. Tears. Her body shook as she cried, apologizing over and over, blaming herself, saying she failed him. Arthur gently placed a hand on her head, telling her it was okay, that there was nothing to forgive. Still, she couldn't stop. So Arthur told her the truth. It was his decision. He stayed behind. The consequences were his to bear. If anything, he was sorry for dragging her into it. As she cried in his arms, Arthur saw her differently. She had always seemed larger than life, strong, unshakable. Now she felt small, human. When Jasmine finally calmed down, she turned to Elijah and asked about their belongings. He confirmed everything was safe. She told him about an emergency medical kit in her bag. Something that could help all of them. They got to work. Elijah retrieved the kit, and together the three of them prepared to patch themselves up. Alive, broken, but still standing. Working in silence, they tended to each other's wounds, carefully wrapping torn skin and bruised limbs. The healing gems had already dulled the worst of the pain, but the bandages would help stabilize their injuries for the journey ahead. Arthur offered a quiet word of thanks to both of them. Though the ache still pulsed deep within his body, he genuinely felt stronger, strong enough to stand. With effort, Arthur pushed himself upright. He rested a hand on Jasmine's shoulder, then Elijah's, steadying himself as his legs protested. His voice, though tired, carried certainty. It was time to go home. Supporting Arthur between them, the three began their slow ascent, crawling and climbing through the broken remains of what had once been a fierce battlefield. They emerged from the deep crater carved into the earth, and the sight that greeted them was nothing short of devastating. The lush grassland that once filled the cavern was gone. Trees lay snapped and scattered like broken matchsticks. Massive stalactites had fallen from above, smashing into the ground and leaving deep fractures across the terrain. The earth itself looked torn open, as if nature had been ripped apart by brute force. Arthur scanned the destruction and asked the question none of them wanted to answer. Had anyone else survived? Elijah's response was grim. Reginald and Broad had been devoured by the Elderwood Guardian before the true battle even began. There was little hope anyone else had made it out alive. Jasmine hesitated before softly asking about Samantha. Elijah fell silent for a moment before explaining that, just before the cavern collapsed, he had managed to form a metal shelter around her, but she had already been in terrible condition. Whether she had survived beneath the rubble? He didn't know. Arthur stared across the endless debris, his expression darkening. Searching for someone, anyone in this sea of destruction felt impossible. Even the Elderwood Guardian's beast core, a treasure of immense value, was likely buried far beneath their feet, lost forever under stone and ruin. Still, Elijah refused to give up. He hadn't been able to search properly while trapped underground, But now that they were free, he was willing to try. Kneeling, he pressed his palm against the fractured earth. Mana rippled outward as he whispered the spell. Earth pulse. The air grew tense. Jasmine stood quietly beside Arthur, watching Elijah with unblinking focus. Minutes passed as Elijah concentrated, listening to vibrations far below the surface. Then his eyes widened, first in shock, then relief. He had found her. Samantha was alive. Her heart was still beating. Arthur felt a flicker of surprise. Earth pulse was meant for surface-level detection, yet Elijah had sensed someone buried deep beneath the rubble. The question returned once more. Just who was Elijah Knight, really? Without delay, they followed him across the shattered battlefield. As they neared a cluster of collapsed stone and fallen stalactites, Elijah murmured another incantation. Metal surged upward, smoothly forming a protective enclosure. Inside lay Samantha. She was unconscious, her body battered and broken. Her legs were twisted at unnatural angles, clearly shattered. Elijah's face twisted in horror as he rushed forward, but Arthur stopped him. One of the Elderwood Guardian's thick, withered vines was still wrapped tightly around her leg, not strangling her, but acting as a crude splint. Removing it now could make things worse. Arthur pointed out the signs. Her breathing was steady. Her pulse was strong, though she burned with fever. As bad as it looked, her life wasn't in immediate danger. Unconsciousness, for now, was sparing her from unbearable pain. Elijah clenched his fists, muttering bitterly under his breath. They had paid a heavy price to get this far. Jasmine gently lifted Samantha into her arms, cradling her carefully. She looked to Arthur and quietly asked if they should leave. Arthur's gaze drifted back to the ruined battlefield. The Beast Corps was gone, the victory incomplete, but they were alive, and that had to be enough. Before he could answer, a thunderous roar shook the cavern. The ground trembled violently, and loose stone rained from above. Elijah groaned, exhaustion etched deep into his face. But Arthur remained calm. The massive stone doors Lucas had sealed behind them suddenly exploded inward. Rock shattered, dust filled the air, and as it cleared, Elijah stood frozen in disbelief, while Jasmine released a breath of pure relief. Standing in the doorway was Sylvie. But she was no longer the small, playful companion Arthur remembered. Her body had grown into something magnificent and terrifying. Sleek scales, powerful limbs, and the unmistakable form of a dragon. The name Arthur had once given her now fit perfectly. Her voice echoed in his mind, filled with emotion. She had come back for him. Arthur let out a low whistle, stunned. Sylvie wasn't just bigger, she was massive. Before he could say another word, she lunged forward and licked his face with her long, snake-like tongue, nearly knocking him off his feet. He staggered back, gagging at her breath, yet smiling all the same as her laughter rang through his thoughts. Elijah could only stare, stammering, his mind completely unable to process what he was witnessing. The creature standing before them was wrong in the best possible way. It had 4 fully formed limbs, nothing like a wyvern. Elijah's throat tightened as the word struggled to escape his mouth. His voice shook when he tried to say it, but Arthur spared him the effort. She's a dragon. The word landed like a death sentence to common sense. Elijah looked around the cavern as if anyone, was about to laugh and explain the trick. No one did. There was no explanation to be found. Dragons were supposed to be gone, erased from history, reduced to myths, whispered in dusty tomes. And yet one stood here now, massive, breathing, very real, and bonded to a boy who hadn't even lived a dozen years. Arthur rested a hand against Sylvie's scaled snout. The dragon leaned into his touch, her massive form softening instantly. Her hind leg thumped against the stone in an almost ridiculous rhythm, like a loyal beast responding to praise rather than a creature of extinction-level legend. Arthur introduced her calmly, as if this was normal. Sylvie, his bond, his partner, his closest companion. Elijah's mind refused to keep up. 11 years old, quadra-elemental, 2 deviances, beast tamer, and now this. Arthur spoke again, quieter this time. The truth was his, but it came with a condition. No one else could know. Jasmine already did. Now Elijah did too. And that was where it ended. Dragons didn't survive the world by being known. Sylvie turned her attention to Jasmine next. Before anyone could react, the dragon leaned down and dragged her tongue across Jasmine's face in a single wet motion. Jasmine recoiled with a groan, saliva dripping as she wiped her face in disbelief. Elijah stared, muttering under his breath, overwhelmed by how absurd and terrifying this reality had become. There was no time to process it. They needed to move. With practiced care, Jasmine and Elijah lifted Samantha's broken body and settled her onto Sylvie's broad back. Arthur followed, his strength still fragile, his movements slow and deliberate. Every breath felt earned. Elijah hesitated, staring at the scene like it might vanish if he blinked. Arthur called to him again. It was time to go. Sylvie didn't hesitate. Her wings unfurled, massive enough to blot out the cavern light, and then she launched upward. The wind screamed as stone and dust were left behind. The dungeon that had nearly buried them alive shrank beneath them, its suffocating grip broken. What had taken them a full day to descend took only hours to escape. When Sylvie landed near the upper levels, the cavern wasn't empty. The bat runners were still there. Leathery wings twitched, noses flared. The moment they sensed new arrivals, their bodies tensed, screeching in unison as they surged forward. Jasmine drew her blade instantly, muscles coiled to strike. Then they saw Sylvie. The change was immediate. The bat runners skidded to a halt, claws scraping against stone. Their screeches warped into panic as instinct crushed whatever courage they had. One by one, they turned and fled into the darkness, vanishing as fast as they could. Silence followed. Jasmine stood frozen, sword still raised. Elijah swallowed hard. They finally understood. It wasn't them the monsters feared. It was her. With the threat gone, they carefully helped Arthur down. Samantha was lowered next. Her battered body laid gently against the cold stone. Arthur followed clumsily, pain flaring through every joint. Samantha stirred. Her eyelids fluttered open, and when she saw Arthur, her cracked lips curved faintly. Her voice came out hoarse, barely holding together. "You look better without the mask." Arthur told her to stop talking, to save her strength. She ignored him. With shaking hands, she reached into her robe and pulled something free. In one palm lay Arthur's mask. In the other, Elijah's breath caught. The Elderwood Guardian's beast core. Even on the brink of death, she had taken it. Arthur accepted it slowly, staring at the dull green stone veined with gray patterns, mana humming quietly inside. He said they would sell it and split the reward evenly. Both Jasmine and Elijah refused immediately. No hesitation, no discussion. Arthur protested, confused, but the answer didn't change. Samantha spoke softly, barely above a whisper. She was alive. That was enough. Arthur had killed the beast. The reward belonged to him. Arthur looked down at the core once more, then nodded. He told them to head to the guild hall and bring help. He would stay behind with Samantha. They agreed instantly. Before leaving, Elijah handed over Arthur's belongings, just in case. Then they were gone. Arthur was left alone in the ruined cavern. After a moment, he reached into his pack. His fingers brushed against thin parchment. Sound transmission scrolls. Relief washed over him. His mana had recovered just enough. He recorded a short message. Nothing dramatic, nothing heroic. Just proof that he was alive. The scroll shimmered and vanished, carrying his voice away. It wasn't much, but at least for now, his family wouldn't be left in the dark. Arthur turned his gaze toward Sylvie. She stood beside him, utterly still, yet radiating presence. Even at rest, she felt overwhelming, like a calamity choosing to sleep. Arthur asked her the question that had been burning in the back of his mind since she tore through the cavern like a living legend. How had she grown so much? How had she changed so drastically? Her answer flowed through their bond, clear and unfiltered. She had hunted mana beasts, strong ones, dangerous ones. She had fought, devoured, and absorbed their cores, stacking power upon power in brutal silence. No shortcuts, no mercy, just survival and growth. At Arthur's request, Sylvie began to shift. Her massive form shimmered, glowing faintly as her body compressed in on itself. Bone, muscle, and mana folded smoothly until the towering dragon was gone. In her place sat a much smaller creature, one Arthur knew well. But she wasn't the same. The playful red spikes were gone. Her fur was pitch black, swallowing the light around her. Her yellow eyes were sharper now, intelligent in a way that felt almost unsettling. She looked less like a cute companion and more like a little demon born from shadows. Still, she was Sylvie. Arthur let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He then pulled out the Elderwood Guardian's beast core. The stone pulsed faintly in his palm, dense with power, humming like a restrained heartbeat. Jasmine and Elijah wouldn't be back immediately. He had time, and wasting time was something he couldn't afford anymore. With his body's unique ability to assimilate mana, this core would accelerate his recovery dramatically. Arthur sat down, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Meditation. The moment he drew the mana in, warmth spread through his limbs, flowing through damaged channels, stitching strength back into him piece by piece. His body welcomed the energy like a starving beast, but his mind didn't rest. Lucas Wykes. The name surfaced like poison. Lucas had left them to die. No hesitation, no remorse. Because of him, Brauld was dead. Samantha was barely clinging to life. Blood stained that dungeon long before the Elderwood Guardian ever fell. And Lucas wasn't just some reckless noble brat. He was a Wykes, a name that carried weight, power, protection. Arthur knew better than to rush this. Charging in blindly would only end with more people hurt, or worse. Revenge wasn't enough. Not the shallow kind, not a momentary release of rage. What Lucas had done demanded something heavier, something permanent. His thoughts were cut short by approaching footsteps. Arthur opened his eyes. A group in uniform entered the cavern. Medics, sent by Jasmine and Elijah. They moved fast, efficient, professional. Herbal anesthetics were administered, hands steady as they stabilized Samantha and secured her onto a stretcher. She was alive. Barely, but alive. They recovered Brauld's body next, carefully, respectfully. Outside, waiting beyond the dungeon entrance, were Brauld's wife and child. The moment they saw him, they collapsed. The sound of grief filled the hall, raw, broken cries that dug straight into the chest. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. It was real. Later, Arthur, Jasmine, and Elijah were escorted to the guild hall, to a private chamber, Caspian's office. The air was heavy with tension and exhaustion. Elijah spoke first, recounting everything. The Guardian, the traps, the collapse, and Lucas's betrayal. Nothing was spared. Every detail was dragged into the open. And with each word, the weight of it all pressed down harder. Arthur finally spoke, his voice calm, but edged with fatigue. They had already given their statements. The dungeon, the battle, the betrayal. How much more was needed? For him, it was enough. Caspian agreed. He saw it in their faces. He told them they would rest before the official hearing. Then the doors exploded open. Armored guards stormed in. Every eye turned. The symbol of House Wykes gleamed on their uniforms. And at the center of it all, Lucas Wykes. He walked in smiling. Like this was a reunion. Like they'd just returned from a casual outing instead of a massacre. His tone was light, mocking, pretending concern. Jasmine's blades were out instantly, metal flashing. Elijah's mana surged, sparks forming at his fingertips. Both of them were shaking, teeth clenched so hard it looked painful. Arthur raised a hand, calmly. Stand down. They hesitated, but obeyed. Lucas feigned confusion, playing dumb, acting as though he couldn't understand why anyone would be upset. Caspian watched Arthur closely, silently asking him to hold back. Arthur didn't move, didn't speak. Then Lucas crossed the line. He joked about survival, about sacrifices, about whether someone had to be thrown away so the rest could escape. Caspian stood abruptly, trying to shut it down. Lucas ignored him. He turned to Samantha, sneering, calling her a cripple. Then he smirked and started talking about Brauld, implying Arthur might have used him like a shield. He never finished. A blade screamed through the air. It slammed into the door behind Lucas with brutal force. After slicing clean through his ear, blood sprayed across the floor. One of the guards shouted in panic, pointing at the wound. Lucas froze. His hand rose slowly to his ear. When he pulled it back, it was soaked in red. Not fatal, but humiliating enough. Arthur stood, slowly and deliberately. His eyes locked onto Lucas. Not with rage, but with something far worse, cold intent. Bloodlust flooded the room like a tidal wave. The air grew heavy, suffocating. Guards stumbled, breath hitching as invisible pressure crushed down on them. Their limbs felt weighed in iron. Fear replaced confusion. Lucas screamed at them to move. They charged, shields up, swords raised. To Arthur, they were slow, predictable, and utterly insignificant. Time itself seemed to crawl, like the world had dipped into thick syrup the moment the guards moved. Arthur reacted first. With terrifying precision, he intercepted the leading guard's strike, steel meeting steel in a sharp, ringing clash. In the same motion, Arthur twisted his wrist and drove his blade down into the man's elbow. Bone cracked. The impact was savage. The guard was launched backward like dead weight, slamming into the floor with a choked groan and not getting back up. Arthur didn't pause, not even for a breath. He flowed forward, movement smooth and ruthless, like a storm given shape. The next two guards charged together, shouting, desperate to overwhelm him with numbers. Arthur's sword flashed, one clean arc. The air screamed. Their momentum betrayed them as they collided with each other mid-charge and crashed to the stone floor in a tangled heap, armor clanging uselessly. Only one guard remained. The man swore under his breath, fear bleeding through his anger. He raised his sword overhead and brought it down with everything he had left. But Arthur was already gone. The blade cut nothing but air. Arthur passed him in a blur, calm and effortless, leaving the guard standing there in stunned silence before his knees buckled and he collapsed, unconscious, without ever realizing when he'd lost. Caspian shouted then, sharp and urgent, ordering Arthur to stop. Any violence before the hearing would complicate things, make them worse, dangerous. Arthur didn't acknowledge him. He walked straight toward Lucas. But instead of finishing it, Arthur reached out calmly and grasped the hilt of his blade still buried in the door behind Lucas. His expression didn't change as he pulled it free. It slipped, Arthur said flatly. I was just retrieving it. Lucas couldn't move. Blood dripped steadily from his severed ear, pattering softly against the floor. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The smug confidence he'd walked in with was gone, replaced by raw, animal fear. He finally understood something he should have realized much earlier. He was standing in front of a monster. Caspian forced himself back into control and turned sharply to one of the officers, Lydia, instructing her to escort Lucas to the medical ward immediately. The guards didn't waste a second. Arthur turned then, addressing Jasmine and Elijah. He told them to wait outside. They didn't argue. They nodded once and left the room. Arthur closed the door behind them. Now, it was just him and Caspian. Caspian exhaled slowly, the tension still thick enough to choke on. He tried to reason with Arthur, warning him not to provoke Lucas again. No matter what had happened, Lucas was a Wykes. Acting openly against someone like that carried consequences far beyond a single room. Arthur didn't appreciate the warning. His response was cold, almost bored. He said plainly that if he wanted Lucas erased, he could do it, that the identity he hid behind, the masked swordsman, note, shielded him. The implication hung in the air like a drawn blade. Arthur stepped closer. The pressure in the room intensified again, sharp and suffocating. Caspian felt it immediately. Not just mana, but something heavier, experience, death. These weren't the eyes of an 11-year-old boy. They were the eyes of someone who had killed. Caspian didn't back down. He told Arthur he wasn't threatening him. He was protecting him. The Wykes family didn't play fair. If Arthur killed Lucas, the retaliation wouldn't stop with him. Jasmine would be targeted. The twin horns, past and present, would be hunted. Anyone connected to Arthur would be dragged into it. His message was simple. Wait, until Arthur was strong enough to protect everything he cared about. Until he could stand against even Lucas's half-brother. Raw power alone wasn't enough yet. Arthur listened. Then he nodded once. He thanked Caspian for the warning, acknowledging it for what it was. But there was another reason he'd asked for privacy. And now, it was time to address that. Arthur walked past Caspian and sat down across from him. Relaxed, composed. When he spoke, his tone carried certainty, not arrogance. He reminded Caspian that a man in his position understood value. And aligning with someone like Arthur wasn't charity. It was an investment. Supporting him would benefit the Adventurers Guild itself. Caspian didn't smile openly, but amusement flickered behind his eyes. He wasn't sure whether Arthur's confidence came from youth or something far deeper, but either way, it was unsettling. Caspian agreed. As long as it was within the Guild's power, they would support Arthur. Arthur nodded and laid out his demands calmly. After a brief discussion, he stood and left the room. The hallway outside was quiet. Elijah was waiting, tense and pale. The moment Arthur appeared, he spoke, admitting honestly that he'd been terrified. Genuinely afraid Arthur would have killed Lucas right there. Arthur shrugged it off. It wasn't time. Elijah hesitated, then asked the question he probably shouldn't have. Did Arthur still intend to kill Lucas someday? Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject, saying he was starving and Sylvie was waiting. They should eat before the hearing. The conversation was over. Elijah nodded, unsettled. Justice had to come next. The guild arranged a formal hearing in a small amphitheater-style courtroom. Arthur sat on one side, Lucas on the other. Between them sat a panel of elderly robed judges, respected figures within the guild, flipping silently through records and testimonies. The tension was suffocating. Finally, the tallest judge stood and delivered the verdict. Lucas Wykes was stripped of his A-class rank for sabotage and endangering fellow adventurers during an official dungeon expedition. He was banned from re-enlisting until further notice. Lucas handed over his enchanted identification card without protest. The punishment settled heavily over the room. Arthur watched in silence. For everything Lucas had done, leaving them to die, triggering the collapse, getting people killed, this was all. Anyone else would have been imprisoned, executed even. But Lucas was a Wykes. Then the judge turned to Arthur. He was asked to stand. The panel had reached a decision regarding him as well. Despite his heroics, despite the lives saved, Arthur was to be punished for his public display of aggression toward Lucas. The ruling was blunt. The verdict came down hard. Arthur was officially banned from entering Xyrus City for as long as Lucas Wykes remained enrolled at Xyrus Academy. The gavel struck. Once, clean, final. The sound echoed through the chamber, like a coffin nail being driven in, sealing the outcome in stone. Arthur had expected it, had even planned for it. But he still leaned forward at the podium, jaw tightening as he raised his voice in protest. He demanded to know how any of this made sense, how the one who had been betrayed, nearly killed, was the one being punished while the traitor walked free. His tone carried heat, anger, injustice, but it was theater. Out of the corner of his eye, Arthur caught it. The exact moment Lucas's stiff posture loosened, the exact second relief crept into his expression and curled into a smug, self-satisfied grin. That grin told Arthur everything he needed to know. Good. Let him think he'd won. The judge silenced Arthur with a sharp rap of his staff. The guild, he explained, had taken the full context into account. That was precisely why Arthur's adventurer license hadn't been revoked. He was free to continue working, free to take missions, free to grow stronger. But there was one rule. Arthur was to stay away from Lucas Wykes and the Wykes family. No contact, no provocation, no exceptions. Then Lucas opened his mouth. Panic cracked through his voice as he demanded to know Arthur's true identity. Who was he really? What guarantee did they have that Arthur wouldn't sneak into Xyrus City unmasked and slaughter his family in their sleep? Coward. One of the judges answered coldly with final authority. Arthur's real identity would be recorded and sealed within the guild's highest records. Lucas and the Wykes family would never be informed. A select group of guild mages would monitor Arthur at all times, masked or not, to prevent escalation. Lucas tried to argue again. The judges didn't even look at him. The decision was final. Guards moved in, surrounding Lucas and his entourage. The judges stood, signaling the end of the hearing. The chamber slowly emptied, voices low, tension still clinging to the air like smoke after a fire. Lucas, however, couldn't leave without one last attempt at dominance. He turned back, eyes sharp, posture stiff with false bravado. His voice cut through the room as he warned Arthur to keep his distance if he valued his life. Arthur didn't blink. He met Lucas's gaze calmly, almost lazily, and replied with words that were soft, but sharp enough to draw blood. He made it very clear that Lucas's threats meant nothing. That distance was a courtesy, not a necessity. For just a heartbeat, the fear surfaced again in Lucas's eyes. Then he backed away. Silence was safer. Arthur watched him disappear through the massive doors, his expression unreadable. A guard approached Arthur to escort him out, but before he could speak, one of the judges intervened, dismissing the guard politely. He gestured toward a narrow door hidden behind the raised desk and offered to guide Arthur himself. They passed into a quiet hallway, sealed away from the rest of the courthouse. As they walked, the judge finally spoke. He asked whether the outcome, staged as it was, had been satisfactory. Arthur nodded. Everything had unfolded exactly as intended. Lucas had been humiliated publicly, stripped of rank, and left paranoid. Arthur's identity remained buried, for now. The judge clarified that this protection wasn't charity. It was strategy, delaying retaliation from the Wykes family was in everyone's interest. Eventually, the truth would surface. But if Arthur didn't move openly, perhaps the Wykes wouldn't either. Arthur laughed quietly, assuring the judge he wasn't reckless. He knew when to wait. They stopped at a tall shelf lined with ancient tomes. The judge pressed one book inward. Stones shifted. The floor opened, revealing a stairway descending into darkness. Before Arthur stepped down, the judge left him with a final warning. One day, the guild might call in this favor. When that day came, he hoped Arthur would remember who had shielded him today. Arthur gave a half smile. The guild wasn't weak. They were just careful. He descended the stairs. The entrance sealed behind him. Left alone, the judge stared at the hidden passage, a single thought echoing in his mind. Caspian was right. Arthur Leywin wasn't just dangerous. He was inevitable. When Arthur emerged from the hidden exit, he barely had time to breathe before a familiar force slammed into his stomach. Sylvie. She tackled him head first. Full speed, knocking the air from his lungs. Arthur winced, clutching his side as she chirped happily and scrambled up to her favorite spot atop his head. Her voice echoed in his mind, bright and impatient, asking if it was finally over, if they could go home now. Outside, Jasmine and Elijah were waiting. Relief was written plainly across their faces. Arthur gave them a simple nod. It was done. The trial, the confrontation, the chaos, it was finished. As they walked toward the teleportation gate beyond the beast glades, Elijah brought up Samantha, asking if Arthur planned to visit her. Arthur paused, then shook his head. It was better if he didn't. Jasmine could check on her when she recovered. Jasmine nodded quietly, understanding without words. The walk grew quieter, heavier. Elijah mentioned that they'd be parting ways soon. Arthur stopped. He remembered something. Elijah wasn't from Sapin. He had nowhere to stay. So Arthur casually suggested Elijah come live with his family for a while, at least until school started. Elijah blinked, confused. School? Arthur started explaining, only for Elijah to cut him off, annoyed. Of course he knew what school was. He just hadn't planned on attending one. Arthur smirked and reminded him of his goal, to make a name for himself. If that ambition was real, then Xyrus Academy was the path forward. Elijah scoffed. Getting in required money, influence, things he didn't have. Arthur grinned and pulled him into a quick side hug. "Leave that part to your big brother," he said. "Just show up." Elijah protested immediately, pointing out that he was older. But the moment had already slipped out of his control. Arthur turned to Jasmine, calm and decisive, and asked if she could take Elijah home first. Elijah tried one last time to object. He hadn't agreed to anything yet, but Arthur's eyes glinted with quiet menace as he reminded him of one small detail. Lucas Wykes would be attending Xyrus Academy too. Was Elijah really comfortable leaving Arthur alone with someone like that? That ended the argument. As Jasmine and Elijah headed toward the teleportation gate, Elijah's mind was already racing ahead. He started muttering about classes, wondering aloud which paths would suit him best at Xyrus Academy. Then he slowed, turned back, and called out to Arthur. His voice was softer this time, honest, a simple thank you for everything. Arthur watched them disappear into the distance. Only when they were completely gone did the faint smile on his face fade away. A quiet sigh escaped him as his gaze drifted toward the surrounding woods. "Come out," Arthur said calmly. The air shifted. From between the trees, Caspian stepped forward, no longer hiding. His expression was composed, though there was caution in his eyes. He admitted it had been wise to send Jasmine and Elijah away first, just in case. Arthur nodded and thanked him for persuading the judge to follow through with the plan. It had worked. Lucas would remain ignorant, for now. Caspian exhaled in relief, saying he was simply glad it had all ended without anyone dying. Arthur's eyes sharpened. People died. The words landed heavily. Caspian stiffened, realizing his mistake, and quickly corrected himself. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject and tossed a small pouch toward Arthur. It landed softly in his hand. "A parting gift," Caspian said. Nothing more. Arthur loosened the drawstrings and froze. Gold spilled into his palm. Far more than he had ever held at once. For a moment, he was reminded of the boy he used to be, someone who had counted every copper. When Arthur asked why, Caspian answered simply, "Precautions. The road ahead wouldn't be safe." As Caspian turned and walked away, Arthur's thoughts churned. Precautions. Don's ballad wouldn't draw attention as long as he didn't use it. The real danger was Lucas. He had seen Sylvie's dragon form, and memories like that had a way of becoming weapons. As if responding to the thought, a soft glow appeared above Arthur's head. Sylvie's black scales shimmered, bleaching into radiant white. Her form shrank, twisted, softened, until a small, delicate white fox floated down into Arthur's arms. Through their bond, her sleepy voice asked if this form was better. Arthur stared, stunned, quietly wondering how many forms she could even take. Sylvie admitted she didn't know. She was tired. Before he could reply, she curled up against him and fell asleep. Arthur whispered a gentle goodnight, still in disbelief. Standing alone in the quiet woods, Arthur reflected. Having a dragon as a bond came with advantages, and he was only just beginning to understand them. Before using the teleportation gate, Arthur took care of a few unfinished matters. Making sure no one was watching, he slipped behind a tree, removed his mask and coat, and stored them away. He needed to disappear. The town buzzed with life. Adventurers in battered armor moved with urgency, while robed merchants shouted prices for dungeon loot and magical materials. Arthur blended into the crowd, unremarkable, unseen. His destination was a modest shop marked by an old wooden sign, Ekvius artifacts. Inside, the clerk offered a routine greeting until he noticed Arthur's age. Suspicion crept into his voice as he asked if Arthur was lost. Arthur calmly requested a small dimension ring, one that could fit over his thumb. The clerk scoffed. Even the smallest rings were costly. Arthur opened his sack. Gold gleamed. The man's skepticism vanished instantly. Arthur left with the ring in hand, the clerk still staring after him in disbelief. Most of his gold was gone now, spent on a ring barely large enough to store a sword and a beast core. It was worth it. He was preparing for a new life, at least on the surface. Arthur stepped through the teleportation gate and emerged in Xyrus, pausing to breathe in the familiar air. Home. He took a carriage toward the Helsty estate, passing the academy along the way. Xyrus Academy loomed in the distance, massive, imposing. He wondered what it would be like to walk those halls not as a fighter, not as a killer, but as a student. The carriage stopped at Helsty Manor. Arthur slipped inside quietly, careful not to disturb Sylvie. As he climbed the stairs, he stared at the mask in his hand. 2 years. 2 years of hiding behind it. Then, crash! The double doors slammed open. A small girl stood there, hands on her hips, radiating authority far beyond her size. Ellie. Arthur barely managed to say her name before she charged down the stairs and slammed into him, hugging him tightly. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered a simple welcome. She had missed him. Arthur smiled and promised her he wasn't leaving again. Satisfied, she giggled, ran back upstairs, and waved for him to follow. Arthur stood there, stunned. She'd grown so much. Last time, she'd been small, fragile, still unsure of the world, and of him. As that thought settled, something cold wrapped around Arthur's heart. A realization, a horrifying one. Ellie had grown. In a few short years, maybe even sooner, boys would start paying attention to her. That meant clumsy crushes, lingering teenage stares, and awkward attempts to get close to his little sister. The thought alone made Arthur's stomach churn. The image formed vividly in his mind. Ellie, who once clung to his arm with small hands, now surrounded by boys who didn't know their place. His eyes widened as his thoughts spiraled, imagining her growing up far too fast. He didn't like that future. He wasn't ready for it. Thankfully, that unsettling train of thought was cut short by a familiar voice calling out to him. Arthur! His mother, Alice, rushed in first, with Reynolds right behind her. The tension melted from their faces the moment they saw him, relief and joy softening their expressions. His father, still broad-shouldered and powerful despite the years, didn't hesitate for even a second. Reynolds scooped Arthur up with a loud laugh, pulling him into a crushing embrace that nearly knocked the breath from his lungs. With a proud grin, he joked that Arthur hadn't grown at all since he last saw him. Arthur shot back instantly, smirking as he pointed out his father's increasingly wild beard, accusing him of growing it out just to hide the wrinkles creeping in. The banter barely had time to escalate before Alice stepped in, lightly scolding Arthur while fiercely defending her husband. Then she wrapped Arthur in her own embrace, warm, steady, and grounding. This time, there were no tears, no reprimands. She simply told him how glad she was that he had come back safe. Arthur apologized quietly, guilt surfacing over how often he made them worry. Alice only smiled, brushing it aside as if it didn't matter. Off to the side, Vincent Helstea tried to insert himself into the reunion with his usual booming cheer. But before he could finish his greeting, Tabitha smacked the back of his head. This was a family moment, she reminded him sharply. Reynolds and Alice deserved this time with their son. Vincent rubbed his head sheepishly, backing off as the moment passed. Soon enough, everyone gathered together in the living area, settling in with relaxed smiles and light laughter. Arthur's eyes drifted around the room, instinctively searching. Alice noticed immediately and asked if he was looking for someone. Arthur admitted it felt like someone was missing. That was when Elijah stepped forward and handed him a folded piece of paper. Jasmine had already departed on another mission with the Twin Horns, but she'd left a note behind. Arthur unfolded it. It was brief, straightforward, and unmistakably Jasmine. No unnecessary words. Emotion tucked beneath practicality. Arthur smiled faintly. He'd wanted to see her before she left, but this would have to be enough. Reynolds laughed and remarked that the Twin Horns always returned eventually, like stubborn weeds that refused to die. Arthur chuckled along, but one more name lingered in his thoughts. He asked about Lilia. Tabitha began to explain, but Vincent cut in far too quickly, puffing his chest out, as he proudly announced that their daughter had been accepted into Xyrus Academy. His excitement drowned out Tabitha's words, earning him an immediate response. She grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked it, scolding him for stealing her moment. Vincent yelped, and the room burst into laughter. Arthur was genuinely impressed. Being accepted into Xyrus Academy was no small feat. It was a major step forward, and a moment of pride for the Helstea family. Tabitha, her tone still sharp but sincere beneath it, reminded Arthur that it was thanks to him. Without his guidance, Lilia might never have unlocked her potential. The Helstes, she said firmly, would always owe him. Vincent nodded along enthusiastically, still rubbing his head, adding that a mage hadn't appeared in their family for generations. Arthur waved it off with a modest smile, saying he wasn't sure about being owed anything, but maybe, just maybe, he'd cash in a favor or two someday. That was when Reynolds could no longer contain himself. He stomped his foot, leaning forward eagerly. Now that everyone was accounted for, he wanted to hear everything. The dungeon, the fights, the adventure, all of it. Arthur smirked and began. His storytelling quickly drew everyone in, the living room of the Helstea Manor filling with gasping gasps, laughter, and stunned silence at the right moments. Arthur recounted most of the journey honestly, carefully omitting Lucas's betrayal. His family didn't need to carry that burden. Even without it, the story was more than enough to leave them shaken. Vincent, ever dramatic, compared Arthur's experience to the adrenaline rush of dealing with tax paperwork. Tabitha was quieter, her disbelief evident as she spoke. The idea that Arthur had faced and defeated an Elderwood guardian, a monster she'd been threatened with as a child, was almost impossible to grasp. As the conversation shifted, Arthur turned to Reynolds and asked about his magic. Reynolds admitted with a sigh that he'd been stuck at the dark orange bottleneck ever since Arthur left. No amount of meditation or refinement seemed to push him forward. Arthur didn't hesitate. He reached into his storage and casually tossed the Elderwood Guardian's beast core toward his father, explaining that while he'd used a portion of it to recover, plenty of energy remained. Reynolds caught it on reflex, freezing as he stared at the dull green core resting in his palm. He held it like something sacred, unsure if he could even accept it, especially knowing the danger Arthur had faced to obtain it. Tabitha gasped as realization hit her. An S-class beast core was worth a fortune. Alice, arms crossed, responded with dry humor, questioning whether the gift made up for the endless worry Arthur had caused her. Arthur grinned and told his father to take it. If Reynolds wanted any hope of keeping up with his son, he'd need it. He even winked, openly challenging him not to fall behind. That was when Arthur revealed his current stage. Light orange. The room fell silent. Vincent's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Tabitha sucked in a sharp breath. Reynolds looked back down at the beast core, his grip tightening, determination flaring in his eyes. He promised Arthur he wouldn't hold back the next time they sparred. Arthur welcomed it with a confident grin. As the excitement finally settled, the family began drifting off to their rooms. The manor grew quieter. Elijah headed for a steam bath, predictably forgetting to lock the door. Just as he started to relax, the door burst open. Arthur strolled in like nothing was wrong, announcing that he'd brought Elijah's pajamas. Elijah yelped in panic, his voice echoing off the steamy walls as he scrambled to cover himself, shouting in pure embarrassment. Arthur squinted through the steam and waved it off, teasing that it wasn't a big deal. He couldn't see anything anyway. Elijah narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if that was really true. Arthur just laughed, tossed back a smug remark, and shut the door behind him. A barrage of curses and banging followed, making Arthur chuckle as he walked away. Later that night, Arthur sat quietly on his bed, pulling out the mask he hadn't worn in a long time. Arthur studied the mask in silence, letting the memories settle. 2 full years had passed, years packed with bloodshed, close calls, losses, and growth that had reshaped him in ways even he sometimes struggled to grasp. It felt distant now, like another life layered over this one. Nearby, Sylvie perched comfortably, her presence light and familiar. Through their bond, her voice chimed with her usual carefree confidence, proudly pointing out that she'd grown taller than him at some point. Arthur let out a short laugh, conceding the point. She wasn't wrong. Before the moment could stretch further, Elijah's voice cut in, reminding Arthur that it was his turn to wash up. Arthur agreed easily and headed for the bathroom. He didn't rush, easing the tension still lodged in his muscles from everything he'd been through. For once, there was no urgency, no threat lurking just beyond the door. Elijah immediately eyed him suspiciously, demanding to know why it had taken so long. Arthur answered casually, explaining that he'd spoken with Vincent about a few things, and had even brought up the idea of sponsoring Elijah for Xyrus Academy. That single sentence flipped a switch. Elijah's exhaustion vanished, excitement lighting up his face as he bombarded Arthur with questions, desperate to know what Vincent had said. Arthur only smiled, that familiar mischievous glint in his eyes, and refused to answer. Instead, he shut the door behind him, leaving Elijah stewing in suspense. Later that night, the two of them lay on the wide bed they shared, the room dim except for moonlight slipping through the curtains. Their conversation drifted naturally toward the future. Elijah couldn't hide his awe at the thought of attending Xyrus Academy, the prestige, the powerful students, the chance to train among the continent's elite. It all sounded unreal to him, like stepping into a legend. Arthur listened quietly. To him, the academy was less dazzling. He knew their current abilities already surpassed most first-year students, which meant the early curriculum might feel painfully slow. Still, he admitted it wouldn't be pointless. It would give him the time and structure he needed to refine his weaker attributes, lightning and ice magic. Even with his beast will backing him up, those elements still resisted him more than he liked. Eventually, Elijah's tone shifted. He brought up Lucas. He asked carefully what Arthur planned to do. Arthur let out a slow breath. Lucas didn't recognize him, and Arthur intended to keep it that way, until the day he was strong enough to stand against the entire Wykes family without consequence. His identity would remain buried. For now, revenge could wait. Training couldn't. Growth came first. Arthur found himself quietly appreciating how easily Elijah spoke his mind, even joking around topics most people would tiptoe around. His gaze drifted, landing on the ridiculous pillow wall Elijah had built between them. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked if that was really necessary. Elijah insisted it was, arguing that it was already weird enough for two guys to share a bed. Arthur smirked and suggested that maybe Elijah would feel more comfortable if Arthur were a girl instead. The response was instant. A pillow flew straight at Arthur's head. Elijah flushed with embarrassment, while Arthur laughed, dodging easily and enjoying the rare, harmless moment. After a beat, Elijah peeked over the pillow barrier again, his voice quieter, more thoughtful. His mind had wandered somewhere else entirely. He wondered aloud if he might actually find a girlfriend at Xyrus Academy. Arthur, of course, couldn't resist. He painted an exaggerated future where Elijah married a black-haired girl with glasses just like him, their children somehow being born already wearing tiny spectacles. Elijah groaned and rolled his eyes, pointing out how ridiculous that was. Babies didn't come with glasses. Still, he laughed despite himself. Then he flipped the teasing back onto Arthur, claiming Arthur's looks alone would make him popular, whether he wanted it or not. Too princely, he said, for his own good. Arthur smirked and asked if that sounded like jealousy. Elijah shot back immediately that it wasn't subtle at all. It was blatant. Arthur waved it off. He wasn't interested in anyone at the academy. To him, girls his age still felt far too young, barely more than kids. There was no rush. What mattered was rest. He told Elijah to get some sleep. Elijah agreed quietly. There was gratitude in his voice, and with that, their banter faded. The room fell into silence, the world outside unusually calm as both of them drifted off. Morning arrived gently. Thin rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains, nudging Arthur awake. He rose, got ready, and headed downstairs. Vincent was already there, brimming with energy. He greeted Arthur enthusiastically, reminding him of the inventor Arthur had asked about the day before. Vincent wasted no time explaining that he'd already arranged a meeting. The man's name was Gideon. According to Vincent, Gideon wasn't just an inventor. He was a legendary artificer, one of the most respected researchers in all of Sapin. He was due to return to Xyrus City in 3 days, and Vincent suggested they meet him before heading downtown with everyone else. Arthur agreed immediately. When he asked what was happening downtown, Vincent mentioned a major announcement scheduled for the central square. Arthur acknowledged it, though his interest clearly lay elsewhere. He thanked Vincent for setting up the meeting. When Vincent asked if Arthur needed something specific from Gideon, Arthur explained that it wasn't a necessity. It was something he wanted to discuss, an idea from his past life that had waited patiently for the right moment. This meeting would be the first step toward bringing it into reality. Vincent was still trying to process that when Reynolds appeared. He called out to them, then immediately scolded Vincent for his messy appearance, reminding him he had somewhere important to be. Realizing he was already late, Vincent panicked, shouted that he'd pick Arthur up later, and bolted out the door. Reynolds watched him go, chuckling as he teased Vincent for running while constantly looking back like a nervous child. Then he turned to Arthur. When Arthur asked about his magic, Reynolds' face lit up with pride. He announced that he'd finally broken through. Solid orange stage. The progress was real, and it showed. Reynolds reached into his pocket and pulled out the very same beast core Arthur had given him earlier. Even though every last drop of mana inside it had already been drained, the core hadn't shattered the way it normally should have. Instead, it sat there, perfectly intact, solid and heavy in his palm. The detail clearly bothered him. A drained beast core surviving like this wasn't normal. Far from it. But there was no time to overthink it now. He still had preparations to finish before heading out. With a satisfied, almost proud smile, Reynolds tucked the core away and told Arthur he'd be back by dinner. Then he stepped out, the door closing softly behind him. Arthur didn't move. He stood there in silence, mind spinning. Something about that core refused to sit right with him. After a moment, he turned and headed to the backyard. The beast core now in his own hand. Sunlight filtered through the open space as Arthur stopped and stared down at the orb again. It was still solid, still whole. Slowly, carefully, he wrapped his fingers around it and focused, extending his senses inward. This time, he felt it. Deep within the core's black, hollow interior, something stirred. The emptiness warped, shadows shifting until a shape began to form. Arthur's breath caught. The Elderwood Guardian. The image sharpened, unmistakable. Arthur froze in place as a chill crawled up his spine, quickly replaced by pure electric awe. His heart started pounding. That fight, one that had nearly killed him, had left behind a reward so absurdly rare it bordered on the unreal. A beast will, not just treasure, not just power, a phenomenon. A gift that granted its wielder immense strength and often a unique magical ability. Something that could only be obtained if a powerful mana beast willingly passed it on, or if it was torn out by force from its core. Arthur stared at the glowing orb in his hand, thoughts colliding violently in his head. And then, a dangerous idea took root. What if he tried to integrate not one beast will, but two? There were no records, no precedents, no ancient manuals warning him not to. Just a single, terrifying unknown. And Arthur had never been one to shy away from that. Without another second of hesitation, he tightened his grip and began pouring his mana into the core. Immediately, something answered back. This wasn't like the clear, emotional connection he shared with Sylvie. This was savage, primal, a raw, hostile presence, roaring deep inside his consciousness. The will of the Elderwood Guardian lashed out violently, rejecting him with overwhelming force. Vines exploded forward in his mind, faster than sight, aiming straight for him, and shattered. They slammed into something invisible and broke apart instantly. Arthur's eyes widened as a powerful pressure surged around him. A barrier had formed, absolute and unyielding. He turned instinctively, and his breath stopped. Behind him stood Sylvia. Not her physical body, but her will. Towering, majestic, terrifying. The image of the great dragon loomed with overwhelming dominance, her massive form radiating authority. Her glowing eyes locked onto the Elderwood Guardian with cold finality. Space itself seemed to tremble as her will surged forward. Her jaws opened wide, rushing toward the wooden beast with unstoppable force. The Guardian convulsed, utterly crushed beneath the pressure. And then Arthur gasped awake. His eyes snapped open as the beast core slipped from his hand, clattering and rolling across the ground. His chest rose sharply as he sucked in air. He had stopped just in time. Arthur understood instantly. If he'd hesitated even a moment longer, Sylvia's beast will would have completely erased the Elderwood Guardian, destroying it beyond recovery. Any chance of passing that will on to someone else would have been gone forever. He bent down and picked up the core again, his thoughts drifting immediately to his father. Why couldn't Reynolds absorb it? The answer came easily. Elemental compatibility. Just like Grandpa Virion had explained long ago, a beast's attributes had to align with the mage's mana core. No matter how strong Reynolds was, his affinity simply didn't match the Elderwood Guardians. But Arthur already knew exactly who it would match. The days that followed passed swiftly. Arthur threw himself back into training, disciplined and relentless, refining his body and mana without letting his guard slip. But he didn't waste the peace either. He spent time with his family, laughing, relaxing, doing ordinary things that felt almost unreal after everything he'd been through. He knew better than anyone how fragile moments like these were. One morning, sunlight spilled gently through the windows as Arthur and Elijah lay sprawled across their bed, still deep in sleep. The quiet didn't last. The door creaked open. Ellie's small voice cut through the room, announcing that it was time for breakfast. Mom had called for them. Half asleep, Arthur mumbled something incoherent about wanting a luxurious dimensional ring, clearly still trapped in dreamland. Ellie reminded him that today was the announcement and that everyone needed to be ready. Then she grinned. Before Arthur could react, Ellie launched herself onto the bed and drove a sharp elbow straight into his chest. The impact knocked the air clean out of him. Arthur wheezed, clutching his sternum as pain flared. He shot Ellie a glare that was half annoyed, half impressed, reminding her she wasn't that small anymore, and that one day she might actually break something. Ellie gasped dramatically, eyes wide as she accused him of calling her fat. The accusation was completely fake, but the chaos was real. Arthur groaned, muttering about whatever insane things she must be learning at that school for proper ladies. Before leaving, Ellie reminded him to hurry up and come down. She, their mother, and Aunt Tabitha were heading out first. Once she disappeared, Arthur sighed, rubbing his ribs again, and wondering where she'd picked up such violent tendencies. From beside him, Elijah answered casually. He had a pretty good guess. Later that day, they boarded a carriage and set off. The scenery shifted as they traveled, towering buildings of the central district slowly giving way to smaller homes, workshops, and shops. Signboards hung everywhere, advertising artifacts, elixirs, and magical services. The air felt different here, less regal, more alive. Arthur leaned back, rubbing his stomach. He was still hungry. Elijah laughed, pointing out that Sylvie had stolen half his breakfast. Arthur couldn't argue. The little dragon was a menace when it came to food. Elijah decided to check out the nearby stores. Arthur questioned whether he even had money to buy anything. Elijah adjusted his glasses smugly, reminding Arthur that, unlike him, he'd actually been saving his dungeon earnings. Arthur smirked but let him go. He turned to Sylvie and nodded, signaling her to accompany Elijah while he handled something else. As Sylvie followed Elijah off, Arthur and Vincent headed toward a modest house, tucked between older buildings. The place wasn't impressive. Cracked steps, plain door, nothing special at a glance. But Arthur knew better. Behind that door waited someone he'd been very interested in meeting. Vincent stepped forward and knocked firmly on the door, the sound echoing through the quiet street. A moment later, the door creaked open just a sliver. Peering out was an elderly man dressed in a spotless butler's uniform, his posture immaculate. He began to speak in a rehearsed, almost weary tone, explaining that his master was unavailable and did not accept visitors. But midway through his sentence, his gaze shifted. Recognition flickered across his face as his eyes landed on Vincent. The change was instant. His expression straightened, his tone softened, and the door opened wider. With a polite bow, the butler, Himes welcomed Vincent inside. Arthur followed close behind, earning a brief but curious glance. Vincent returned the greeting with an easy nod. It was clear they had met before, though not recently. The moment Arthur crossed the threshold, he nearly recoiled. A horrendous stench slammed into him like a physical force. It was sharp and metallic, thick with the smell of rust, burned chemicals, and something acrid he couldn't quite place. The air itself tasted like copper, clinging to his tongue and throat. Arthur's face twisted instinctively in disgust. Himes noticed and let out a small, amused chuckle. Then something moved. From within one of the heaps, an elderly man rose, brushing soot and metal shavings from his wild, unkempt hair. He looked irritated before he even spoke, and when he did, it was loud. He barked at the butler, demanding to know why someone had been let inside his workshop. But the moment his eyes landed on Vincent, his scowl softened, just slightly. Not enough to hide his annoyance, but enough to show familiarity. He complained that even though Vincent had called ahead, he wasn't in the mood for visitors. For over a year, he said, royal messengers had been pestering him nonstop, all demanding the same impossible thing: a way to cross the ocean. Arthur let out a small chuckle, genuinely intrigued. Why would anyone want to travel across the ocean in the first place? The answer came fast and sharp. Gideon snapped at him, telling him it was none of his business. Only then did Gideon pause. His sharp, analytical eyes narrowed as they settled on Arthur. There was caution in that stare now, the look of someone who sensed something unfamiliar. He asked Vincent who the boy was. Arthur stepped forward immediately, bowing with perfect courtesy. He introduced himself as Arthur Leywin, son of Reynolds Leywin, his tone respectful and composed. He even praised Gideon's reputation and contributions as an inventor and artificer. Gideon was unimpressed. He waved off the formality and turned back to Vincent, bluntly asking why Arthur had been brought here at all. Gideon made it clear. He did not take students. He did not accept disciples. He did not mentor. Vincent hesitated, then admitted honestly that he didn't know the full reason himself. Arthur had asked for the meeting. Arthur didn't deny it. He explained that he'd originally come to offer something else entirely. But when Gideon mentioned the issue of long-distance travel across the ocean, a new idea had formed in his mind. Instead of explaining, Arthur said it would be better to show. Before anyone could stop him, Arthur walked over to a cluttered workbench covered in parchment scraps and scattered tools. He pulled a clean sheet free, grabbed a charcoal pencil, and began to sketch. At first, Gideon barely glanced over, clearly dismissing it as the pointless doodling of a child. But then his eyes caught a detail, then another. Suddenly, he lunged forward and snatched the parchment out of Arthur's hands. His face hovered inches from the page, eyes wide, breath uneven. What Arthur had drawn wasn't magic circles or mana conduits. It was something else entirely. An engine, not powered by mana, but by steam, heat, pressure, external fuel. A concept so foreign to this world that it felt almost illegal. Gideon's hands trembled as he muttered under his breath, tracing the design with shaking fingers, mentally filling in gaps. But just as his excitement peaked, he stopped. Something was missing. Key components were absent, critical details deliberately omitted. Arthur calmly took the parchment back, stating that the complete design would be shared only after their negotiation concluded. Gideon exhaled slowly, long, heavy. He knew he was trapped. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summoned his assistant. Himes appeared moments later, carrying a sealed case with extreme care. He placed it on the table and opened it. Inside rested an ironized diamond. The gem shimmered with contained power, its surface reflecting light like frozen lightning. Vincent gasped openly. This was a treasure capable of forging top-tier artifacts, something worth a fortune beyond measure. Arthur barely reacted. Gideon, undeterred, proudly explained that the jewel could store mana up to 5 times its own capacity. He waited for awe. It never came. Arthur wasn't impressed. Gideon's confidence cracked slightly. He snapped his fingers again, ordering Himes to bring everything from the middle shelf of row C. The butler complied, and soon the table was overflowing with enchanted weapons, rare tools, and glowing artifacts. Vincent looked like a child in a candy store, eyes darting everywhere. Gideon dug through the pile and produced a mirror, boasting that it could reflect spells up to 5 times their strength. Arthur smiled politely and declined. Again, now visibly shaken, Gideon rushed through item after item, explaining their powers, defensive capabilities, and market value. Many of them were superior to anything publicly available. Arthur examined a few, nodded once or twice, and refused them all. Finally defeated, Gideon rubbed his temples and gave one last order. He told Himes to bring the pendants. Himes hesitated, warning him that those were special. Gideon insisted. When Himes returned, he carried 2 small, ornate locked cases, far more refined than anything else in the room. These were artifacts crafted for royalty. Gideon unlocked one and opened it. Inside lay a delicate pendant. A soft pink gem rested at its center, suspended from a thin chain of white gold. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Arthur lifted it and infused a trace of mana. Within the jewel, an image shimmered into existence, a phoenix worm. Arthur recognized it instantly. Gideon stared at him in shock. Gideon confirmed it without hesitation. The pendant had indeed been crafted using the essence of a phoenix worm. Vincent, clearly intrigued but confused, asked what made those creatures so special in the first place. Gideon explained that phoenix worms were S-class mana beasts, almost as rare and elusive as dragons themselves. What set them apart was a single, terrifyingly powerful trait. When faced with death, they possessed the ability to preserve their own lives. Arthur immediately caught on. He asked whether that same life-preserving ability had been embedded into the pendant. Gideon's eyes lit up as he nodded enthusiastically. Just like a phoenix worm, the pendant would activate in moments of extreme danger, forming a hardened cocoon around the wearer to shield them from fatal harm. But that was only the first layer. If the cocoon were destroyed and the wearer's life was still in jeopardy, the pendant would then consume the mana stored within it and forcibly teleport the user to the safest location they were familiar with. It wasn't just a defensive artifact. It was condensed survival itself, packed into a single jewel. Inside the cluttered workshop, Arthur continued examining the pendant closely. After a moment, he asked the most important question. How many times could its effects actually be used? Gideon scratched the back of his head, looking uncomfortable, as he admitted he wasn't completely sure. He had already used 5 phoenix worm cores to create it, each one more valuable than almost any other S-class beast core in existence. And even then, he believed the pendant might only activate twice at most. Arthur fell silent, his thoughts turning inward. If the artifact truly functioned as described, it would be perfect for someone he needed to protect above all else. His mother, or Ellie. The idea lingered, until something else clicked in his mind. Earlier, Gideon had mentioned that these pendants were commissioned by the royal family. Arthur asked directly. Gideon confirmed it, stating that the phoenix worm cores had been provided by the royal family themselves. Still, he waved it off as unimportant. What truly mattered to him now was Arthur's earlier blueprint. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he asked the real question. How could someone so young come up with an idea like that, and why bring it to him now? Arthur answered with a calm smile, claiming he simply wanted to make a nice birthday gift for his little sister. Gideon didn't buy it for a second. He didn't say it out loud, but he dismissed the excuse immediately. Arthur made his stance clear. He wasn't handing over the complete blueprint, unless he knew exactly how it would be used. Gideon tried to sidestep the condition, telling him that everything would be explained during the major announcement later that day. Arthur pushed back. Someone of Gideon's standing and knowledge, he reasoned, could surely explain things more clearly than a censored public speech ever would. Cornered, Gideon asked if revealing everything he knew would convince Arthur to leave the pendants behind. Arthur responded with nothing more than a smirk. He wasn't about to agree to a deal without getting real value in return. Growing desperate, Gideon tried bargaining again, suggesting he might part with just one pendant instead of both. Arthur didn't answer verbally. Instead, he raised his hand, a small but steady flame blooming in his palm, while holding the blueprint just close enough to make his point clear. He wasn't bluffing. Gideon growled under his breath, calling Arthur a demon as he finally realized the situation had completely flipped. The boy had total control. Vincent, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally stepped in. He admitted he didn't always understand what Arthur was thinking, but he vouched for one thing without hesitation. If Arthur made a promise, he would keep it. That was enough. Gideon let out a loud groan and finally gave in. He didn't care about the royal family anymore. Compared to this ship project, they were irrelevant. With a resigned sigh, he revealed the truth. Last year, his team had uncovered evidence, and now they were absolutely certain. There was another continent beyond Dicathen. Arthur froze. The idea hit him hard. Another continent. Something so massive, so world-altering, that it was difficult to even process. Vincent nodded slowly, adding that he had heard the same rumor from a royal family employee before. Someone who had been unsure, but warned him to keep it secret. Hearing it again from Gideon confirmed what Vincent had already begun to believe. Still, Arthur wasn't satisfied with rumors alone. He pressed Gideon, demanding proof, real evidence, not speculation. Gideon bristled, clearly insulted. He made it very clear that he wasn't the type of scientist who made baseless claims. His voice rose as he explained how it all began. Years ago, they had discovered a strange artifact attached to a bird-type mana beast. The creature wasn't native to Dicathen and possessed a unique ability, perfect camouflage, something no known beast on the continent could replicate. That alone was groundbreaking, but the artifact it carried changed everything. Vincent, still stunned, asked how they had even managed to capture such a creature. Gideon scowled as he admitted the truth. It was pure chance. An amateur adventurer aiming at a gliding squirrel had accidentally struck the bird instead. Dumb luck, nothing more. But that accident brought the artifact into their hands. The object was unlike anything Gideon had ever studied, so advanced that it took him nearly an entire year just to determine its function. And when he finally did, it confirmed every suspicion they had. Arthur leaned forward, demanding to know what it could do. Gideon hesitated, reminding him that only royal family members were authorized to know this information. Arthur didn't even blink. He simply pointed out that his own blueprints contained designs the royal families had never seen. Once again, Gideon was cornered. With visible irritation, he finally revealed the truth. The artifact could record and store moving images. Vincent leaned back with a quiet, satisfied smirk. Even someone as brilliant as Gideon couldn't outmaneuver Arthur. Arthur, however, wasn't impressed yet. He frowned slightly, voicing his doubt. Just because an artifact was advanced didn't automatically mean it came from another continent. Couldn't it have been created by an unknown but exceptionally talented artificer somewhere in Dicathan? Vincent responded calmly but firmly. He reminded Arthur that he hadn't introduced Gideon as just another skilled inventor. He was widely regarded as the greatest artificer Dicathan had ever produced. Not just in the present era, but in all of history. Still skeptical, Arthur shifted his gaze back to the eccentric old man, weighing those words carefully. There was doubt in Arthur's tone, but it wasn't baseless skepticism. It was calculated, grounded. Gideon, on the other hand, took it personally. His chest puffed out as pride swelled to ridiculous levels, and he loudly proclaimed his own brilliance. In his mind, there wasn't a single artificer in all of Dicathan who wouldn't drop to their knees in reverence before him. His confidence wasn't subtle. It was overwhelming, absolute, almost comical in its intensity. Arthur listened patiently, letting Gideon rant, and then a slow smile crept onto his face. If Gideon's words were true, and judging by his reputation they likely were, then even the greatest artificer in Dicathan, struggling for nearly a year to understand a single artifact, said everything. It suddenly made perfect sense why the royal families had jumped to such a drastic conclusion. Arthur voiced his reasoning calmly. If an artifact existed that even Gideon couldn't fully decipher, then the odds of it being created within Dicathan were slim. That alone was enough for the royals to believe its creator came from beyond the continent. Gideon leaned forward, veins practically popping, frustration boiling over. He was nearly shouting now, desperate to hammer the point into Arthur's head. This wasn't just some impressive device. This was proof of another world beyond the seas. A land filled with technologies more advanced, artificers more skilled, and possibly mages far beyond anything Dicathan had ever known. To Gideon, this discovery was earth-shattering, history-defining. But Arthur didn't budge. He calmly raised a hand, gently pushing Gideon back, grounding the conversation. Yes, the implications were massive. Yes, the possibilities were terrifying and exhilarating all at once. But speculation was still speculation. Until someone crossed the ocean, until they saw that land with their own eyes, everything Gideon was saying remained theory, no matter how convincing. Instead of getting swept up in excitement, Arthur quietly returned his attention to the parchment. He finished the sketch he had been working on. A steam engine. Simple in concept, revolutionary in execution. With it, they wouldn't need to guess. They would go there themselves. Only then would the truth be undeniable. Later, as Arthur and Vincent stepped outside the workshop, the air felt noticeably lighter. Vincent let out a chuckle, clearly amused by the absolute storm Gideon had turned into moments earlier. He admitted he had never seen the old artificer so animated, so fired up. That level of passion from someone like Gideon spoke volumes about what Arthur had just ignited. Arthur smiled faintly. Gideon really had been excited, more than anyone had ever seen him. Causing that kind of reaction from a legend wasn't something just anyone could do. Still, Vincent voiced his doubts. Gideon might have called Arthur's steam engine design ingenious, but Vincent himself couldn't picture it. A ship powered purely by steam, crossing an entire ocean without magic? It sounded absurd. In a world where mana solved everything, relying on something so mundane felt almost laughable. Arthur walked beside him, half listening, his thoughts drifting deep again. In this world, magic was the foundation of everything. Daily life, warfare, innovation, politics. Because mana was so convenient, so dominant, people had stopped looking for alternatives. Non-magical technology, once full of potential, had stagnated completely. Vincent kept talking, unaware of the gears spinning violently in Arthur's mind. He joked about Arthur's parents, wondering how Reynolds and Alice could be so calm about everything their son could do. If Vincent had a child like Arthur, he'd be shouting it from the rooftops. Arthur barely heard him. His focus was on what he had accomplished. With nothing more than harmless mechanical knowledge from another life, he had secured an artifact capable of protecting his family. And now, with the possibility of another continent looming beyond Dicathan's waters, Arthur knew this was only the beginning. That was when Sylvie's cheerful voice echoed in his head, snapping him out of his thoughts. She was approaching with Elijah, their presence drawing closer from the other side of the square. Elijah arrived first, brimming with energy as always, talking rapidly about the upcoming announcement. Apparently, Elder Rhaeus had hinted at talks of unifying the three kingdoms, and Elijah couldn't wait to hear more. Arthur wasn't as optimistic. If unification was truly on the table, he suspected it wasn't just politics. If Gideon was right about another continent, then this move might be defensive, preparing Dicathan for something far larger than internal disputes. Vincent smirked and teased that he already knew what the announcement would be, but before he could elaborate, chaos erupted nearby. The laughter hit first, sharp, cruel, wrong. The group turned toward the sound and saw it immediately. A dwarf boy was being beaten by several students. They circled him like vultures, laughing as he stumbled and fell. Bruised and trembling, the boy begged them to stop, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong. Their leader stepped forward, Jamiel. His voice dripped with arrogance and cruelty as he mocked the boy for being a dwarf, calling it a disgrace to Xyrus Academy. Then came the excuse. Accusations of breaking school rules, of using magic outside school grounds. Jamiel demanded the boy drop his mana barrier. The dwarf stammered, terrified, words barely forming. Jamiel didn't care. With a cold glare, he lifted a metal pipe, ready to bring it down. Before it could fall, Elijah moved. He dashed forward and slammed into Jamiel, knocking him off balance. Elijah immediately positioned himself between the bullies and the injured dwarf, helping him sit up and asking if he could stand. Jamiel rose slowly, rage burning in his eyes. Without warning, he slapped Elijah hard across the face. The sound cracked through the air. Elijah's glasses flew off and skidded across the ground. Jamiel sneered, demanding to know how Elijah dared interrupt his fun. Vincent reacted instantly, reaching into his coat, ready to summon the guards and shut this down before it escalated further. Arthur stopped him. His grip on Vincent's wrist was firm, unyielding. This wasn't going to end with guards. Not this time. Vincent whispered urgently, alarm clear in his voice. They couldn't let this continue. Meanwhile, Elijah was fighting a battle of his own. Rage burned in his chest, begging to be unleashed. He knew if he used magic now, it wouldn't just be his problem. Arthur and Vincent would be dragged into it as well. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to breathe, forcing the mana to stay dormant. Jamiel's eyes dropped to the markings stitched into Elijah's robe. Recognition flashed. A twisted grin spread across his face as he realized it. The emblem of the Kingdom of Darv. The others noticed too, and their laughter turned sharper, nastier. Jamiel stepped forward, grabbing Elijah by the hair and yanking his head back, mocking him with cruel delight. He sneered about how Elijah might as well lie next to his half-pig brother on the ground. Elijah shook with restrained fury. He knew he couldn't win without mana, but he held it back. Jamiel leaned closer, ordering him to open his mouth, laughing about how they'd share a hospital room when he was done. And then something made him pause. A shadow slid across the sunlit ground, and Jamiel turned his head slightly. His eyes locked onto someone approaching at an unhurried pace, each step deliberate. It was Arthur, closing the distance with a long wooden stick resting in his hand. Jamiel scoffed at the sight. He sneered, mocking Arthur as just another peasant, warning him to back away unless he wanted to end up on the ground beside the other two. The students around him laughed and egged him on, but Arthur's expression never wavered. There was no fear, no hesitation, only a cold, sharp glint in his eyes. He stepped closer, silent, his presence alone welcoming the fight. Far from the brewing chaos, a royal carriage cloaked in plain colors rolled quietly through the city streets. Its wheels barely whispered against the road as it neared the center of Xyrus. Inside, Prince Curtis lounged back, irritation clear in his voice. He complained about the secrecy, saying he would rather have attended the event in Addistan with his parents than sneak through the city like a criminal. His royal guard responded calmly, explaining that security at the event was already strict and that Curtis's movements had to remain discreet. In truth, the caution had little to do with the prince himself. Princess Kathleen had made it abundantly clear that she wanted no attention. Kathleen sat across from her brother, her displeasure obvious. She reminded him that she never wanted to come at all. Curtis grinned and teased her, claiming she should be thankful he dragged her out. Otherwise, she would have buried herself in books all day. Kathleen shot him a sharp glare. She knew the real reason. She pointed out that the only reason he insisted she come was because his date had canceled at the last moment. Curtis tried to brush it off, but his ears reddened, and he hastily changed the subject to his bond, Grotter, whom he had reluctantly left behind. He had wanted to ride the massive creature during the public event, but thanks to Kathleen, that plan had been abandoned. The guard reminded him that Grotter, being as large as the entire carriage and still untrained, was an enormous safety hazard. Curtis waved it off and tried to get Kathleen to agree, asking if Grotter hadn't been improving lately. Kathleen didn't respond. Her attention had shifted to the view outside the window. She had noticed a crowd forming, tension thick in the air. Something was happening in the street, and she couldn't look away. Back at the confrontation, Vincent stood stiffly, unsure of what to do. His heart hammered in his chest. He had never seen Arthur like this before. The familiar calm was gone, replaced by something cold and razor-sharp. If no one intervened now, Vincent feared those students wouldn't just be hurt. They might not leave at all. He hurried forward, positioning himself in front of Arthur, raising his voice as he shouted at the arrogant students. He ordered them to leave before someone was seriously injured. Turning back, he pleaded with Arthur to let it go and check on Elijah instead. The students only laughed. They mocked Vincent, calling him a foolish old man trying to shield a child. Their smug faces showed no hint of understanding. Inside, Vincent was screaming. They didn't realize the truth. He wasn't protecting Arthur. He was trying to protect them. Arthur spoke calmly, calling out to his uncle. Vincent turned, forcing a strained smile as he replied. his voice trembling. Then he saw it. Mana radiated from Arthur, sharp and focused. Arthur didn't need to raise his voice. The order was unmistakable. Vincent stepped aside. He understood now. Nothing was going to stop what came next. He cast one last glance at the boys and silently wished them peace. One of the students stepped forward confidently, volunteering with a joke about not damaging his new clothes. Grinning, he charged at Arthur, pipe raised high. It would be easy. One swing and it would be over. But before the strike could even begin, Arthur's stick slammed into his head. The boy crumpled instantly, collapsing with a groan. Shock rippled through the group. They hadn't even seen Arthur move. Another student snarled in anger, claiming Arthur had only gotten lucky by catching someone off guard. He boasted that he would show the difference between a noble trained in swordsmanship and a common peasant. He rushed forward, faster than the eye could follow, his metal pipe cutting through the air in a lethal arc. His movements were refined and precise, executing his family's prized thousand-step strike. The weapon swayed erratically, meant to confuse and overwhelm. In his mind, victory was already secured. The final lunge was flawless, unstoppable. To Arthur, everything slowed. He saw every motion, every shift of weight. At the final instant, he tilted his head just enough for the pipe to whistle past him harmlessly. The noble's confidence shattered. Arthur moved. A single clean strike landed on the boy's back. The stick snapped on impact. The noble collapsed, breath torn from his lungs, pain carved across his face. Arthur glanced at the broken stick in his hand, remarking how easily even mana-reinforced objects broke when pushed too far. He let the remains fall from his fingers. There were still others standing. He rolled his shoulders, composed and steady. Arthur no longer needed a weapon. This would end with his bare hands. Jamiel stared at Arthur, arrogance still etched across his face. To him, Arthur was nothing more than an overconfident peasant in need of discipline. His father's words echoed in his mind. A trident's fist was deadlier than any forged weapon. The thought fueled his pride. One punch would be enough. But as Jamiel stepped closer, something changed. The air grew heavy, oppressive, as if the pressure alone could crush him. Jamiel froze, startled by the overwhelming presence radiating from someone his own age. He had never felt anything like it, not even from his father. Still, pride drove him forward. He lunged, fist clenched tight. Arthur's fist met his face first. The blow landed with brutal precision, twisting Jamiel's features as blood spilled from his nose. His body spun before crashing to the ground. His vision swam, but through the haze he could still see Arthur standing there, unmoved. Rage consumed him. Jamiel shouted, seething with humiliation, screaming that Arthur had dared to disrespect the heir of House Trident. In a desperate move, Jamiel summoned his mana. Water coalesced around his hand, sparkling with lethal intent, and with a roar of rage, he sent a torrent of magic hurtling toward Arthur. But before the attack could strike, a solid wall of ice erupted in front of him, shattering his spells harmlessly. Standing calm and composed before the carriage was Princess Catherine, who had arrived just in time. Her eyes locked on Arthur, memories flickering back to their first meeting at the Helsty auction house. Back then, she had dismissed him as another ordinary boy, just like her immature brother or his friends. But now, there was something magnetic about him, something different. Arthur wasn't like the others. From the carriage, Prince Curtis emerged, voice booming across the street. Explain this. His presence alone froze Jamiel and his gang in place. The royal siblings' appearance struck fear into their hearts, forcing them to drop to their knees, faces pressed to the ground. Their trembling voices stammered excuses. They claimed they had just been talking when Arthur attacked. Elijah's jaw dropped. He opened his mouth to defend the truth, but Jamiel interrupted, feigning innocence. Kathleen, however, was sharper. Her gaze swept to the battered dwarf on the ground, and her instincts screamed that the story didn't add up. If Arthur had attacked unprovoked, how had the dwarf ended up so badly hurt? Curtis looked to her, confused, but she said nothing, analyzing the scene herself, silently wishing her brother would stop believing lies so easily. Arthur finally broke the silence. His voice, icy and blunt, cut through the tension like a blade. What a joke. Jamiel, still kneeling, smirked internally. To him, it sounded like an insult aimed at the prince himself. The royal guard reacted instantly, seizing Arthur's shoulder and demanding an explanation for his supposed disrespect. Arthur didn't flinch. Instead, he twisted the guard's wrist with shocking strength, keeping his voice calm, almost sarcastic, as he apologized, claiming his tone became sharp when lies filled the air. The guard froze, dumbfounded. Despite Arthur's youthful frame, the raw power in his grip was undeniable. Vincent stepped in swiftly, placing himself between Arthur and the guard. He addressed Curtis directly, clarifying that Arthur meant no disrespect. What Arthur was really saying, Vincent explained, was that the boys accusing him were the ones lying. Curtis's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Vincent. He greeted him politely and asked why he was here. Vincent explained that on their way to the plaza for the announcement, they had stumbled upon a group of students tormenting a boy. On cue, the injured dwarf coughed up blood, a sharp, ugly reminder of what had just occurred. Curtis's gaze sharpened like a blade as he demanded a name. The leader stepped forward, exuding arrogant confidence. Jamiel L., firstborn of House Trident, he announced. Curtis's eyes narrowed. House Trident wasn't just any noble family. They were major benefactors of both the royal family and Xyrus Academy. The political weight of Jamiel's actions couldn't be ignored. Curtis hesitated, caught between justice and diplomacy. Any harsh punishment could spiral into far-reaching consequences. Kathleen tried to interject, warning that Jamiel's use of magic in public was a serious violation. But Curtis silenced her mid-word, suggesting that since no one was fatally harmed, perhaps it was better to let it slide. Jamiel inwardly celebrated. In his mind, victory was his. His family's influence could shield him, even from the royal family. But Arthur wasn't finished. He turned to Vincent and asked about a two-way communication scroll. Vincent hesitated, unsure, then confirmed he had one. Arthur snatched it without hesitation and activated it instantly. He wasn't calling just anyone. His voice connected directly to Cynthia Goodsky, director of Xyrus Academy. Jamiel's face drained of color. The audacity alone was stunning, and it was happening in front of a crowd. Cynthia's initial irritation melted into recognition and warmth as she heard Arthur speak. Everyone nearby felt the shift. Arthur wasted no time. Calm and controlled, he demanded that Jamiel Trident and his friends be expelled from the academy, citing racial bullying and the reckless use of lethal magic in public. Confusion flickered across Cynthia's face, especially at the mention of Jamiel's full name. Meanwhile, Jamiel stood, grinning smugly, convinced that his family's wealth and donations would outweigh Arthur's influence. Arthur's calm confidence didn't waver. He made it clear. His demands were conditional. The balance of power had shifted completely, and everyone watching understood. This was just the beginning. Arthur made it clear without finishing the sentence. He would only continue attending Xyrus Academy if decisive action was taken. There was no need to elaborate further. Cynthia's voice cut through with unwavering authority, sharp and final. "They're expelled." The words landed like a hammer, shattering Jamiel's world in an instant. And just as if fate wanted to pile on the humiliation, his mother called him through her own communication scroll. Her voice was a storm of fury, laced with disbelief and outrage. How could the Academy dare expel her son without explanation? Every syllable dripped with anger, leaving Jamiel frozen in dread. Meanwhile, Prince Curtis stepped forward, his posture shifting from annoyance to measured acknowledgement. With a formal, respectful tone, he apologized to Arthur, admitting that his earlier hesitation had been influenced by political pressure and doubt. Arthur, in turn, nodded and admitted that his own temper had flared during the confrontation. A tense understanding passed between them, a mutual recognition of each other's principles. Curtis affirmed that expelling Jamiel L. and his gang was not just the right call, it was essential. No noble lineage, no lavish donation could justify allowing racism to fester within their academy. Not in Xyrus, not on their continent. Curtis stepped back toward the royal carriage, rubbing at his temples. A clear headache etched across his features. His mind kept drifting to Arthur. There was something off, something strange and quietly formidable about the boy. He had felt it before at their first encounter, and the sensation had not faded. Arthur wasn't just good, he was different, in a way Curtis could not yet define. Kathleen's gaze, however, was unwavering. She hadn't taken her eyes off Arthur since the fight began. The world around her had blurred to insignificance. Then, just as the carriage was ready to roll, she spoke. Arthur turned toward the sound, startled. She met his eyes through the window, and in a rare softness, one no one else had ever witnessed, she asked, "Would you like to have tea with me sometime?" Arthur froze for a heartbeat before answering with a quick, honest, "Yes." Kathleen's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Then we'll see each other at school." The carriage moved forward, gliding down the street, while Arthur stood smiling quietly. Vincent and Elijah beside him were frozen in disbelief, jaws slack, unable to process the scene. Inside the carriage, Curtis stared blankly, gripping his royal guard's shoulders and shaking him in disbelief. His mind could not comprehend what had just transpired. That cold, disciplined sister of his had spoken with warmth, but Kathleen's thoughts were elsewhere. Quietly, she kept her attention fixed on one thing: Arthur. In her heart, she admitted it. He truly was different. Back on the street, Arthur walked side by side with Vincent and Elijah. Elijah's frustration was still palpable. If he had been able to use magic, he said with a huff, those bullies would have been flattened in seconds. Vincent, by contrast, was utterly drained. He clutched his chest and muttered under his breath, defeated, "I don't think my blood pressure can survive much more of this." Later that day, the city square outside the palace swelled with life. Citizens from across the continent, humans, elves, and dwarves alike, gathered shoulder to shoulder, anticipation radiating from every face. Everyone had come to hear the long-awaited announcement. Eli, walking beside Arthur, gestured to Elijah's bruised cheek. "What happened here?" he asked. Elijah grinned and recounted the story with pride, detailing how he had stood up to the bullies. But Arthur's mind wandered. His gaze swept over the crowd, thousands of faces staring expectantly. and his thoughts sank deeper. The truth he knew was monumental. Another continent existed beyond Dicathen's waters. And yet, what troubled him most wasn't just the discovery, it was the reason behind it. A land sending camouflaged monobeasts to observe Dicathen likely didn't have peaceful intentions. They were either wary of Dicathen or preparing for something far darker. Arthur's conscience wrestled with itself. Had he been right to push Dicathen's progress forward so rapidly? He had given his people a path to this unknown continent. But was it truly the best course of action? Before these thoughts could drag him further into doubt, his mother, Alice, noticed his expression. Her tone was gentle, soft enough to coax him from his spiraling thoughts. "Something on your mind?" she asked. Arthur waved it off with a small smile, insisting all was fine. Alice's eyes twinkled knowingly. She pretended to believe he was thinking the ordinary thoughts of a 12-year-old. Yet the undertone of her words carried reassurance. She would always worry, but never stop him from pursuing what he knew was right. Arthur returned her smile faintly, touched, but he knew he could never promise her peace of mind. His path was too dangerous, the risks too real. Still, he thanked her, and tried to appear more at ease than he felt. A hush fell over the plaza as King Blaine Glader stepped onto the stage. His voice, powerful and commanding, carried across the square. He didn't speak merely as the King of Sapan, but as a representative of the entire continent. Standing alongside the rulers of the three kingdoms, he proclaimed that today marked the dawn of a new era. He spoke of past divisions, humans and elves, dwarves, and their transactional relationship with others. But then his tone shifted. He spoke of progress. 2 years prior, all three races had been permitted to join the adventurer guilds. The previous year, Xyrus Academy opened its gates to students from Elenoir and Darv. These steps, he declared, were the foundation, the first bricks of continental unity. A new generation of mages was rising, learning, training, and forming bonds that crossed borders. King Blaine acknowledged the challenges ahead. Centuries of prejudice wouldn't vanish overnight, but urged the people to look forward, not just for themselves, but for their children and the future of Dicathen. His words ignited the crowd, met with thunderous cheers and a celebration of hope. Next, King Alduin Erleth of Elenoir stepped forward. With calm dignity, he echoed Blaine's message, pledging his full support for this vision of unity. Then his tone shifted. With measured gravity, he reminded the crowd that while Dicathen had begun uncovering its own mysteries, even greater secrets lay beyond their shores. He confirmed what many had only whispered in speculation. Another continent existed. The plaza fell silent. Whispers rippled through the crowd, disbelief spreading like wildfire. Some gasped, others murmured anxiously. The celebratory energy twisted instantly into shock and uncertainty. Arthur remained unmoved amidst the chaos. He had expected hesitation, perhaps fear, but this overwhelming reaction revealed just how unprepared the world was for the truth. Alduin raised his hands, trying to steady the murmuring crowd. He admitted that even the royal families knew very little about this distant land. The way there remained unknown, a continent shrouded in mystery, adventure, and possible danger. What was clear, however, was that attempts had already been made to reach Dicathen from the other side. Evidence suggested observation and reconnaissance, though neither civilization yet possessed the technology to traverse the waters fully. Confused murmurs and uneasy whispers grew louder as uncertainty spread. Then the Dwarf King strode onto the stage. His deep, commanding voice cut through the noise, immediately drawing attention and silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to him. Like Alduin, he admitted their knowledge was limited, but he emphasized a simple truth. In moments like these, unity was essential. The three races could no longer afford to see each other as rivals. Culture, appearance, and history might differ, but at heart, they were all children of Dicathen. He expressed his pride in that shared legacy and urged future generations to feel the same. For a long moment, silence lingered. Then tentative claps began, spreading and swelling into a roar of approval. The cheers echoed across the city square. For the first time in generations, humans, elves, and dwarves stood together as one. The Dwarf King continued. True unity, he said, would require time, effort, and patience. But to begin this new era, 6 individuals had been chosen. Selected by the royal families for courage, wisdom, strength, and responsibility, they would serve as protectors of Dicathen, standing directly alongside the kings and queens. From that day forward, they would be known as the 6 Lances. These weren't just defenders. They were symbols, each representing not only their own kingdom, but the unity of the entire continent. From the back of the stage, 6 figures emerged. 2 elves, 2 humans, 2 dwarves. Each wore white armor, elegant and tailored to their race and stature. They knelt gracefully before the rulers and the crowd. The kings approached with ornate boxes, drawing 2 rings each, initiating the ceremonial appointment. Alea Triskin, Varai Orai, Ulfred Warrant, Aya Greffin, Micah Earthborn, and finally, Bacon Wykes. Elijah, standing near Arthur, froze. He caught it, the name Wykes. His eyes widened in disbelief. The plaza erupted. Cheers, whistles, and chants filled the air as the 6 lances rose and bowed. King Blaine stepped forward once more, speaking directly to them, charging them to protect Dicathen and uphold its honor. He addressed aspiring mages across across the continent, encouraging them to dream boldly, that even the heavens were no longer a limit. As his words faded, the magical orbs projecting the announcement gently fell to the ground, signaling the ceremony's end. But for Arthur, the day carried a weight beyond awe and excitement. His gaze lingered on the name Wykes, Lucas Wykes, the very person responsible for betraying his old party. The one whose actions had led to the deaths of most of Arthur's comrades, had escaped justice. Lucas had used his family's influence to avoid consequences, and now the truth hit harder. Bacon Wykes, Lucas's older brother, was not only a powerful mage, but had been chosen as one of the 6 lances. Arthur's mind narrowed. The path ahead had just grown far more dangerous. Arthur stood before the mirror longer than he normally would, adjusting clothes he would never have chosen on any ordinary day. The fabric shimmered faintly under the light, tailored with a level of flair that made him uncomfortable. It was excessive, almost theatrical. But tonight wasn't about his preferences. It was Ellie's birthday. With a quiet sigh, he straightened his collar one last time and turned toward the door. Sylvie had been circling him nonstop, wings twitching, tail flicking with barely contained excitement. The moment Arthur reached for the handle, she bounced forward, clearly ready to follow. He stopped her gently with a raised hand. Tonight she would stay behind. The change was instant. Her lively energy drained away, replaced by wide, disappointed eyes. Arthur paused, guilt tugging at him. He knelt beside her and brushed his hand over her head, his touch slow and reassuring. He explained softly that Vincent had warned him. Some of the guests attending the party weren't coming just to celebrate. They would smile, laugh, and congratulate Ellie, all while quietly watching him, measuring him. Arthur wasn't willing to gamble her safety, not even for a night. Still, he sweetened the blow with a promise. He'd bring back food, a lot of it. That did the trick. Sylvie's gloom vanished in an instant, replaced with renewed enthusiasm as her tail wagged furiously. Arthur smiled despite himself and lifted his hand, giving her a small high five to seal the deal before finally heading out. Hellsday Manor had been transformed. The ballroom glowed with warm golden light, every corner dressed in elegant decorations and colorful magical ornaments that shimmered softly. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Arthur's duty for the evening, assigned by his mother without room for protest, was to greet Ellie's classmates as they arrived. It wasn't exactly thrilling, but he played his part, offering polite smiles and calm welcomes. As his gaze swept the room, he spotted Elijah nearby, deep in conversation with a girl from the academy. Elijah was laying it on thick, boasting confidently about his imminent enrollment at Xyrus Academy, his charm dialed up to an almost absurd degree. With a dramatic wink, he even asked her out. Then fate intervened. His elbow clipped a wine glass. The crystal tipped, fell, and emptied itself down the front of his shirt. Elijah froze, staring down at the spreading stain in stunned silence. Arthur turned away, lips twitching in amusement, but not fast enough. Elijah caught him watching. Their eyes met, and Elijah shot him a look that practically screamed, "Don't you dare acknowledge this." Before Arthur could enjoy the moment further, Reynolds's voice rang out, loud and commanding, announcing the arrival of the evening's special guests. The doors opened shortly after, and Eleanor's confused voice echoed through the hall as she questioned why they weren't heading out to dinner like she'd been told. She didn't finish the sentence. The lights flared to life all at once. The chandelier ignited in brilliant radiance, magical decorations bursting into color. The room exploded with sound. As everyone shouted, "Surprise!" Eleanor stood motionless. Confusion flickered across her face, followed by dawning realization, and then pure joy. Her eyes lit up as the truth sank in. Before she could even react properly, her friends swarmed her, laughter and hugs crashing over her in a storm of birthday wishes. When the excitement settled just enough, Reynolds raised his glass again, smiling proudly as he announced that it would please him greatly to see his son and daughter open the evening with the first dance. Eleanor's smile vanished. Color drained from her face as panic set in. Dancing in front of everyone had clearly not been part of her expectations. Tabitha leaned over, whispering curiously, asking if Arthur and Eleanor had practiced. Alice's expression tightened immediately, irritation written clearly as she silently blamed Reynolds for springing this on them. Eleanor turned to her mother, voice low and desperate. She admitted she didn't know how to dance and asked what they were supposed to do. That was when Arthur stepped forward. Calm and unhurried, he removed his gloves and approached his sister. He bowed slightly and extended a hand, offering reassurance without a single word. Eleanor hesitated only a moment before nodding and placing her hand in his. Trust outweighed fear. Applause followed as Arthur guided her onto the dance floor. At Reynolds' signal, musicians emerged from behind the stage, instruments already in hand. The music began. Arthur's movements were smooth and assured. One hand held Eleanor's, the other rested lightly at her waist. He led her gently, guiding her through each step with practiced ease. Her coral-colored dress flowed gracefully as they turned, following his lead like a tide. Tabitha watched closely, surprise evident as she once again remarked that she was certain they hadn't practiced. Alice confirmed it, still incredulous. Arthur remained composed throughout. This wasn't new to him. Long ago, another life. He had attended formal gatherings where such dances were routine. The memory of those skills surfaced effortlessly. Eleanor relaxed as the song continued. The tension melted away, replaced by laughter and genuine enjoyment. By the final notes, she moved confidently, perfectly in sync with Arthur. They finished together, stopping precisely as the music faded. The room erupted in applause. Compliments came from all sides. Eleanor glowed, pride and happiness lighting her face. Just as the cheers began to die down, Gideon approached Arthur, clapping exaggeratedly. His praise dripped with sarcastic flair, theatrical disgust coloring every word. Without waiting for a reply, Gideon asked to speak privately. Arthur wasted no time slipping away, heading out into the backyard where the cool night air washed over him like relief. Gideon followed, unsurprisingly unwilling to let the moment pass. Ever blunt, Gideon joked about Arthur performing like the star of a solo play. Arthur shot back that he hoped Gideon hadn't shown up to his sister's birthday just to corner him. Gideon claimed offense, insisting he'd brought a gift for Eleanor as well. Arthur remained skeptical but relented, asking what had drawn the continent's most renowned artificer to him. Gideon smirked at the title, pretending to be insulted before revealing the real reason. The council, the former monarchs of Dicathen now ruling together, had officially approved the refined designs based on Arthur's original blueprint. Construction had already begun. Arthur offered a brief congratulation, well aware that Gideon had likely earned a fortune from the council's decision. Gideon waved away the idea of chasing wealth, fame, or authority as if they were trivial distractions. To him, those things were never the destination, only instruments to reach something greater. Whatever his true ambition was, it stretched far beyond what even the ruling council could grant him. Before he could expand on that thought, his presence drew attention. A group of excited children rushed over, eyes wide with awe, bombarding him with praise. They spoke animatedly about his creations, especially the massive ship he had designed, clearly the stuff of legends to them. Gideon tried to dismiss them politely, insisting he was occupied. But admiration has a way of ignoring schedules. As he was pulled away, he turned back just long enough to warn Arthur not to disappear again. Arthur did exactly that. Slipping away once more, he wandered through the yard, his thoughts drifting as easily as his steps. Fame, he reminded himself, wasn't merely a stepping stone. It carried weight, expectations, consequences that couldn't be shrugged off. Eventually, he settled into a quiet corner of the backyard, a glass of apple cider in hand. The sounds of the party dulled into a distant hum. From across the lawn, he noticed Lilia approaching, having just arrived alongside David. She waved in his direction before turning toward Tim, then paused to greet Arthur properly. She apologized for arriving late, explaining that she'd wanted to congratulate Eleanor first. Arthur returned her smile, remarking that her parents had already mentioned how busy she'd been lately, especially with her responsibilities as the student council's secretary. He added casually that it had been quite some time since they'd last spoken. Lilia hesitated, nodding in agreement. Up close, she couldn't help but notice how much Arthur had changed. He seemed taller somehow, more composed. It caught her off guard, like seeing someone familiar through a different lens. Their conversation warmed naturally. They traded stories, shared old memories, and laughed quietly together. Arthur teased her gently, recalling how the timid girl who once sneaked away from her parents just to eat with the manor staff had grown into a confident young woman. Lilia flushed at the memory, protesting that she had once trusted him enough to show him her most secret hiding place, and now he still teased her for it. Arthur smiled. He genuinely admired how far she'd come. All those years of uncertainty and worry had led her to success at one of the most prestigious mage academies in all of Dicathen. As they spoke, Arthur noticed several boys passing by, each casting subtle, lingering glances in Lilia's direction. It was obvious she'd become quite popular. Lilia blinked in surprise, immediately denying it. She insisted she didn't even have a boyfriend, and claimed that everything she'd achieved was thanks to Arthur. He responded lightly, saying that if she truly believed that, then he supposed he'd have to approve any future suitor himself. After all, he wouldn't be any less strict than her father, Vincent. The comment landed heavier than intended. For just a heartbeat, something flickered in Lilia's expression. Disappointment, perhaps, or something unspoken. But she quickly masked it with a laugh, brushing it aside as if it meant nothing. Before the moment could linger, Gideon returned. His approach was unusually polite, a half-smile fixed on his face as he interrupted and asked Arthur for a word. Though surprised, Lilia handled it gracefully. She smiled, waved goodbye to Arthur, bowed politely to Gideon, and disappeared back into the crowd. Watching her go, Gideon couldn't resist boasting about the attention he'd been drawing. Arthur offered only a brief, indifferent response. Unbothered, Gideon shifted the focus, remarking on Lilia's behavior and suggesting she seemed to harbor feelings for Arthur. Arthur didn't deny it. He took a calm sip of his drink. When Gideon asked whether Arthur intended to act on it, Arthur answered evenly. What Lilia felt wasn't love. It stemmed from change. Dramatic change that Arthur himself had caused. Gratitude, admiration, perhaps even an illusion born from having her fate altered. In time, she would understand the difference. What she felt now was the kind of infatuation a young girl might have toward a hero, not affection forged through true understanding. Gideon scoffed, mocking Arthur's mature handling of the situation, admitting it almost made him ill. Arthur ignored the sarcasm. He knew Gideon hadn't chased him down just to discuss emotions. And finally, Gideon revealed the truth. He intended to use the wealth, influence, and authority the council had granted him to obtain something far more valuable. Arthur's knowledge. Not prestige, not power, understanding, the kind that could reshape civilizations. Arthur didn't react with enthusiasm. He reminded Gideon that even sharing the steam engine's design had left him conflicted. Dicathen had its own rhythm, its own course. It wasn't his place to forcibly redirect it. But Gideon heard what Arthur didn't say. There were more ideas, more knowledge, locked away. The realization lit a dangerous spark in Gideon's eyes. Arthur noticed immediately. Gideon was hearing only what he wanted. Tired of the pressure, Arthur infused mana into his voice and issued a quiet warning, low, controlled, meant for Gideon alone. The effect was instant. Gideon flinched. Recovering quickly, he retreated from his demands and offered a compromise instead. He proposed a partnership. Gideon would become Arthur's personal supplier, providing any artifacts or resources he needed in exchange for occasional guidance and insight. Arthur considered it briefly. Then he extended his hand, a calm, sharp smile on his face. They shook. The deal was sealed. The night carried on in a haze of laughter, music, dancing, and clinking glasses until the celebration finally began to wind down. Arthur stood quietly to the side, watching as his family gathered around Eleanor one last time. Reynolds and Alice stepped forward together, presenting their daughter with a carefully prepared gift, elegant hair ties adorned with tiny ornamental bells that chimed softly when moved. It was a simple, yet heartfelt present, one filled with warmth and affection. But Arthur's attention drifted elsewhere. Another gift sat nearby, subtly distinct from the others. Its wrapping was refined, deliberate, almost restrained. Eleanor noticed it too. Her curiosity ignited, she hurried over and eagerly began unwrapping it. Alice asked who the gift was from, but Arthur could only shake his head. He didn't know. Inside the box lay a letter addressed directly to Eleanor. Arthur picked it up and read it aloud. The words weren't from family or friends. The writer spoke with quiet understanding, acknowledging Eleanor's admiration for her brother, but urging her not to remain in his shadow. The message encouraged her to grow stronger, to walk beside Arthur as an equal rather than watching him from behind. Eleanor's breath caught. She reached into the box and slowly lifted out the gift. A bow. Not an ordinary one, but a masterfully crafted weapon, elegant and refined. Its form alone drew the attention of the entire room. Tabitha was the first to voice her admiration, praising its beauty. Vincent leaned in closer, recognizing the intricate craftsmanship and delicate patterns woven into its design, features unmistakably reminiscent of elven work. Even Reynolds frowned slightly, puzzled by the rarity and meaning behind such a gift. Arthur remained silent. Something about the bow, the intent behind it, the message it carried, stirred a faint sense of familiarity deep within him, a feeling he couldn't quite grasp. Before he could dwell on it further, Eleanor turned toward him, eyes shining, as she reminded him that she was still waiting for his present. Alice gently scolded her for her impatience, but Eleanor only laughed, clearly unable to contain her excitement. Arthur smiled. He handed Eleanor a small box, while discreetly passing a second one to their mother. Eleanor tore into the wrapping without hesitation. The moment she saw what lay inside, her expression lit up completely. Nestled within was a delicate pendant, an enchanted necklace, crafted from rare materials, shimmering faintly with mana. Arthur explained calmly that both pendants were protective artifacts, designed to safeguard them in moments when he or Reynolds couldn't be there. Tabitha admired the craftsmanship aloud, wondering where such rare pieces had been acquired. Vincent answered proudly. They were one of a kind. Arthur stepped closer and fastened the necklace around Eleanor's neck himself. She looked up at him, smiling brightly, as he quietly wished her a happy birthday. The moment was simple and perfect. In the days that followed, life gradually returned to its familiar rhythm. Even Arthur's own birthday passed quietly, just as he had requested. There were no grand celebrations. The twin horns were still deep within the continent on an extended expedition, though a letter arrived confirming their safety. Unlike Eleanor's lively party, Arthur's birthday was spent with family alone, and that was more than enough. Over the following months, Arthur found himself growing closer to Gideon. Beneath the artificer's eccentric habits and relentless curiosity was someone dependable, loyal in his own way. Their long discussions and shared work slowly formed a bond neither of them openly acknowledged, yet both had come to value. One day, Gideon led Arthur into his personal workshop, a highly restricted facility accessible only to council members and a select few trusted individuals. Gideon took every opportunity to remind Arthur of how rare this privilege was, clearly enjoying the moment. Arthur responded with mild sarcasm. He'd already heard the reminder several times. Gideon accused him of being ungrateful, pointing out Arthur's lack of visible excitement. Arthur countered that it was difficult to feel impressed when Gideon hovered over every detail like an anxious parent. The two bickered back and forth, their exchange sounding less like colleagues and more like family. Gideon joked about their late-night discussions accomplishing nothing, Arthur shot back, telling him to go make friends his own age. Then Gideon's tone shifted. He brought up Arthur's birthday, surprised by how much time had passed. It had already been over 4 months since Eleanor's celebration. Curious, he asked whether Arthur's own birthday had been just as extravagant. Arthur shook his head. He'd asked for something small, private, just family. Gideon found that unexpected, especially after seeing how naturally Arthur had moved through Eleanor's party. Still, after a brief pause, he offered a rare, sincere wish for a belated happy birthday. Then he handed Arthur a box. Arthur glanced at it, amused, asking what it was. Gideon told him to open it. Arthur raised an eyebrow, teasing him for not even bothering to wrap it. Gideon huffed, pretending to be offended and threatening to take it back. Arthur laughed and opened it. Inside was a sleek, finely crafted bracelet, an artifact made specifically for him. Arthur thanked him genuinely. Gideon waved it off, saying it was nothing compared to Arthur's contributions to the steam engine. But then his curiosity surfaced. He asked why Arthur needed a bracelet capable of concealing not one, but 2 elemental affinities. Half-joking, Gideon asked if Arthur was secretly a quadra-elemental mage. Arthur answered casually. He was. Gideon froze. The realization hit him instantly. If Arthur wanted to hide half of his affinities, it meant he was deliberately concealing a vast portion of his strength. And the fact that he'd revealed this truth meant something else entirely. Trust. Gideon asked why Arthur would tell him something so dangerous. Arthur only grinned and winked, joking that the more Gideon knew about how special he was, the more free artifacts he could squeeze out of him. Gideon groaned, thoroughly exasperated, demanding proof one day. Arthur promised he'd show him eventually. Then, smoothly changing the subject, Arthur praised the pace of the ship's construction. He was genuinely impressed by how quickly the project had advanced. Gideon confirmed it with pride. In just a few days, while Arthur departed for his first day at Xyrus Academy, the massive steam-powered vessel, the Decothelis, would finally set sail. Arthur stepped out of Gideon's workshop with his thoughts spiraling. Calling the old artificer a genius almost felt like an understatement. In just a few short months, Gideon had gone from sketches on parchment to the early construction of a fully functional steam-powered ship. Not just a prototype, an entire vessel. The scale of it bordered on absurd. But Arthur knew better than to admire it as a marvel alone. That ship wasn't being built for prestige or progress. It was insurance. If the continent they were preparing to explore turned hostile, and Arthur suspected it would, then strength alone wouldn't be enough. Technology, preparation, and hidden advantages would decide survival. Complacency wasn't an option. His fingers brushed the bracelet hidden beneath his sleeve. With his fire and water attributes now concealed, he could finally push his earth and wind magic without drawing attention. Sharpen them, deepen them, close the gap. Every edge mattered. Lost in thought, Arthur drifted through the city streets, barely registering the people around him, until he slammed into someone. "Ah, sorry," Arthur said automatically, snapping back to the present. "I wasn't paying attention." The man he'd collided with didn't accept the apology. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and reeked of arrogance, flanked by 2 women clinging to his arms. His lips curled into a sneer as if Arthur's existence offended him. Arthur sighed internally. Of course. The man puffed up, seizing the moment like it was fate itself. With a condescending tone, he announced that he was a professor from Xyrus Academy, as if that alone placed him above the rest of the city. He lectured Arthur about manners, sneered at his long hair, mocked his build, and bragged about how a real man should look. Then he demanded Arthur apologize, properly, on his knees. When the professor reached out to shove him down, his hand stopped cold. Arthur didn't move, not an inch. Calmly, Arthur let a thin edge of mana seep into his voice. Not enough to cause harm, just enough to bite. He told the man he was willing to overlook the behavior, assuming alcohol had done most of the thinking for him, but patience had limits. The professor stiffened. The power behind Arthur's words hit him late, but hard. He recoiled, yanking his hand back like he'd touched something dangerous. Panic flickered behind his eyes before pride rushed in to cover it. He barked out threats instead. "No one speaks to a professor of Xyrus Academy like that." Arthur didn't reply. He simply turned and walked away. Furious and humiliated, the man shouted after him, spitting one last warning. If Arthur truly was a student at Xyrus Academy, then he'd better stay out of sight, because next time, discipline would be far harsher. Arthur didn't even slow down. Without looking back, he flicked his wrist. Something spun through the air and landed neatly at the professor's feet. A pendant? The Xyrus Academy emblem. Both women gasped. One of them whispered the name in disbelief. The professor stared down at it, his thoughts unraveling as realization struck. He hadn't even felt Arthur remove it. Later that day, Arthur returned to Helsty Manor. The moment he stepped through the gate, 2 blurs of motion charged him. Sylvie and Eleanor. They leaped at him with unfiltered excitement, arms outstretched. Arthur sidestepped smoothly. Both missed. He walked inside like nothing had happened, calmly announcing his return and asking where his parents were. Eleanor groaned dramatically, telling him Reynolds and Alice were in the living room with Elijah, and that a package from Xyrus Academy had arrived. Arthur followed the sound of voices. Reynolds greeted him with a broad grin, holding up a box like a prize. Elijah stood beside him, barely containing his excitement. Inside were their academy uniforms. Alice handed Arthur his set personally, her smile warm and proud. As Arthur held the fabric, a quiet thought settled in. His life had worn many faces: an orphan, a king, an infant reborn, an adventurer. Each role had shaped him, hardened him, taught him something new. Now, he was about to become a student. He wondered what this next chapter would demand of him. Whatever it was, he knew the world wasn't done testing him yet. Arthur's sleep ended violently. A shout tore through the morning silence. Before he could even sit up, Elijah grabbed his foot and yanked him upward. Groaning, Arthur reacted on instinct, snatching the still sleeping Sylvie and tossing her directly at his overly energetic roommate. It worked. Sylvie woke midair and chose violence. Claws met face. Elijah screamed, flailing as he tried to peel her off, while Arthur muttered sleepily that he was awake and would be ready in 5 minutes. Later, as Arthur got dressed, Elijah sat nearby nursing fresh scratches and glaring holes into the wall. He couldn't help bringing it up again. Arthur choosing to enroll as a scholar mage still bothered him. Arthur answered calmly. He wanted knowledge, not just combat. Theory mattered. Understanding mattered. That didn't mean he'd abandoned battle entirely. He still planned to take combat courses. But fighting kids his age didn't excite him. Learning did. Elijah warned him that scholar mages weren't respected by battle mages. Arthur laughed, asking if Elijah was worried. Elijah scoffed, saying he wasn't worried about Arthur. He was worried about the poor fools who underestimated him. Arthur promised to behave. His smirk said otherwise. They headed downstairs where the family was waiting. Reynolds urged them to hurry and eat. Eleanor sulked at the table, jealous she couldn't attend the academy yet. Arthur teased her, telling her to train harder if she wanted to catch up. Meanwhile, Elijah turned to Alice, asking for help healing his face. She laughed softly, already knowing exactly who was responsible, and motioned him over with a knowing smile. Reynolds couldn't stop smiling. He stood there, staring at Arthur, like the thought still hadn't fully settled in. His son, heading off to one of the most prestigious academies on the continent. With pride swelling in his chest, he turned to Alice and said, "They must have raised him well." Alice arched a brow. She had raised him. Reynolds coughed, rubbing the back of his neck, joking that the only time he really raised the kids was when they were in trouble. Alice nodded without missing a beat, her agreement light but decisive. Just then, a maid stepped quietly into the room and announced that the carriage had arrived. It was time. Arthur turned to his family, carefully keeping his emotions in check. He rested a hand on Eleanor's head, ruffling her hair gently, and told her to behave while he was gone, and to look after their parents. Eleanor nodded, pretending she didn't care, though the faint pout betrayed her. Arthur reminded her about the pendants he'd given her. Small, discreet, powerful. She was to wear them at all times. As he turned away, Reynolds scoffed loudly, pretending to be offended. Arthur shot back a grin, tossing over his shoulder a warning not to burn the house down during training. Reynolds laughed heartily, pride shining in his eyes as he called his son a cheeky brat. Arthur climbed into the carriage. As it pulled away, he took one last look at the house he'd grown up in. Warmth settled in his chest, the image of his family lingering long after the gates faded from view. The journey to Xyrus Academy wasn't long, but the weight of what waited ahead made it feel much farther. Though the academy stood within the same city, passing through its towering front gates felt like crossing into an entirely different world. The campus stretched endlessly, massive structures rising in every direction. Elijah stopped short, staring in awe, his mouth slightly open. Arthur nudged him forward, urging him along as they followed the flow of new students. A senior shouted orders, directing everyone to form lines in front of a colossal white building ahead. The structure loomed over them, carved with glowing runes that pulsed faintly with magic. Even Arthur paused, surprised by its scale and presence. When they reached the reception desk, the woman there greeted Elijah first, easily identifying him as a battle mage candidate with earth affinity. Then she looked at Arthur's form. Her expression faltered. Earth and wind, she stammered. Scholar mages almost never possess dual affinities. Arthur calmly confirmed it, asking if there was an issue. Flustered, the receptionist quickly waved it off, insisting there was no problem at all and hurried them along. Inside the grand hall, noise exploded around them. Hundreds of voices collided. Laughter, chatter, excitement, students cramming together. Some already familiar, others meeting for the first time. Elijah carefully navigated through the rows, apologizing as he squeezed past people until he found a seat. Arthur caught whispers nearby. A few students glanced at his uniform and scoffed, dismissing him as just another weak scholar mage. Arthur stopped beside them. "Excuse me," he said calmly. The glare he gave was sharp enough to cut steel. The whispers died instantly. The students shifted aside without a word, suddenly finding the floor very interesting. Arthur took his seat and surveyed the hall. The place buzzed with youthful chaos, loud, restless, alive. He'd forgotten just how overwhelming this age group could be. Then his gaze drifted to the stage. A lone podium stood at its center. Without warning, a blur appeared. The air shimmered, and Director Goodsky stood behind the podium. Arthur stiffened. Her calm, piercing eyes locked directly onto him. A chill ran down his spine. Slowly, Cynthia raised her hand. Her gaze never wavered. She snapped her fingers. Silence, complete and absolute. Mouths still moved. Laughter and whispers continued, but no sound existed. The noise had been ripped from the room entirely. Students stared at one another in shock, realizing they couldn't even hear their own voices. Arthur felt genuine awe. He knew she specialized in sound magic, but this level of control was terrifying. Cynthia's voice echoed directly into their minds. She apologized lightly, explaining she disliked shouting at her age, then welcomed them, the future scholars, warriors, and leaders of the continent, to Xyrus Academy. She admitted she'd almost delivered a long, boring speech. Almost. But this year was different. For the first time since the Academy's founding, more elves and dwarves were enrolled than ever before. The room erupted in applause, some enthusiastic, others stunned by the announcement. Cynthia smiled faintly and continued, saying that instead of speaking at length herself, it was better to let those who represented the students take the stage. She introduced the student council. One by one, they emerged. Elijah lit up when he spotted Lilia, cheering loudly and pointing her out. Behind her walked a tall figure with long, parted bangs. Then the final member appeared. Arthur's eyes widened. Tessia Aerolith. She moved with effortless grace, confidence radiating from every step. Nothing like the girl he remembered. At just 13, she carried herself with a presence far beyond her age. Even Sylvie seemed to brighten at the sight of her. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. Princess of Elenoir, Good Sky's disciple. A full year of private training. Praise, awe, and envy tangled together as eyes followed her every movement. Boys whispered about what it would take just to catch her attention. Tessia stepped forward. "My name is Tessia Aerolith," she said clearly, president of the student council. She congratulated the new students on their acceptance into the finest magical institution on the continent. Though she was technically a first year like them, she spoke with authority born from experience, having spent the past year observing the academy closely, especially the discrimination faced by scholar mages. Tessia didn't hesitate. She pointed out how something as trivial as a uniform had already sparked tension among them. If cloth and color alone could divide students, what would happen when race, bloodline, and history entered the picture? Her gaze swept across the hall. She urged them to abandon the mindset inherited from older generations, the same mindset that had carved hatred between humans, elves, and dwarves for centuries. Just as the royal families had cast aside pride to form the council, she called on the students to do the same. They were the future, and if history was ever going to change, it would be because they chose to change it. For a brief moment, the hall remained silent. Then it exploded. Applause thundered through the room. Cheers rang out. Whistles echoed from every corner. Even students who'd been skeptical moments ago were swept up in the momentum. Sylvie squealed loudly, bouncing in Arthur's arms as if she'd just seen the most amazing thing in the world, convinced she'd spotted her mother somewhere in the crowd. Arthur gave up trying to stop her. With a tired sigh, he pulled her closer and wrapped his arms around her. Resistance was pointless when it came to Sylvie's enthusiasm. Beside him, however, Elijah had gone completely silent. Arthur glanced over and immediately understood why. Elijah was frozen, staring ahead like his soul had just been stolen. His eyes were wide, his breathing shallow, awe written all over his face. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Here we go again. I'm in love," Elijah whispered dreamily. Arthur sighed deeply. He reminded Elijah that this was, by his count, the 5th confession Elijah had made since leaving the carriage. Elijah snapped out of his trance long enough to protest loudly, insisting this time was different. Arthur wasn't convinced. Casually, he mentioned that the girl Elijah was staring at had changed quite a bit since they last met. Elijah spun toward him instantly. "What do you mean last met? How do you even know her?" The frustration spilled out fast. Elijah grumbled about Arthur somehow knowing royalty, academy elites, and now student council members, Princess Kathleen, Prince Curtis, and complained that Arthur clearly belonged to some secret circle he'd never been invited to. Arthur shoved him aside and told him to stop being weird. Then he kept walking. After the lengthy ceremony finally ended, the students were dismissed to their assigned dorms. Elijah groaned about how boring it had been, despite all the important speeches, still half dazed as they crossed the massive campus grounds. A group of girls passed by, stealing shy glances in their direction and giggling behind their hands. Elijah noticed immediately. Arthur didn't. Elijah couldn't understand it. The attention, the looks. Arthur ignored it all like it meant nothing. To Elijah, it felt like a tragic waste of perfectly good charm. Then, boom, a sharp explosion echoed across the campus. Without hesitation, Arthur and Elijah broke into a run. But as they closed in, Arthur slowed. He already knew what this was. Not an emergency. A duel. Two students stood at the center of a growing crowd, tension crackling thick in the air. A tall human boy sneered openly at a dwarf student, mocking his abilities and questioning his worth as an augmenter. "Stick to forging weapons," the human scoffed. "Leave real combat to those who matter." The insult landed hard. The dwarf snapped back instantly, fury blazing in his eyes. The human introduced himself with exaggerated arrogance. "Nicholas Dryle." The dwarf didn't hesitate. "Bronzen Boar." A challenge was issued. Accepted. Both raised their hands to the badges on their uniforms. The artifacts flared to life, one glowing blue, the other red, until the lights synced with a sharp ping. Duel confirmed. Arthur watched closely. These weren't ceremonial trinkets. blankets. The badges activated protective barriers, sealing the duel space and shielding both fighters and spectators. A clean, efficient system, one that encouraged real combat without unnecessary casualties. Nicholas summoned twin dueling swords from his dimensional ring, his stance relaxed, confident, borderline arrogant. Bronson answered by pulling a massive battle axe from his own ring, planting his feet firmly into the ground. The duel began. Elijah shouted encouragement toward the dwarf, earning irritated looks from nearby students. Arthur ignored them, his focus locked on the fighter's mana flow. Nicholas was a red core mage, but his control over earth mana was refined, trained, precise. Bronson, by contrast, was still black core. The odds weren't in his favor, but Bronson didn't hesitate. With a roar, he launched himself forward, kicking off a nearby tree to gain momentum. His axe glowed as earth mana surged through it, intent on ending the fight in one crushing blow. Nicholas met him head-on. His sword scraped violently against the ground as he charged, stone and dirt tearing free. As he swung, twin blades of condensed earth rose along the arc of his weapons. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Conjuring earth like that, as an augmenter at red core, was no small feat. Bronson bellowed and smashed through the incoming attack. Yellow light engulfed his body as his axe shattered the earth blades, fragments scattering like shattered glass across the barrier. He pressed forward. Gripping the axe head with one hand, he forced another surge of mana through it and brought it crashing down. Tremor smash. The ground shuddered. The impact blasted Nicholas backward several steps, but Nicholas recovered instantly. That smug grin never left his face. He rushed back in, blades dragging once more, another wave of earth rising to follow his strike. Bronson blocked. Too slow. One earthen edge slipped past his guard, slicing the side of his head. Snarling, Bronson spat an insult, accusing Nicholas of fighting like a coward, hiding behind tricks instead of strength. The crowd leaned in. This duel was far from over. Nicholas didn't bother arguing. He answered with violence. His foot slammed into the ground, and in an instant a narrow pillar of stone erupted upward beneath Bronson. The spike struck the dwarf square in the stomach, launching him into the air with a choked gasp before gravity ripped him back down. Crash. Bronson hit the ground hard. The glowing shield around his badge flickered once, and shattered. The duel was over, but Nicholas wasn't done. Slow, deliberate steps carried him forward. His expression wasn't triumph. It was disgust. He stopped beside Bronson's fallen body and clicked his tongue, looking down like he was staring at something beneath him. He mocked the dwarf's size, his pride, his worth, each word sharpened with cruelty. Elijah felt it instantly. Something was wrong. The barrier was gone. The duel had ended. Yet Nicholas lifted his boot, not to walk away, to stomp. The intent was clear. Break an arm, make an example, remind everyone who owned power here. A spark ignited in Elijah's chest. He imagined himself rushing forward, stopping the strike, earning cheers, becoming the hero of the moment. Then Arthur stepped past him, not with dramatic flair, not with righteous fury, just one calm step forward. His voice rang out deliberately loud, carrying across half the courtyard. "Hey, isn't that the student council president coming this way?" The effect was instant. Nicholas froze. His head snapped around in panic, eyes darting wildly as he searched the crowd. His swords vanished into his dimensional ring in a heartbeat. His posture straightened. Arthur shrugged casually. "Never mind, my mistake." Elijah groaned under his breath. There went his heroic fantasy. Arthur turned to leave, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. Nicholas wasn't finished. He glared, humiliation burning behind his eyes. His voice dropped into a quiet threat, warning Arthur not to interfere again. Arthur didn't flinch. "The duel ended," he replied calmly. "Attacking afterward isn't just dishonorable, it's against Academy rules." Nicholas didn't care. "I'll remember this." He spat at Arthur's feet, and then, PTHK. A wet splatter hit the back of Nicholas's neck. The courtyard went still. Nicholas slowly turned around, his face twisted in pure rage. A vein bulged violently across his forehead. Sylvie blinked innocently, her timing flawless. Arthur lifted his hands with theatrical innocence. "Wasn't me." Nicholas didn't believe him. His hand plunged back into his dimensional ring. Twin swords flashed into existence again. Then, a voice cut through the tension like lightning splitting the sky. "Nicholas Dryle." The name alone stopped him cold. The crowd parted as the student council approached. At the front walked Tessia Earlith. Her presence alone shifted the atmosphere, freezing the moment into silence. Moments earlier, Tessia had been walking through the campus with the council, her mind drifting far from duty. She hadn't seen Arthur during the ceremony. Had he skipped it? Should she greet him warmly when they met, or act distant? What if he found her first? Her thoughts spiraled until... Tessia. Clive called her name, twice. She blinked and snapped back to reality. "You all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," she replied quickly, brushing it off. "Duty first." Then, her eyes caught movement ahead. A crowd. Raised voices, tension. Her gaze sharpened. Back in the courtyard, Nicholas shot Arthur one final glare, muttering a warning about crossing paths again between classes. But Clive had already stepped forward, analyzing the situation. Nicholas Dryle, second year, house prail, promising talent. Then his attention shifted to Arthur, red-haired, clearly a first year, not a noble, no familiar lineage. A commoner, Clive concluded, Nicholas reached for his dimensional ring again. Before the sword could emerge, Tessia stepped forward. Her voice was quiet, cold, absolute. Nicholas. His confidence shattered instantly. Fear crept into his expression as he turned toward her. Tessia Earlith wasn't just intimidating. She was untouchable. Nicholas forced a laugh, scrambling for excuses. This is a misunderstanding. I accepted a duel. He interfered. Arthur smiled casually. Hey, he said, waving lightly toward Tessia. Before she could respond, Lilia rushed forward. Arthur, are you okay? She asked urgently. Tessia blinked, surprised, glancing between them. You know each other? Lilia nodded. Our fathers worked closely for years. We've been friends since then. Arthur added absent-mindedly. Yeah. We've been living together for a while. Silence. Lilia froze. Her face turned bright red. That came out wrong, she blurted quickly. It's not like that. Arthur shrugged. Tessia stared at them, visibly confused. Clive cleared his throat and turned his attention back to Nicholas. Explain, he demanded. Nicholas swallowed and spoke quickly. I wasn't going to hurt him. I was just trying to scare him. Even after he interfered, I never intended to follow through. Clive looked ready to settle the matter with a warning, but Tessia's voice sliced through the air. Drawing a weapon outside a sanctioned duel, she said coldly, is a serious offense. The crowd held its breath. Nicholas felt the weight of those words crash down on him. And suddenly, this was no longer a simple dispute. This was judgment. Tessia didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her words landed with absolute clarity. If anyone dared to raise a weapon near her, or any other student like that again, suspension would be immediate. Then her gaze locked onto Nicholas. Cold, unmoving, merciless. She asked him one last time if he still dared. That was all it took. Whatever arrogance Nicholas had been clinging to evaporated on the spot. The color drained from his face. His jaw tightened, then loosened as fear replaced fury. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered his head. He bowed toward Arthur, muttering an apology through clenched teeth, admitting, barely, that he had acted recklessly. Arthur didn't acknowledge him, didn't glare, didn't lecture. He just let out a low, unimpressed whistle and turned his back. And just like that, Nicholas Dryle stopped mattering. The tension hanging over the courtyard began to thin. But before it could fully fade, Tessia spun sharply toward Arthur. Her frustration finally surfaced, her voice tight as she questioned him. A fight on the first day of school, in front of half the academy. Inside, her thoughts raced. Her grandfather's warning echoed in her mind. Arthur wanted to stay out of the spotlight, and yet here he was, overpowering a senior, shaking the vice president, drawing eyes from every corner of the campus. If this continued, attention would swarm him whether he wanted it or not. That terrified her. Arthur didn't back down. His own irritation flared, sharper than expected. He reminded her calmly, but firmly, that she had only seen the final moments. Nicholas hadn't been posturing. He'd been seconds away from seriously injuring another student. Arthur hadn't escalated the situation. He'd stopped it. Without him, it could have ended far worse. Elijah stepped in awkwardly, trying to smooth things over, suggesting that everyone had acted in the heat of the moment. But it was too late. Arthur's tone had already cooled into something distant and biting. As he turned away, his apology slipped out. Flat, sarcastic, carrying more frost than words ever should. The courtyard went silent. Even Tessia froze. Before Arthur could leave, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Clive. The instant it happened, Tessia's eyes widened in alarm. Stop, she snapped. But Clive didn't listen. He believed Arthur needed to be reminded of his place. That was his mistake. Arthur didn't turn around immediately. When he did, his expression was quiet. Too quiet. Frustration simmered just beneath the surface. Without a word, he released a controlled wave of pressure, not an attack, a warning. Clive was sent stumbling backward, his feet losing contact with the ground as he crashed hard onto the courtyard stone. His mana shield flared instinctively, barely absorbing the impact. Lilia rushed to his side in panic, checking if he was hurt. Arthur didn't look back. He simply walked away, and the silence he left behind weighed heavier than any shout ever could. Later that day, Tessia paced her dorm room like a caged storm. Her thoughts were a tangled mess of guilt, frustration, and regret. She'd only wanted to protect Arthur, to stop him from doing something that could get him punished, or worse. But the more she replayed the moment, the more uneasy she felt. Arthur hadn't even drawn a weapon, and unlike most students, Arthur himself was a weapon. That realization gnawed at her. Then there was that comment, living with Lilia. Her chest tightened. How did that even happen? Did Arthur just casually end up living with girls now? The idea made no sense, and yet it bothered her far more than she wanted to admit. Everything felt out of control. With a groan, she buried her face into her pillow, muffling an irritated scream. She blamed Director Goodsky entirely. If she hadn't been made student council president, she could have greeted Arthur the way she actually wanted to, with warmth, excitement, relief. Instead, their reunion had turned into this mess. A knock came at the door. Clive. He stepped inside carefully, concern written across his face. He mentioned how exhausted she'd looked earlier, asking if she was all right. Tessia snapped back that she was fine. After all, she wasn't the one thrown onto the ground. Clive hesitated, then brought Arthur up again, clearly still rattled. He couldn't understand how a first year dared to speak to her like that. He even suggested reporting the incident to the director. That was the last straw. Tessia cut him off immediately, her patience gone. She told him to drop it completely. When his footsteps finally faded down the hall, she collapsed onto her bed, staring at the ceiling. Everything had gone wrong, and just to make things worse, Arthur had grown up, effortlessly handsome. Kind of handsome that attracted attention whether he wanted it or not. The realization made her groan as she buried her face into the pillow again, letting out another muffled scream. This was not the reunion she had imagined, not even close. Arthur and Elijah eventually reached their dorm building after what felt like an endless walk. Xyrus Academy was massive, less a school and more a city, filled with towering structures, courtyards, and winding stone paths that made orientation feel like exploration. Elijah, still buzzing with energy, couldn't stop marveling at it all. Arthur barely responded. His thoughts lingered on Tessia, on Clive, on the tension he hadn't meant to create. Elijah noticed and nudged him, teasing him about casually tossing the student vice president aside like it was nothing. Arthur muttered that it wasn't that simple. Normally, things like this wouldn't bother him. But Tessia's reaction had cut deeper than he expected. She wasn't wrong, but coming from her, it stung. Maybe that was the problem. A knock interrupted their thoughts. Arthur opened the door. Director Cynthia Goodsky stood there. Elijah nearly jumped out of his skin. He bowed so deeply it looked painful. Cynthia greeted him warmly, even mentioning Vincent by name, which left Elijah glowing with pride. Arthur invited her in, and Elijah quickly excused himself, insisting on fetching drinks. Once seated, Cynthia smiled softly and reminded Arthur yet again to call her by her first name. Arthur, as always, refused without hesitation. And just like that, the real conversation was about to begin. Their back and forth carried a familiar ease, the kind born from mutual respect rather than formality. But Cynthia's smile slowly faded as her eyes lingered on Arthur. Something was off. Not just with Sylvie, with him. Her mana perception swept over him again, precise and unforgiving. Wind, earth, and nothing else. That absence spoke louder than any excess. Arthur noticed immediately. Without a word, he raised his hand and revealed the artifact Gideon had crafted. A compact seal humming faintly with suppression magic. It masked the rest. Fire, water, buried beneath layers of concealment. Cynthia exhaled softly. Disappointment flickered across her face, quickly tempered by understanding. She had hoped, selfishly, to parade a quadra-elemental prodigy under her academy's banner. But Arthur's reasons were written clearly in his eyes. He didn't dodge the truth. During his time as an adventurer, he had made an enemy. Not a rival, not a nuisance, a threat. For now, revealing everything he possessed would be reckless. Drawing attention was dangerous. Staying hidden was survival. Cynthia absorbed his words in silence. Then, with a dry smile, she remarked that referring to Lucas Wykes as merely troublesome was an understatement bordering on arrogance. If that was the kind of enemy Arthur brushed off so lightly, she couldn't help but wonder what monsters awaited him in the future. Arthur chuckled. The sound felt strangely out of place, light, almost boyish. Not many people spoke like that to someone who still looked 12. Cynthia laughed as well, waving it off, apologizing for sounding like a harbinger of doom. Arthur took the opening. There was something else he wanted, something specific. He asked about enrolling in advanced mana theory classes. Far above his year, not combat, theory, deviant-focused coursework. It wasn't about flexing. He'd still attend his regular classes. But deviant mana manipulation had become a wall he couldn't climb alone. Unlike elemental magic, deviation was alien, something his previous world had never even conceptualized. That made it dangerous and irresistible. Cynthia listened with an amused glint in her eyes. She'd expected nothing less. She agreed instantly. Arthur frowned. Too fast. Suspicion crept in before he could hide it. That was when the door slammed open. Elijah burst in like a storm, pointing dramatically at Arthur and shouting about disrespect, audacity, and how one does not interrogate the academy director like a suspicious merchant. Cynthia waved him down and calmly admitted she did have an ulterior motive. Elijah froze mid-rant. Silence followed. Then she explained. The student council existed to represent order, prestige, tradition. But this year she wanted something sharper, a blade. Thus the disciplinary committee, a group built not just to uphold rules, but to enforce them. And she wanted Arthur in it. Arthur blinked. Once, twice. A first year, not even an official battle mage. Cynthia shrugged. Her academy, her rules. Arthur immediately tried to retreat, offering to forget the advanced classes and stick to books instead. Denied, and the deviant texts were restricted, off-limits to underclassmen. Even upper years needed proof, actual deviation ability, to gain access, something Arthur conveniently couldn't demonstrate, not publicly. Elijah watched from the side, stunned. This didn't feel like a negotiation. It felt like two old acquaintances, fencing with words, each move anticipated, each counter already planned. Cynthia pressed further. The committee wasn't just authority, it was strength. Arthur would have peers who could spar with him, push him, possibly even threaten him. And then came the real bait, private access to a restricted mana-dense training facility. Arthur leaned forward. If strength was the requirement, then one question followed naturally. Cynthia answered before he could ask. Lucas Wykes would not be joining. Despite pressure from House Weeks, she had refused. She'd waited, confidently, strategically, for Arthur. That revelation landed harder than expected. Impressive. Annoying. She had already mapped this outcome. Arthur sighed and finally conceded. On one condition, the training facility had better be rich in mana. Cynthia snapped her fingers. Already was. She tossed him a folded uniform midair, clean, crisp, embroidered with the crest of the disciplinary committee. Arthur caught it, stared. She'd prepared it before he agreed. That irritated him more than it should have. Before leaving, she added one last comment. Light in tone, sharp in meaning, he should reconcile with the student council president soon. Holding grudges against a childhood friend, she teased, wasn't a good look. Then she was gone. The room fell quiet. A shadow loomed. Elijah stood there, frozen, mouth hanging open like his soul had temporarily disconnected. Tessia, Erlith, childhood, friend? His brain visibly crashed. Later, walking toward dinner, Arthur finally tried to explain. It wasn't some grand secret. It just happened. There was never a right moment to bring it up. Elijah waved it off dramatically, then countered with his own childhood friend, a clearly fictional girl named Helgarth, delivered with the gravity of a tragic romance. Arthur played along, complimenting her imaginary virtues with a deadpan expression that exposed the lie instantly. Elijah cracked. Then he started listing. Lilia, Princess Kathleen, Princess Tessia. What next? Gods. Arthur denied everything, insisting he hadn't done anything, which somehow only convinced Elijah further. If Arthur could draw attention without lifting a finger, then it had to be something beyond logic. Elijah decided it wasn't talent. It was sorcery, or pheromones, preferably pheromones. Clinging to Arthur dramatically, he declared that if Arthur had some mysterious charm ability, then as his best friend, he deserved a share of it. That, Arthur decided, was exactly why they worked so well together. They were both unhinged, just in different ways. Sylvie ended the nonsense by leaping up and smacking Elijah square on the head before yanking him away by the collar. Order restored. The moment they stepped into the dining hall, the atmosphere shifted. The noise dipped. Conversations stalled. Forks paused midair. Dozens of eyes snapped toward them at once, whispers rippling across the room like spreading mana. Elijah leaned in, lowering his voice. Arthur's name was already circulating. First day, and the rumors were moving fast. He advised Arthur not to let it get to his head. Arthur smirked. So this is fame, he muttered, amused. Elijah sighed. Absolute weirdo. They claimed a table in the far corner, deliberately ignoring the stairs. Food in hand, they finally found a brief moment of peace. It lasted approximately 30 seconds. A group of battle mages swaggered over, boots heavy, posture loud. Their leader stepped forward with the confidence of someone who had never been told no in his life. He introduced himself at full volume as Charles Ravenpour II, heir to a prestigious noble family, clearly expecting awe, maybe applause. Elijah blinked. Raven, Poop, he asked innocently. From the Raven Poop family? Arthur lost it. Laughter burst out of him before he could stop it, sharp and loud enough to carry. Nearby students snorted. Someone choked on a drink. Charles slammed his fist onto the table, veins bulging as he demanded respect, reminding them exactly who he was, which only made the laughter worse. Fury burning in his eyes, Charles rounded on Elijah. He sneered that Elijah was wasting an opportunity to associate with someone of true standing, all for the sake of Arthur, whom he dismissed as nothing more than scholar trash. Elijah didn't hesitate. He shot back that he'd never stand beside someone who insulted his best friend. Titles didn't matter. Bloodlines didn't matter. Everyone here was a mage, and no noble name gave anyone the right to trample others. Charles scoffed. Equality, he said, was just pretty nonsense spouted by the student council. Reality worked differently, and he was about to demonstrate. Without warning, he swung at Arthur. Pain exploded up his arm as it was violently flung backward by an unseen force. Charles staggered, shock flashing across his face. He hadn't seen Arthur move. Enraged, he charged again, mana surging into his fist. Elijah stepped in front of Arthur instantly. Arthur's eyes sharpened. He could shield himself easily, but Elijah couldn't afford a hit like that. The situation crossed the line. Then the air shifted. Deviant mana flooded the room. Thick, mana-charged vines erupted from the stone floor, coiling around Charles's arms and legs, slamming him to a halt mid-step. Panic seized his face as he struggled uselessly against the bindings. They didn't budge. Arthur followed the source of the spell and spotted her near the entrance, Tessia Erlith. As Charles shouted threats and screamed about noble authority, Arthur paused. Using magic now would only invite consequences for him and Elijah. Then inspiration struck, something far more effective than violence. Arthur stepped closer. The pressure rolling off him made Charles go still. Arthur's voice was calm, cold. He spoke about noble children who puffed out their chests, shouting family names louder than their own accomplishments. About how actions like this didn't honor bloodlines. They humiliated them. Charles snarled back, insisting that crushing trash was a noble duty. Arthur raised his hand slightly, mana flickering just enough to make Charles smirk in false confidence. Arthur didn't strike, and instead, he yanked Charles's pants down. The silence was instant. Then chaos. Gasps tore through the hall, followed by explosive laughter. Tables shook as students doubled over, pointing, mocking, howling. Charles's face went scarlet as he screamed for them to stop looking, thrashing helplessly against the vines. Arthur turned and walked away like nothing had happened. Elijah stared after him, shoulders shaking as he tried, and failed, to stop laughing. Outside, cool autumn air washed over Arthur as he stepped away from the building. His breath fogged slightly. Tessia stood nearby, calm, silent. Arthur nodded to her in thanks. She hadn't needed to intervene, but she had anyway. More importantly, she'd protected Elijah from punishment. They stood there, the silence heavy but not uncomfortable. Then somehow both moved at the same time. They bowed and smashed their foreheads together. Arthur hissed, clutching his chin as he laughed through the pain. Tessia groaned, holding her head and stubbornly refusing to look up, muttering that it only hurt so much because it really hurt. Just like that, the tension shattered. Arthur hesitated for a moment before asking softly if she was crying. Tessia didn't answer. Instead, she leaned into him, her forehead resting against his shoulder. Her breathing was uneven, shallow, betraying everything she was trying to keep hidden. In the quiet, she finally let the words slip, words she'd been holding on to for far too long. She thought he hated her. Arthur felt something tighten in his chest. He told her the truth, plainly and without hesitation. Even if he got angry, even if they argued, even if they clashed head-on, he would never hate her. Never. Her voice grew quieter, fragile in a way that made the admission feel heavier than any confession. She didn't want him angry with her. Not now. Not ever. Arthur exhaled slowly and accepted it. This time he admitted the fault was his. He knew she'd been trying to protect him, and lashing out the way he did, especially toward her, was wrong. But Tessia shook her head. She wasn't blameless either. She confessed that she'd let the weight of her title speak before her heart, calling him out publicly, acting as the president before acting as his friend. She was still learning where that line was. Responsibility didn't come with a manual, and she was stumbling through it in real time. Before either of them could say more, hurried footsteps echoed toward them. Elijah burst in mid-sentence, already launching into an animated retelling of what happened after Charles, Ravenpoop, had finally escaped the vines. Then he saw them. Tessia leaning against Arthur, Arthur's arm around her. Elijah froze like he'd walked into a forbidden cutscene. His jaw dropped, his brain shut down. With a strangled chuckle and a mumbled excuse, he turned on his heel and vanished at record speed, throwing Arthur a look that screamed, "I will remember this." Sylvie hopped onto Tessia's lap immediately, squeaking with delight, and licking her cheeks like she'd just reunited with family. Arthur laughed quietly at the sight, before standing and offering Tessia his hand. "Want to take a walk?" he asked. Under the moonlight, they wandered the academy grounds together. The air was cool, calm, brushing against them as the noise of the day finally faded. Tessia spoke first, still overwhelmed. She couldn't believe everything Arthur had gone through while adventuring, her voice filled with awe and just a hint of envy. Arthur admitted he'd been surprised to learn how close Director Goodsky was to her grandfather. Suddenly, her knowing so much about him made sense. Tessia smiled and said that connection was part of why she'd become Cynthia's disciple. Arthur shook his head. That might have opened the door, but her talent was what kept her there. Tessia didn't reply. Instead, her thoughts spiraled. Walking beside him, she noticed everything. The way he moved, the quiet strength in every step, the calm confidence he carried like armor. He wasn't just taller or stronger. He was sharper, more centered, more distant. And his face, she had to look away. Memories surfaced, uninvited, warm and painful, all at once. Jealousy crept in before she could stop it. Jealousy of Jasmine, of the girl who'd stood beside him during the last 2 years. She wished, selfishly, that she'd been the one walking the world with him. Arthur noticed her silence. "Something wrong?" he asked. Tessia laughed too quickly and waved it off. "Nothing. Everything was fine." Moments later, they realized they'd already returned to the dorms. The walk had slipped by unnoticed. As Tessia turned to leave, Arthur stopped her. He reached into his coat and pulled out something glowing faintly with mana, the beast core of the Elderwood Guardian. Without ceremony, he held it out to her. A gift for becoming a dual elemental mage. Tessia froze. She tried to refuse. Something like this was too rare, too valuable, too much. Arthur shook his head. To him it was perfect. It suited her. It belonged with her. Before she could argue again, he smiled and told her to rest. Tomorrow would be busy. Then he turned and walked away. Tessia stood there long after, clutching the core tightly. Her chest felt warm, emotions tangled beyond words. He'd given her something priceless, as if it were nothing. But to her, it meant everything. Arthur opened the dorm door quietly, careful not to wake Elijah. Instead, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Elijah was sitting straight up in bed, wrapped in a blanket like a cursed cocoon, bloodshot eyes locked directly onto him. Arthur recoiled. "What the hell?" Elijah pointed at the floor in front of him and demanded Arthur sit. Now. Arthur obeyed, already regretting it. With theatrical despair, Elijah described the moment when the lunar goddess Tessia had leaned against Arthur's shoulder. Arthur blinked. "The what?" Elijah explained dramatically. At Xyrus Academy, Tessia was the moon. Beautiful, untouchable, distant, and somehow, Arthur had touched the moon. He'd snuggled the moon. A pillow hit Elijah square in the face. Arthur told him to sleep. Elijah sighed, collapsed back onto the bed, and surrendered. Morning came fast, and Arthur was already dressed, fastening the strap of the knife that marked his place in the disciplinary committee. Entering the auditorium through the rear entrance, he straightened his vest and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, a thunderous roar slammed into him. His hair whipped back from the force. Sylvie clung desperately to his head. Before him stood a massive beast, 6 feet tall, on all fours. To anyone else, it would have been terrifying. To Arthur, it looked like an overgrown kitten trying far too hard. A student peeked out from the side, disappointed. A test. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked if this was supposed to scare him. The student introduced himself calmly. Kai Kressless, 4th year. And clearly this was only the beginning. Arthur studied Kai carefully as the older student spoke. Kai's tone was casual, but the words underneath carried weight. He wondered aloud whether Arthur's placement on the disciplinary committee was truly earned through ability, or whether it was the result of something deeper, something inherited. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, murmuring that blood had a way of revealing the truth eventually. Arthur blinked, momentarily thrown off by the comment. Before the thought could settle, Kai straightened and waved it away with a shrug, calling it nothing more than an old saying. With an easy smile, he extended his hand. Arthur accepted it, introducing himself properly and gesturing toward Sylvie as his bonded companion. Kai's eyes flicked to her, lingering a second longer than politeness required. His expression shifted with curiosity. Inside, Kai wondered what kind of beast Arthur could possibly be bonded with. Whatever it was, it had been enough to make Grotter, the massive mana beast they had used as a test, act unusually restrained. That alone spoke volumes. Their exchange was cut short by a loud, abrasive voice echoing through the hall. The speaker scoffed at the state of the disciplinary committee, mocking the lack of real men and sneering that the newest addition looked more like a fragile pretty boy than someone meant to enforce order. Arthur turned toward the sound and nearly spoke a name on instinct. Helgarth? The reaction was immediate. A broad-shouldered, muscular girl whipped her head toward him, eyes blazing. She demanded to know who that was supposed to be. Then, jabbing a thumb at her chest, she introduced herself loudly as Doradrea Origuard, a first-year student, just like him. Arthur let out a short laugh, realizing his mistake, and quickly tried to smooth things over. He reached out, offering a handshake and introducing himself as Arthur Leywin. Doradrea slapped his hand away without hesitation and snapped at him for being too stiff and formal. Before Arthur could respond or fully process her overwhelming presence, Kai stepped in, calling them both over. Apparently, Director Goodsky hadn't bothered to explain much to the committee. No name, no background, no expectations. As a result, curiosity was running wild. Doradrea didn't wait. She marched ahead and shouted into the room that the final member had arrived. Arthur followed her into a vast chamber clearly designed for formal gatherings. 5 students were already waiting inside. One face stood out immediately. Curtis Glader lit up the moment he saw Arthur and called out his name with unmistakable excitement. Arthur returned the greeting easily. Coincidences like this no longer surprised him. Curtis laughed and explained how Kai had used his bond, Grotter, in an attempt to intimidate Arthur, only for it to completely backfire. Arthur raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the massive mana beast belonged to Curtis. He asked if it was the same world line Curtis had bought at the auction years ago. Curtis nodded proudly. After it reached A class, they'd formed an equal contract. Arthur congratulated him sincerely, shaking his hand. Curtis returned the gesture and officially welcomed Arthur to the disciplinary committee. Doradrea stared between them, stunned, and asked if they already knew each other. Curtis chuckled. Not just me. A calm, familiar voice drifted down from the staircase. Arthur looked up to see Princess Kathleen Glader descending gracefully. She greeted him politely, and Arthur responded with proper respect, addressing her by title. Before the moment could settle, another voice chimed in, playful, edged with sarcasm. A tall, blonde elf stepped forward, older than Arthur, but carrying an irritatingly familiar energy. Arthur squinted, then recognition struck. Fei. The elf flushed instantly. He snapped back, correcting Arthur sharply. His name was Ferith Ivsar III, and Arthur was reminded, quite firmly, to show some respect. Even if they were both first years, Ferith was still older. Arthur smiled innocently and reminded him of the time he'd knocked Ferith unconscious with a single punch. Ferith bristled, accusing Arthur of doing it on purpose. Before things could escalate, another presence stepped forward. She moved with quiet confidence, her scarlet hair brushing just beneath her chin. Her posture alone radiated authority. She introduced herself as Claire Bladeheart, a 6th-year battle mage, and the official leader of the disciplinary committee. Arthur's attention sharpened at the name, Bladeheart. He asked if she was related to Caspian Bladeheart. Claire confirmed it calmly. Caspian was her uncle, and he'd begun training her the moment she awakened. Much of her fighting style came directly from him. Arthur nodded, genuinely impressed, even if he kept his reaction understated. Then the atmosphere shifted. A cold, sharp voice cut in. A tall, lean student with piercing eyes stepped forward and introduced himself as Theodore Maxwell. Without hesitation, Theodore questioned the committee's standards, implying that Arthur's presence cheapened them. Then he extended his hand. Arthur accepted. The moment their hands clasped, the pressure hit. Arthur's weight multiplied in an instant, as if the world itself had dropped onto his shoulders. The stone beneath his feet cracked under the sudden force. Arthur immediately recognized it. Gravity manipulation. A deviant. His muscles screamed as he reinforced himself with mana. Thanks to the assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will, his body held firm. He didn't bend. He didn't stagger. He met Theodore's gaze head on. That was enough. The pressure vanished. Theodore released his grip and muttered that Arthur wasn't bad before turning away. A low whistle broke the silence. Kai laughed, clearly entertained, and remarked that Arthur had more going for him than just looks. He even teased that when Theodore had tried the same trick on Ferrith, the elf had ended up flat on his face. Ferrith flushed and argued that comparing augmenters and conjurers wasn't fair, though the sting to his pride was obvious. Before things devolved further, Claire clapped her hands sharply, reclaiming control of the room. She told everyone to focus. Today was the Club Rush announcement, the first time the disciplinary committee would present itself to the entire academy. This was their debut. Arthur blinked and asked what he needed to prepare. Curtis smiled casually. "Nothing," he said. "Just show up." The student council would handle the talking. All the disciplinary committee had to do was walk in, stand tall, and radiate authority. Arthur couldn't help the faint smirk that tugged at his lips. With a massive A-class mana beast like Grotter looming beside them, imposing would be an understatement. One look at that thing, and half the academy would reconsider their life choices. Claire nodded in agreement and clapped her hands, snapping the group into motion. This wasn't just a formality. This was a statement. Today they would show the entire academy what the disciplinary committee represented and what awaited anyone reckless enough to break Xyrus Academy's rules. By the time the club rush reached its peak, the auditorium was packed, buzzing with noise and excitement. Then the announcement echoed through the hall, amplified and impossible to ignore. The student council formally declared the creation of a new committee, one personally selected by the director herself, a group entrusted with enforcing discipline, settling disputes, and preserving order across the academy. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Spotlights flared, and then, with every eye drawn forward, the introduction came. The disciplinary committee had arrived. The moment Arthur stepped into his next classroom, whispers followed him like trailing shadows. They spread fast. Comments about his appearance, his status, the sleek black uniform that marked him as something different. A few students whispered about Sylvie, cooing over how absurdly cute she was. Others wondered how a first year, someone so young, had earned a place among the academy's elite enforcers. And some didn't care about titles or politics at all. They just decided Arthur was their type. Arthur ignored it all and slipped into a seat near the back, Elijah dropping into the chair beside him with a grin that said he was enjoying every second of this. Elijah leaned closer and joked about Arthur's sudden popularity, gesturing subtly at the rare black uniform that might as well have been a walking announcement. Arthur scratched his cheek, clearly still adjusting. He admitted he hadn't expected this kind of attention, especially not just for joining a committee. Before he could finish the thought, the classroom doors slammed open. A tall man strode in with measured confidence, his presence alone cutting through the noise. He reached the podium and dropped a thick folder onto it with a sharp thud. The sound snapped the room into silence. Professor Evius. Arthur instinctively tried to read the man's mana, and found nothing. No fluctuations, no leakage, nothing at all. That alone told him enough. This was a conjurer with terrifying control. Evius surveyed the room calmly and introduced himself as the instructor for Fundamentals of Mana Theory. He acknowledged the divided attention with a faint smile, promising them that boredom wouldn't be an issue. There would be assignments, plenty of them, and they'd begin with something important. He launched straight into the differences between augmenters and conjurers, grounding his explanation in history rather than opinion. He spoke of mana veins and channels, explaining how conjurers naturally absorbed ambient mana more efficiently, allowing them to progress faster through core stages. Augmenters, on the other hand, excelled at circulating mana through their bodies, enhancing physical capability. Then came the part that shifted the room. Evius explained that as mages reached higher core stages, the gap between the two paths narrowed. With proper training, especially physical refinement, an augmenter could eventually surpass a conjurer at the same level. Starting advantages didn't decide everything. What mattered was how a mage used them. The class stirred. Several conjurers raised objections, citing recorded duels and theoretical matchups. Arthur stayed silent, watching closely. Evius didn't shut them down. He encouraged debate, letting opinions clash while firmly reinforcing his point. By the time the massive tower bell rang, the atmosphere had changed. The students didn't leave with certainty, but they left thinking, questioning. Arthur could see it in their eyes. As they packed up, Elijah reminded Arthur they'd meet again at lunch before heading off. The two split ways, each swallowed by the flow of students. Arthur moved through the crowded halls toward his next class, acutely aware of the glances tracking him. Some recognized his face. Others noticed the black uniform. Whispers passed quietly as he walked with steady purpose toward practical mana manipulation. Inside, he took a seat and waited as students filtered in. Soon, a familiar presence stopped beside him. Kathleen, dressed in the same black uniform, asked softly if she could sit with him. Arthur shifted his bag aside without a word, giving her space. Then the piece shattered. A loud, dramatic voice echoed through the room as Faireth burst in, announcing himself like he was stepping onto a stage. He loudly declared Arthur his rival, greeted Kathleen with exaggerated flair, and promptly dropped into the seat right beside Arthur. Arthur raised an eyebrow internally. Faireth had never exactly been subtle about his dislike. Sitting this close felt suspicious. Before Arthur could dwell on it, the instructor entered. Arthur froze for half a second. It was Geist, the same drunk he'd encountered on the streets days earlier. This time, Geist wore light armor instead of rags, his grin wide and energetic as he clapped his hands together. He introduced the class enthusiastically, declaring that this would be a fully practical course. No boring theory, just hands-on demonstrations. When Geist's eyes landed on Arthur, the grin twisted. The humiliation from their last encounter still burned beneath the surface. Arthur saw it clearly. This wasn't just a lesson, it was bait. Geist made a show of welcoming the disciplinary committee members and hinted that the class would benefit from seeing what their protectors could really do. Arthur recognized the setup instantly. Unfortunately, someone else didn't hesitate. Faireth stood up, confidence radiating from him, and volunteered on the spot. He announced proudly that he would represent the disciplinary committee and demonstrate their strength. Arthur resisted the urge to sigh. Of course he would. Geist's grin widened as he accepted the offer and motioned toward the stage. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Students leaned forward in their seats, eyes lit with anticipation, as the tension thickened in the air. This wasn't just a lesson anymore. It was entertainment. Professor Geist made sure to announce, loud enough for everyone to hear, that he was an augmenter and would be restricting himself to long-range attacks only. It was a calculated move. If he lost, he could blame the limitation. If he won, the humiliation would still fall squarely on the student. As he winked exaggeratedly at Faireth, laughter rippled through the classroom. With practiced ease, Geist began chanting a series of incantations. Mana surged outward, forming a wide, translucent barrier that enclosed the stage entirely, an arena-sized shield meant to protect the class from stray magic. Once the barrier settled, the duel officially began. Faireth didn't hesitate. He raised his wand and activated his spell almost immediately. The mana in the air responded, and in the next moment, water erupted across the stage. The floor flooded rapidly, rising until it reached his knees. The terrain itself bent to his advantage, amplifying his water element. From the churning surface, a massive stream spiraled upward, twisting and condensing into the form of a gigantic water serpent. It coiled around Faireth like a living guardian, its presence overwhelming. Arthur narrowed his eyes. This wasn't some basic offensive spell. Faireth had cast a domain-level spell, something most mages didn't even attempt until far later in their training. He hadn't held back at all, but neither had Geist. A cold, eerie blue flame flickered to life along the professor's arm. The color alone set it apart, far more dangerous than ordinary fire. Arthur recognized it immediately. Whatever else Geist was, he wasn't weak. That flame carried real killing power. The water serpent struck first. It lunged with crushing force, colliding with Geist's flames in a violent explosion of steam. The stage vanished behind a wall of mist as water and fire clashed. In the same instant, a fireball pierced through the haze, streaking straight toward Faireth. His confidence shattered. Faireth's face drained of color as he hurriedly raised another spell. A thin wall of water formed just in time, weakening the fireball, but not stopping it. By the time it hit, the flame had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. That was still enough. The fire burned straight through his uniform and knocked him off balance. Faireth stumbled backward and crashed onto the flooded floor, soaked, smoking, and utterly defeated. The steam cleared. Geist stepped forward, completely unharmed. A smug grin plastered across his face as he casually juggled two more glowing fireballs in his hands. The message was clear. Faireth didn't argue. His shoulders sagged as he quietly conceded and trudged back to his seat, water dripping from his clothes, pride in tatters. Arthur watched everything in silence, his expression darkening. This hadn't been a lesson. It hadn't even been a fair demonstration. Geist had wanted to put a student in their place, and he'd enjoyed it. When Faireth sat down, Arthur spoke to him quietly, offering reassurance. Despite the outcome, Faireth had shown real ability and courage. That mattered. Geist, meanwhile, turned back to the class with a self-satisfied look. He claimed the result had surprised even him, blaming it on his own misjudgment. Then his gaze swept across the room, lingering deliberately on Kathleen and then Arthur. "Another volunteer?" he asked. Arthur started to rise, but Kathleen was faster. She stood calmly and stepped forward, giving the professor a respectful bow before entering the arena. Her movements were composed, her expression unreadable. Geist greeted her with exaggerated courtesy, bowing low as if the entire thing were a performance. Kathleen didn't respond. She reached into her dimension ring and drew out her staff with smooth precision. The moment Geist clapped his hands and ignited a flicker of flame, Kathleen struck. Ice javelins shot forward at blinding speed. Geist raised his burning hands, catching the icy projectiles midair. Flames met ice with a sharp hiss as the javelins melted instantly. He praised her aloud, amused, but Kathleen didn't even look at him. 5 more javelins formed, spinning rapidly around her. This time, she wasn't just attacking, she was controlling the battlefield. As the javelin surged forward again, Geist responded by summoning blue flames that floated around him like ghostly lights. Arthur's eyes sharpened. Ember wisps, the same spell Lucas had once used. Precise, lethal, and devastating when chained together. Just before the javelins reached him, Kathleen shattered them midair. Thousands of razor-sharp ice shards exploded outward, turning the attack into a deadly storm. Inside his mind, Geist acknowledged her brilliance. The strategy was flawless, but he believed it still wasn't enough. With a sharp command, he unleashed the blue flames. Streams of fire surged toward Kathleen. She didn't defend. She didn't dodge. Instead, she focused entirely on completing her spell. Arthur and Faereth both rose from their seats in shock. Kathleen finished the incantation. The ice shards spun violently, forming a massive, roaring ice vortex that trapped Geist at its center. A frozen tornado closed in around him, but the fire was already too close. Arthur didn't think. He moved. The ember wisps had been canceled, but the fire streams hadn't. They continued racing toward Kathleen at full force. Arthur gathered wind mana in a concentrated burst and sprinted toward the barrier. At the last possible moment, he thrust his hand through it and released the spell. A powerful gust slammed into Kathleen, throwing her sideways just enough for the fire to miss completely. The flames struck the barrier instead, dispersing in a harmless burst of steam. Silence followed. As the ice melted and the arena cleared, Professor Geist turned, expecting to see Kathleen. Instead, Arthur Leywin stood between him and the fading flames. Arthur's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it as he questioned the professor's control over the situation. Geist bristled, insisting everything had been handled, claiming he would have canceled the attack in time. Arthur knew better. He'd seen ember wisps before. Once released, they didn't stop. Still, Kathleen was unharmed. There was no proof, no grounds to challenge him outright. So Arthur made a decision. If Geist wanted a demonstration, Arthur would be the one to give it. He stepped forward and offered to take Kathleen's place. Geist smirked, irritation hidden behind false amusement, and accepted. Arthur turned to Kathleen, asking if she was all right. She assured him she was, adding calmly that his intervention hadn't been necessary, but she thanked him anyway. The professor gave Arthur the privilege of choosing the method of combat. His tone light, but his eyes sharp, clearly hoping to provoke him, or at least catch him unprepared. Arthur didn't take the bait. He simply told Geist to fight however he pleased. That indifference hit harder than any insult. A faint twitch crossed Geist's brow, a crack in his composed facade. He bent down and pulled his sword from where it had been embedded in the floor, flames licking faintly along the blade. Across from him, Arthur calmly drew Dawn's ballad, his movements smooth and unhurried, as if this were nothing more than routine practice. Without warning, Geist lunged. His sword came down in a brutal arc, the sheer force behind it betraying his earlier claim of restraint. Heat surged through the air, but Arthur met the strike head-on, parrying cleanly. The fire trailing from Geist's blade was instantly dispersed as Arthur redirected it with a controlled burst of wind mana. Geist pressed the attack. Again and again, his strikes came faster, heavier, more aggressive, each one meant to force a mistake. Yet Arthur never lost his rhythm. He didn't chant. He didn't cast elaborate spells. With nothing but precise swordsmanship, mana-reinforced movement, and flawless timing, he blocked, sidestepped, and countered every blow. Frustration bled into Geist's voice as he snarled insults through clenched teeth, mocking the committee for only dodging. Arthur answered calmly, almost casually. "Why would I attack?" he asked. "When the esteemed professor can't land a single hit." The words landed. Geist's forced smile vanished, replaced by a twisted glare. The air around him shifted as he began weaving spells directly into his movements. His sword strikes became erratic, unpredictable, each swing bursting with sudden flashes of blue flame. Without warning, Geist slammed his foot down and cast Flame Pillar. A column of blue inferno erupted beneath Arthur. But Arthur was already moving. He stepped aside at the exact moment, the fire roaring past him, missing by mere inches. Heat scorched the air where he had stood, but not a single flame touched him. Geist charged again, blade cutting through the air with terrifying precision. Arthur leaned back just enough to let the strike pass, his heel skidding slightly. For a split second, he lost balance, but a light tap of his palm against the floor sent mana through his body, snapping him back into perfect stance. Geist didn't relent. He leapt high, sword raised overhead, and came crashing down with enough force to split stone. Arthur slipped past the vertical strike at the last possible instant as the blade smashed into the ground. Arthur's expression tightened. Now he could feel it, the full weight behind the professor's power. Geist, on the other hand, grinned wider, exhilarated by the escalation. Around them, nervous whispers spread. Some students glanced toward the exits, wondering if they should alert the director or the student council. This had gone far beyond a simple classroom demonstration. Arthur didn't retreat. In a blink, he closed the distance. Mana surged along the edge of Dawn's ballad as Arthur delivered a precise strike aimed straight for Geist's throat. Startled, the professor jumped back, farther than necessary. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Arthur didn't pause. He exploded forward like a launched arrow. Each swing of his blade carved visible streaks through the air, sharp lines of compressed wind trailing behind him. Strike after strike, faster and more refined than the last, drove Geist backward step by step. Kathleen watched in stunned silence, realizing Arthur was forcing a seasoned professor into retreat. Even Faireth, pride still bruised, could only stare. This wasn't a difference in talent. It was a difference in level. As Geist neared the edge of the arena, the flames on his sword flickered, dimming under the relentless pressure. Arthur decided it was time to end it. With a subtle use of earth magic, he caused the ground beneath Geist's next step to crumble just slightly, barely noticeable. Geist recovered almost instantly, proof of his experience as an augmenter. But that fraction of a second was enough. Every lingering trail of wind Arthur had left behind suddenly activated. The arena erupted. Dozens of wind blades surged forward simultaneously as Arthur's form blurred into near invisibility. His speed surpassed anything the students had ever witnessed. The mana barrier surrounding the arena screamed under the strain, cracking and flickering violently before shattering with a thunderous snap. One final blade slipped through. It grazed Geist's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Overwhelmed by the sheer force and number of attacks, Geist was thrown back, tumbling out of the ring. Mana cushioned the fall, preventing serious injury, but he landed flat on his back, pale, stunned, his confidence completely gone. Arthur stepped forward and planted his sword firmly into the floor beside Geist's neck. Then he withdrew it. Looking down at the man who had tried to humiliate him in front of the entire class, Arthur spoke calmly, respectfully. He thanked the professor for his guidance. The bell rang, its echo rolling through the academy. Arthur turned and left the classroom without another word. In the hallway ahead, Kathleen was already walking away, having packed up and left immediately. Arthur quickened his pace and called out to her. But before he could reach her, a firm hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Faireth Ivsar. The proud elf nodded, clearly struggling to maintain his dignity. He admitted that Arthur's performance had been impressive, worthy of someone he now considered a true rival. Arthur returned the compliment without arrogance, acknowledging Faireth's effort and adding honestly that if Faireth had known what spell Geist planned to use, he would have prepared differently and likely done far better. Faireth laughed, confidence returning. He claimed that if the duel had truly been fair, the outcome might have been very different. Kathleen slowed and turned, her sharp gaze locked onto Arthur, as she asked what he thought her mistakes had been. Arthur hesitated, but answered honestly. She had focused entirely on completing her final spell, he said, and in doing so neglected her defense. For a moment, her silence was heavy, unreadable. Then she nodded. She accepted the criticism without argument and turned away, continuing down the hall. Faireth let out an awkward chuckle. Sensing the shift, said a quick goodbye, and disappeared in another direction, leaving Arthur standing alone, the echoes of the duel still lingering in the air. The corridors around Arthur gradually came back to life as the bell cycle shifted, students pouring out of classrooms and flooding the halls on their way to the next lesson. Voices overlapped, footsteps echoed, and the academy returned to its usual controlled chaos. Sylvie, perched calmly on his shoulder, tilted her head and studied his face. She could feel it. Something wasn't right. With a soft mental nudge, she asked why he seemed so off. Arthur gave a faint smile, the kind meant to reassure rather than explain. It wasn't anything dramatic, nothing anyone else would notice. But inside, frustration churned. He had beaten Professor Geist cleanly, and he'd done it using only his wind attribute. That was exactly the problem. The fight hadn't made him feel satisfied. It had made something painfully clear. Even after everything he'd gained, everything he'd trained for, his current strength still wasn't enough. Not for where he wanted to stand. Not for the enemies he knew were waiting beyond the academy walls. If this was all it took to shake a professor, then the real monsters of this world were still far above him. He needed more control, more power, more refinement, no shortcuts. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Arthur redirected his focus. His next class was Basics of Artificing. Unlike mana manipulation or swordplay, this was unexplored territory for him, and that alone made it interesting. Artificing wasn't just magic, it was structure, logic, design. In another life, he'd lived surrounded by advanced technology. If there was any subject where the knowledge of his past world might overlap with this one, it was here. Curiosity sparked as he stepped into the classroom. Students filtered in gradually, most gravitating toward friends, forming pairs and clusters. Laughter and casual chatter filled the room. Arthur scanned the faces, but didn't recognize anyone. Then someone stopped beside him. A girl about his age stood there, hands clasped tightly in front of her, head lowered. In a timid voice, she asked if the seat next to him was taken. Arthur shook his head and told her it was free. She thanked him quietly and sat down, still avoiding eye contact. For a moment, silence hung between them, until she murmured something so softly that Arthur didn't catch it. He leaned in slightly, asking her to repeat herself. Her face flushed red as she lifted her head just enough to be heard. She introduced herself as Emily Watskin, then in a rush of nerves accidentally asked him to be her friend before panicking and correcting herself, blurting out that it was nice to meet him. Arthur blinked once, then smiled. He extended his hand and suggested that since it was their first meeting, they start as acquaintances. Emily hesitated, then reached out and shook his hand, only to freeze. Her palm was rough, calloused. She pulled her hand back instantly, mortified, apologizing as she assumed it must have felt unpleasant. Instead of reacting, Arthur lifted his own hand, the one that always held his sword. Thick calluses lined his palm and fingers, hardened by years of relentless training and battle. Emily stared. Arthur laughed softly and told her it was nothing to be embarrassed about. That small moment eased her tension instantly. Genuinely impressed, Arthur admitted that he was jealous. While his own path revolved around combat, learning how to destroy, how to survive, hers was about creation, building something new. There was something undeniably admirable about that. Emily looked surprised by the comment. She admitted she'd never thought of it that way. Then she smiled shyly and pointed out how strangely mature he sounded for a 12-year-old. Arthur raised an eyebrow and reminded her that she was 12 too. She laughed, agreeing, but explained that it had been a while since anyone treated her like a kid, especially after she'd created the projection display artifact. Arthur froze. That artifact had been circulating well beyond the academy. If Emily had created it at their age, he gave her a respectful nod and told her it was an honor to sit beside a genius. Emily waved it off, laughing, and flipped the compliment right back at him. She teased him for being the mysterious freshman with no background, a fox-like mana beast on his head, and enough skill to humiliate both a professor and a seasoned adventurer in front of an entire class. She grinned wider, reminding him that this was a magic academy. Rumors didn't crawl here. They sprinted. Before Arthur could respond, the classroom doors slammed open. A booming, overly dramatic voice filled the room as Gideon made his entrance, arms wide as if he were blessing the masses. He declared the students plebeians, demanded reverence, and proclaimed how honored they should feel to have him as their instructor. He scanned the room theatrically, then locked eyes with Arthur. Gideon clutched his face in exaggerated shock, acting as if Arthur's presence was some cosmic surprise. Arthur just sighed internally. Typical. The lecture began, if it could be called that. Instead of teaching artificing fundamentals, Gideon launched into an endless monologue about his past achievements, an invention from 20 years ago, a breakthrough from 3 years after that, another revolutionary contribution no one had asked about. Arthur resisted the urge to bury his face in his hands. Then the window creaked open. An olive-green owl flew in, flapped once, and landed squarely on Arthur's shoulder. Sylvie bristled instantly, letting out a low growl at the unexpected intruder. The owl, completely unfazed, began grooming itself as if this was perfectly normal behavior. Gideon's eyes widened. He recognized it immediately, a summon from director Cynthia Goodsky. With dramatic flair, Gideon announced to the entire class that Arthur would be denied the privilege of listening to the rest of his life-altering lecture. The room chuckled as Arthur was dismissed. Emily glanced at him knowingly and reminded him that news traveled fast at Xyrus Academy. Outside the classroom, Sylvie continued growling at the owl, while it calmly ignored her. Arthur glanced between them, mildly irritated, and sighed internally. He wondered how long this silent rivalry was going to last, already knowing the answer was probably forever. When he reached the director's office, Arthur slowed. Kathleen was exiting. Her expression was tight, her aura sharp. She slammed the door behind her without looking back. That alone was enough to set off alarms in Arthur's head. He hesitated, then carefully opened the door. Director Cynthia Goodsky looked up and welcomed him in, gesturing toward a seat. Arthur stepped inside, the uneasy feeling settling deep in his chest. Arthur stepped forward and quietly took his place before the director's desk, posture straight but mind racing. The green owl, Aviar, lifted off his shoulder with a soft flutter and glided to the window behind Cynthia, settling there like a silent observer, overseeing whatever judgment was about to fall. Arthur still had no clear idea why he'd been summoned. So he did the most logical thing. He addressed the elephant in the room. He brought up the duel with Professor Geist, already bracing himself for a reprimand. He assumed this was about interfering in Kathleen's match, about pushing too far, about humiliating a professor on his very first day. But before he could fully explain himself, Cynthia raised a hand and gently cut him off. This meeting, she said calmly, had nothing to do with Geist. That alone threw him off balance. If not that, then what? Cynthia studied him for a moment, then casually dropped a question that hit harder than any accusation ever could. How would Arthur feel, she asked, about becoming an interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class? The world stopped. Arthur froze so completely it was almost comical. He even glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to find some hidden prodigy standing behind him. There was no way she meant him. A 12-year-old student? A professor? Surely this was a joke. But Cynthia met his disbelief with a warm, perfectly serious smile. Yes, she confirmed. She was talking to him. Still unconvinced, Arthur cautiously asked what Kathleen could have possibly said to convince the director that he was fit to teach an entire class. Cynthia's lips curled with amusement as she shot him a playful wink and warned him not to steal the hearts of both royal princesses, unless he was aiming to spark a civil war. Arthur immediately stiffened and told her not to joke about things like that. He hoped desperately that the teaching offer was also a joke. He hadn't even completed a single full day at the academy. Since when did students become professors? Cynthia brushed aside his doubts with ease. Yes, it was unusual, she admitted, but far from impossible. Talented upperclassmen had filled teaching roles before. This wasn't unprecedented. She finished her explanation with a teasing reminder that he wasn't as special as he seemed, though the irony of that statement hung heavily in the air. Arthur stared at her, still processing everything, but one question refused to leave his mind. What about Professor Geist? Cynthia's answer was swift and firm. Geist had already been dismissed from the academy. The investigation had begun the moment she was informed of the incident, and with Princess Kathleen's testimony, there was no room for defense. What surprised Cynthia the most, she added, was how shaken Kathleen herself had been by the ordeal. That revelation caught Arthur off guard. He hadn't expected Kathleen, always so cold, so composed, to show that kind of visible emotion. Internally, he smirked. The Ice Princess wasn't as unbreakable as she liked people to believe. Still, the bigger mystery remained. Why him? What did Cynthia truly want? This time, she reassured him, without games. There were no hidden motives. A position had opened up, and she believed he was the right fit. It would help him build a reputation without forcing him to publicly dismantle more professors in front of the student body. Yes, it would put him under a spotlight, but she promised her full support if anything went wrong. Arthur voiced one last concern. Parents would complain. A 12-year-old acting as a professor wasn't exactly reassuring. Cynthia didn't deny it. Complaints would come, but she was the director, and her word was final. Canceling the class outright wasn't an option. And frankly, she pointed out, wasn't this a better use of his time than sitting through lessons he had already surpassed? Arthur considered it. After everything that had happened today, blending into the background was no longer possible. His clash with Geist had already sent ripples through the academy. With a quiet, steady resolve, Arthur accepted. He would try. Cynthia smiled, clearly satisfied. She had no doubt he would exceed expectations. As Arthur left the office, Cynthia watched him through the window as he disappeared into the halls. A small sigh escaped her lips. There was something about that boy, something that kept her constantly on edge. Negotiating with him felt more exhausting than dealing with royalty. Behind her, Aviar ruffled his feathers and spoke with unwavering certainty. Arthur Leywin, he said, was no ordinary child. His depth went far beyond what anyone could see. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Cynthia turned sharply, surprised. What made him so sure? Aviar's answer landed like thunder. Arthur's bond, Sylvie, was no mere beast, nor even a man. Her true form was that of a dragon. The weight of that revelation hit hard. A dragon, one of the rarest and most terrifying beings in existence. And Aviar wasn't finished. Once Sylvie reached maturity, he said, even his own power would pale in comparison. Then came the warning. Arthur was not someone to be treated lightly. If trusted and respected, he could become the continent's greatest ally. But if betrayed, he could just as easily become the reason it all fell apart. Arthur caught sight of Elijah first, arms waving like he was trying to flag down a passing airship. He sat across the dining hall beside a girl Arthur didn't recognize, and the moment Arthur approached, Elijah sprang to his feet with his usual over-the-top enthusiasm. "This is Charlotte," Elijah said proudly, gesturing to the girl as if unveiling a rare artifact. Arthur greeted her with a polite nod. Charlotte returned it a beat too late, clearly nervous, her posture stiff as she met his gaze. Once they settled in, Arthur casually asked how classes had gone while he'd been away. Elijah grinned. "Honestly, way better without you around," he said, before launching into how much he was loving chain casting and mana utilization, clearly in his element. While they talked, Sylvie had her eyes locked onto Arthur's plate, like it was a life-or-death mission. Just as Charlotte reached out, likely trying to pet the adorable mana beast, Sylvie snapped. A sharp hiss cut through the air as she recoiled instantly, wings flaring, eyes narrowed in pure warning. Charlotte froze, startled, pulling her hand back as color rushed to her face. Sensing the awkward shift, Elijah jumped in, puffing out his chest. "Charlotte's actually in my chain casting class," he said. "She's insanely talented." Charlotte turned crimson at the praise, shrinking into herself, clearly not used to that kind of attention. Elijah then leaned forward, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "So, how were your classes?" Arthur sighed. "The rumors are half true." Elijah blinked. "Half? I did fight a professor," Arthur said calmly. "I just replaced him afterward." Elijah spat water everywhere, and he coughed violently, eyes wide, staring at Arthur like he'd just declared himself a deity. "You what?" Arthur nodded, wiping his face with a grimace. "I'm teaching the class now." Elijah slowly raised a finger. "So you're saying I just spit on a professor?" Arthur finished dryly. "Careful, that's a bad habit." Elijah burst out laughing, brushing it off with exaggerated disbelief, though his curiosity was clearly burning. He joked about skipping class one day just to see Arthur teach, then casually brought up his plans with Charlotte, shopping downtown, and invited Arthur along. Charlotte lit up instantly, nodding eagerly and encouraging him to join. Arthur shook his head apologetically. Upper division classes, 3 of them, no room to breathe. Elijah shrugged. Guess it's just us then. Charlotte stiffened. Oh, I just remembered, she blurted, scrambling to her feet. I have something else planned. She smiled nervously, suggested they all go together another time, then waved goodbye, lingering just a second longer on Arthur before leaving. Elijah watched her go, scratching his head with a weak chuckle. Must be important, he muttered, before saying he might just study instead. Then quieter, more serious, he asked Arthur what he thought of her. She was nice. Pretty. Did he have a chance? Arthur met his eyes and smirked. You can do better. Lunch ended there. Arthur made his way to his first upper division class, Team Fighting Mechanics. A few students were already present. Curtis noticed him first, eyes widening in surprise before waving. Moments later, Claire spotted him and immediately slung an arm around his shoulders, grinning as she teased him about the disciplinary committee. Arthur flashed a confident smile. I'll behave. Probably. Scanning the room, Arthur asked if everyone was present. Curtis shook his head. More were coming, and then they arrived. Arthur turned and sighed. Tessia Erlith walked in surrounded by a small group, deep in conversation with Clive Graves. Her eyes met Arthur's, and for a brief moment she seemed ready to greet him. Then she saw Claire's arm around his neck. Something flickered across her face, sharp, restrained, and she looked away without a word. Claire waved cheerfully. Tessia replied curtly, her voice cold, expression sealed shut. Bad mood? Claire wondered aloud. Arthur inwardly groaned. He knew exactly why. Claire finally stepped back, and as Arthur scanned the rest of the group, his gaze locked onto the last person entering, Lucas Wykes. Arthur's body went rigid. Heat surged through his veins, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. The traitor, standing there like nothing had happened. And the irony twisted the knife deeper. A team fighting class. Perfect. Before the tension could erupt, a powerful presence crashed down over the field. A deep, commanding voice echoed through the air. Arthur didn't need to look around. He looked up. Hovering above them was a massive hawk-like mana-beast, wings spread wide, its gaze sharp enough to pierce steel. The class had begun. Torch's wings unfurled across the sky, blotting out the sun and drowning the courtyard in shadow. Gasps rippled through the students as the massive beast hovered above them like an omen. Then a voice cut through the stunned silence, clear, confident, commanding. It belonged to Professor Glory. She descended with effortless authority, introducing herself not with words alone, but with presence. Torch was her bonded beast, proof enough of her power. As Arthur instinctively tried to read her mana core, agony exploded inside his skull. The pain was sudden, brutal, as if his mind had slammed into a steel wall. At the exact same moment, Professor Glory turned and looked straight at him. She wasn't angry. She smiled. With relaxed steps, she walked through the frozen crowd and stopped directly in front of Arthur. Her grin held a knowing edge as she addressed him, not as a student, but as an equal, a professor. Whispers ignited instantly. Confusion spread, then disbelief. One of the upperclassmen, clearly unconvinced, raised his hand and voiced what everyone else was thinking. A a professor? That had to be a joke. Professor Glory shut it down without hesitation. Arthur Leywin, she explained, wasn't just a freshman or a disciplinary committee officer. He had been appointed interim professor for practical mana manipulation, the very class many of them had struggled through in earlier years. Temporary or not, it was an honor few could dream of earning. The courtyard erupted. Protests, shouts, accusations. Upperclassmen bristled, their pride burning. How could a skinny first-year leapfrog over them? Talents older and stronger than him had never been offered such a position. To them, Arthur was an insult wrapped in favoritism. Arthur didn't react. He had expected this. The resentment, the hostility. It was familiar. He took a slow breath, shutting out the noise as best he could. Professor Glory tried to calm the crowd, still smiling as she reminded them that the decision came directly from Director Goodsky. Arthur had proven himself by defeating the previous professor. That alone spoke volumes. Still, it wasn't enough. Someone shouted that underclassmen professors were weak anyway. Others piled on, claiming any upperclassman could beat him without breaking a sweat. Professor Glory's smile widened. Fine, if they doubted him so much, why not test him right here, right now? The atmosphere shifted instantly. Arthur felt it. Raw hostility locking onto him from every direction. Rage, jealousy, eagerness to tear him down. Some wanted revenge. Others wanted humiliation. Every stare felt like a drawn blade. He noticed Tessia in the crowd, her expression caught between surprise and disbelief. For a brief moment, amusement flickered across her lips, until she realized Arthur was looking. She turned away. Arthur spoke calmly, explaining that Director Goodsky had ordered him to take things slow during his first few days. It was his first official day, after all. Professor Glory leaned closer, eyes gleaming. No special treatment. If he wanted to stand above upperclassmen, he'd prove it, with a demonstration. She turned to the class. Their answer was thunderous. Cheers erupted. The students wanted blood. Arthur remained composed, but he knew the truth. This wasn't a fair test. It was a trap, and everyone knew it. When he asked what she had planned, Professor Glory answered with a grin that promised chaos. She suggested starting the semester with something fun. Her version of fun included words like war and conquest. Arthur sighed. He couldn't understand how anyone could say that so casually. Then Curtis raised his hand, proposing a team mock battle. The disciplinary committee, himself, Claire, and Arthur, would fight together. Claire immediately supported the idea, calling it good practice for teamwork. Professor Glory considered it, then nodded. That's when Clive Graves stepped forward. The vice president of the student council volunteered to lead the opposing team, and casually suggested Princess Tessia join him. Tessia stiffened, clearly not expecting to be thrown into the spotlight. Claire, on the other hand, laughed, calling the matchup interesting. Student council versus disciplinary committee. Still, 2 against 3 wasn't fair. Before the words even settled, Lucas Weick stepped forward. He volunteered to even the odds. Professor Glory welcomed him with open enthusiasm, calling him another genius freshman and declaring it the perfect opportunity to evaluate his abilities. With a wave of her hand, the teams were decided. She ordered all 6 of them to prepare. As they moved toward the equipment racks, Lucas deliberately slammed his shoulder into Arthur. He didn't apologize. He just glared, eyes burning with resentment. Lucas finally snapped, accusing Arthur outright of stealing the spot that should have been his on the disciplinary committee. The words were loaded with bitterness, his pride bleeding through every syllable. Arthur didn't even blink. Cold and unmoved, he answered simply, "Something that was never yours can't be stolen." The response hit harder than any insult. Before Lucas could fire back, Claire slipped in with her usual grin, though there was steel behind it. She warned them that representing the disciplinary committee meant more than personal grudges. Any embarrassment would be punished, and if anyone dragged the team down, she promised to make their future training sessions a living nightmare. Clive and Lucas said nothing after that. They moved away in silence, methodically preparing their weapons and armor, refusing to so much as glance in Arthur's direction. The air between the 2 teams grew heavy, suffocating, as if the battle had already begun. Arthur focused on tightening the straps of his gear when Tessia stepped closer to help. He glanced at her, half amused, and quietly asked if it was really proper for a princess to be assisting him like this. She answered by yanking a strap tight, hard. The sudden pull dragged his arm toward her. Arthur winced, then leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. There was no need for her to be so formal around him. No one else was close enough to hear. Tessia's eyes flickered. Frustration slipped through her carefully maintained composure as she confessed how much she hated pretending they didn't know each other. Arthur met her gaze, calm and steady. She didn't have to pretend. That caught her off guard. Hesitating, she explained that Master Cynthia had warned her. Arthur was trying to stay unnoticed. That was why she'd kept her distance, no matter how much it hurt. A faint, ironic smile crossed Arthur's face. If staying unnoticed was the goal, he admitted, then he was doing a terrible job. Still, as long as certain truths remained hidden, the attention didn't really matter. Tessia started to respond, her thoughts finally aligning. Then realization struck. Her mana sense couldn't find his water attribute anymore. Before the words could leave her mouth, Arthur's hand gently covered it. He leaned in, his voice barely a whisper. Those things, his bond, his true core level, the full extent of his strength, were still secrets. But that didn't mean she had to erase him from her life. After a moment, he pulled back. Tessia's face burned red. She shoved him lightly, muttering that he was standing far too close. Before either of them could continue, a thunderous voice echoed from above. "Professor Glory!" She barked at them to stop chatting with the enemy, reminding everyone that the match was about to begin. Arthur straightened and met Tessia's eyes once more. He said he was looking forward to seeing how much she'd grown since their last training session. Her answer was immediate, sharp, resolute. She wouldn't hold back. Moments later, Professor Glory addressed them all, her tone crisp and absolute as she laid out the rules. The mock battle would last 30 minutes, followed by a full evaluation. But to balance the teams, there would be a twist, because Curtis and Claire had superior foundational training, and Arthur was, well, Arthur. The disciplinary committee would be handicapped. Arthur would serve as the king. If he fell, the match ended instantly. The gear they wore wasn't ceremonial either. Crafted by artificers, it tracked damage precisely. Once a critical threshold was reached, it would emit a piercing warning. Anyone foolish enough to continue fighting past that point would be banned from the class or expelled entirely, and the gear wouldn't protect them. Mana defense was mandatory. Relying on equipment alone could get someone seriously injured. When Professor Glory finally shouted the start, the battlefield exploded into motion. Claire lunged toward Clive, her blade igniting in roaring flames. Sparks trailed every swing as she attacked with ruthless precision. At the same time, Curtis charged forward atop Grotter, lance lowered, aiming straight for Tessia. Arthur watched closely. Curtis couldn't overpower her, but he didn't need to. Stalling was enough. Ahead of him, Lucas stood waiting, lips curled into a smug sneer. Even after everything at Xyrus, nothing about him had changed. The arrogance was still there, untouched. Arthur accepted the challenge without a word. High above, Professor Glory observed silently, eyes gleaming with expectation. Arthur drew in his mana. Wind twisted. Earth responded. Power coiled around him as he released a sliver of killing intent. The battlefield froze. Pressure slammed into everyone present. Tessia alone recognized it and exhaled softly. She knew what was coming. The wind screamed as Arthur grabbed Dawn's ballad and launched forward. The ground shattered beneath his feet. In a blink, he was on Lucas. Lucas staggered back, confidence cracking into panic as he hurriedly began chanting. Flames erupted as Inferno's cage formed, fiery orbs circling them before sealing into a blazing dome. With forced bravado, Lucas activated the spell. The orbs erupted. Fire bullets tore through the air from every angle, turning the space into a storm of destruction. Advancing should have been impossible. Arthur didn't slow down. He slipped between the flames, dodging with inhuman precision, blocking only when necessary, never stopping, never retreating. He kept moving forward. Everything blurred into motion. Instinct, speed, and control fused into something primal as Arthur weaved through the inferno, surviving on reflex alone. Inside the blazing cage, Lucas laughed, mocking him for nothing more than dodging, for dancing instead of fighting. Sylvie's voice cut through the chaos inside Arthur's mind, tight with concern. She could feel his frustration, the pressure grinding against him, and asked if he was all right. He answered calmly, focus locked in place. Then he asked about the others. Her response came quickly. Tessia was dominating Curtis. Claire had already gained the upper hand against Clive. Arthur acknowledged it without hesitation and told her to alert him if anything felt off. Another wave of fire descended. Arthur slammed his foot into the ground. Jagged pillars of stone exploded upward, forming crude shields that absorbed the brunt of the flames. Even so, the heat was merciless. Lucas's Inferno's cage pulsed like a living thing, filling the space with relentless bursts of fire from every angle, leaving no safe ground. Arthur assessed the battlefield in seconds. Lucas's mana pool had grown massively since his adventurer days, and without access to fire or water mana, Arthur was at a clear disadvantage. The oppressive heat gnawed at his stamina, while his wind and earth elements struggled to keep pace. Even his superior movement wasn't enough to close the distance. Lucas had engineered the perfect battlefield, one designed to crush opponents through sheer pressure and attrition. Watching Arthur dodge again and again, Lucas sneered, hurling insults through the flames. Arthur ignored them. He forced his breathing steady. Reacting wasn't enough anymore. Every counterattack, wind blades, earthen spikes, was shut down before it could gain momentum. The fire never relented. Lucas laughed again, mocking Arthur for being dead weight, saying he was glad Arthur hadn't joined the disciplinary committee. Otherwise, Lucas joked, he might have had to quit school just to avoid having such an incompetent teammate. Arthur shut it out. He slowed his thoughts, digging beneath the frustration. This wasn't just Lucas provoking him. It was his own limitation staring him in the face. Wind magic wasn't just movement. It wasn't just pushing and pulling invisible currents. What if he went deeper? What if, instead of manipulating air as a whole, he controlled the particles themselves? Arthur's eyes sharpened. Fire needed oxygen. Without it, flames couldn't exist. If he could manipulate the air, strip the oxygen away, then this cage, this blazing prison, would become nothing more than empty heat. Lucas laughed again, mistaking Arthur's subtle shift for retreat. The realization hit hard. If he removed the oxygen, the fire wouldn't touch him, but neither would he be able to breathe. A dangerous gamble. One mistake, and he'd suffocate before Lucas ever could. A faint smile crept across Arthur's face. This was why he'd come to Xyrus Academy, not just to fight, but to understand, to push past what he thought was possible. High above the battlefield, Professor Glory watched in silence, arms crossed as the wind tugged at her cloak. From her vantage point, the raging flames below were impossible to miss. Inferno's cage burned brilliantly. Lucas's signature domain spell, unleashed with frightening proficiency. She had heard of his talent, but seeing it firsthand was different. For someone so young, Lucas's control and casting speed were extraordinary. His mana pulsed with power rivaling a silver core mage. The world of magic was changing, she realized. Talents like his were rising fast enough to leave veterans behind. But her gaze drifted from the fire to the boy standing inside it. The moment Arthur had charged straight through the flames, a strange chill had crawled down her spine. Not fear, awe. Unlike Lucas, Arthur lacked flashy spells or overwhelming variety. As a dual-element mage, his arsenal was still limited, yet every movement he made was deliberate, fluid, precise beyond his years. Something about him was different. Professor Glory narrowed her eyes. The wind and earth around Arthur weren't being forced into obedience. They were responding to him, curving, shifting, moving as if drawn by instinct rather than command. He wasn't dominating mana. He was moving with it. For someone his age, that kind of harmony was unnatural. It made her wonder what kind of life Arthur Leywin had lived to achieve such control. Then she noticed it. Arthur wasn't breathing. Fireballs began to land. His dodging had slowed, and though mana shielded him, his artificer gear was dangerously close to triggering. Moments ago, he'd been evading effortlessly. Yet now he wasn't retreating or reinforcing his defenses. That's when it clicked. Professor Glory leaned forward, eyes widening. Arthur wasn't enduring the flames. He was learning from them. He wasn't using wind magic. Not really. He was experimenting with direct air manipulation, something far more complex and far more dangerous. Few mages even attempted it. Manipulating air at that level required flawless control and absolute focus. It wasn't ethics that stopped mages from stealing the air from their enemies' lungs. It was impossibility. Controlling the air around a living, moving target, let alone in the middle of combat, was something most wouldn't even dare to try. That was why most mages relied on their own bodies, or a fixed anchor point when attempting such manipulation. Anything else was madness. Watching him, Professor Glory felt a quiet smile form. Surrounded by roaring flames, pressed to the brink of collapse, Arthur Leywin wasn't panicking. He was learning. In the heart of danger, he was teaching himself how to bend the air itself. A true little monster. Inside the burning arena, Arthur clenched his jaw as his lungs screamed in protest. He carved out a razor-thin layer of air around his body, forcing it into an unstable vacuum. The goal was simple: strip the flames of what they needed and scatter them before they touched him. Simple in theory, nightmarish in practice. Every fraction of a second demanded absolute precision. His focus was so intense that sweat soaked into his skin, not from heat, but from strain. His uniform was already fraying, scorched and torn, as each failed attempt punished him further. Across the arena, Lucas Wykes grew impatient. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. His firepower was overwhelming. His attacks were relentless. Any normal student would have collapsed long ago. Yet Arthur still stood. There was no visible wind magic, no defensive spell he could recognize. Yet his flames refused to behave. Confusion crept in. Then frustration, then desperation. Lucas snarled and poured everything into one final gambit. Mana surged violently as he raised his voice and roared, summoning his trump card. From the inferno beside him, something massive took shape. A towering humanoid beast, forged entirely of flame, emerged with a deafening roar. Its presence warped the air, radiating pure destruction. Arthur didn't flinch. If anything, he smiled. That summon told him everything he needed to know. Lucas was running out. Arthur's grin sharpened for just a moment. It was time to end this. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Tessia Earlith glanced toward the blazing arena. A knot twisted in her chest. Arthur was strong. She knew that. But fighting Lucas while restricted to wind and earth, his weakest elements, pushed even him into dangerous territory. She trusted him. Still, the worry lingered. Then motion tore her attention away. Curtis Glader lunged, flames spiraling around his twin blades. The strike came down hard, but Tessia blocked it at the last instant, her staff catching the blow in a shower of sparks. Curtis smirked, clearly enjoying himself. He reminded her sharply that turning her back in a fight, even for a princess, was a mistake. Tessia answered without a word. Her expression hardened as she drew her secondary blade and moved in one fluid motion. The counterstrike forced Curtis to retreat, barely avoiding the edge of her swing. She wasn't finished. Mana surged into her palm as she compressed wind tightly, shaping it with practiced control. With a sharp release, the blast exploded forward. Curtis was struck head-on and hurled through the air like a projectile. Before he could crash, his mana beast, Grotter, leapt in, shielding him at the last second. Then pain struck. Tessia gasped, clutching her abdomen as something twisted deep inside her. Her magic felt wrong, draining unevenly, resisting her control. Unease flickered across her face. Curtis didn't give her time to recover. He mounted Grotter again and barked a command. The ground shook as they charged, mana pooling heavily around them. Tessia felt it instantly. The shift in the air, the density of mana being pulled in. They were preparing something big. She began chanting, her voice steady despite the pain. The ground responded violently. Thick vines erupted upward, weaving together into a living barrier as roots spread outward like a storm. Grotter bounded across the battlefield, narrowly evading the snapping tendrils that tried to bind him. Even so, the pain inside Tessia worsened. Doubt crept in. Had she truly adapted to the Elderwood Guardian's core? She crushed the thought immediately. As student council president, hesitation wasn't an option. She reinforced herself with buffs, forcing her body into motion. Her steps grew sharper, faster, wind mana flowing through every movement. The vines responded instantly, striking with renewed speed and precision. Confidence returned to her gaze. She could still win. Then Curtis roared. Mana gathered violently before him, condensing into a blazing torrent infused with earth attribute power. The beam tore forward with catastrophic force, powerful enough to erase anything in its path. High atop her living platform, Tessia paled. Sweat streamed down her face. She was reaching her limit, and the true danger was only beginning. At that exact moment, a violent surge of mana tore through Arthur. His bond with Sylvie flared. Her voice screamed inside his mind. Tessia was in danger. Arthur turned on instinct. Too late. The Flame Guardian closed in from behind, its burning fist crashing into him with overwhelming force. The impact sent shockwaves through his body as fire swallowed his vision. The battlefield erupted once more. The blow sent Arthur flying. He barely managed to steady himself before lifting his head, and what he saw made his blood run cold. High above the battlefield, Professor Glory was already airborne, riding her bond, Torch, pushing them to full speed toward Tessia and Curtis. Flames tore through the air in her wake, but even at that speed, she wouldn't make it in time. Inside Arthur's mind, Sylvie's voice pierced through again, sharper, tighter, laced with fear. Something was wrong. No, something was very wrong. Tessia was in real danger. Arthur's heart thundered violently in his chest. He tried to breathe, tried to think, but panic clawed at him from every direction. Every instinct screamed the same command. Move, now. Then, without hesitation, he activated the first phase of Sylvia's beast will. The world broke, colors inverted, twisting into strange, unnatural hues as sound vanished completely. The battlefield froze, fire suspended mid-burst, people locked in motionless poses, mana hanging in the air like shattered glass. Arthur had entered that place again, the warped space where time bent only for him. But he knew its flaw. Nothing here could be changed unless he physically carried it with him. And Tessia didn't have time. Arthur launched forward. His body screamed as he forced it beyond its limits, sprinting through a razor-thin path between the burning orbs of Lucas's inferno cage. He shot past Professor Glory, frozen mid-flight atop her bond, but didn't spare her a glance. His mana was nearly gone. Most of it had been burned away trying to master the vacuum barrier, but stopping wasn't an option. Ahead of him, Tessia was falling. The vine beneath her shattered as her strength gave out. Her body went limp, one hand clutching her abdomen as consciousness slipped away. Gravity dragged her toward the battlefield below. And above her, Curtis Glader's attack descended. A massive breath of destruction, compressed mana roaring forward like judgment itself. Arthur's chest tightened painfully. Sylvie had been right. There would be no save from above, no barrier, no shield. Tessia was completely exposed. Fear surged, but Arthur crushed it. He forced his legs to move faster, even as his vision blurred, muscles tearing, breath ripping through his chest like broken glass. At the very edge of his endurance, he leapt from a collapsing vine. He threw himself forward. Arthur wrapped his body around Tessia midair, pulling her tightly against him as the world rushed back into motion. With the last scraps of mana left in his core, he forced a barrier into existence around them both. He already knew this was going to hurt. The first phase released. Color slammed back into reality. So did the pain. A white-hot agony exploded across Arthur's back as Curtis's attack collided. His body convulsed violently, nerves screaming as his consciousness fractured. Before a sound could leave his throat, darkness swallowed him whole. The last thing he heard was a sharp, piercing whine, his gear activating. From the sky, Professor Glory watched in horror as Curtis's attack, World Howl, consumed everything ahead of her. The beam roared, tearing through the battlefield with merciless force. A scream tore from her lips. She leapt from torch and rushed forward, heart pounding, mind racing. Seconds stretched into eternity. When the light finally faded, the battlefield reappeared. Professor Glory froze. Arthur was there, unconscious, his body wrapped protectively around Tessia's limp form, alive. No one had expected him to be there, especially not her. She stood stunned, words caught in her throat. Nearby, Curtis staggered back, his face drained of color. He stammered incoherently, panic and guilt crashing over him all at once. He hadn't known Tessia would collapse. He hadn't meant for any of this. Professor Glory snapped out of it. Orders flew from her lips. Pagal, get the team ready. Pan, assess the damage immediately. But even as she took control, her thoughts spiraled. Moments ago, Arthur had been trapped inside Inferno's cage with Lucas. There was no spell, no technique that should have allowed him to cross that distance. Not that fast, not like this. And yet, Arthur Leywin had done the impossible. Again, Arthur woke with a violent jolt of pain tearing through his side. Every inch of his body screamed in protest, as though his nerves had been ripped apart and crudely stitched back together. His vision swam, blurry and unfocused, until the haze finally cleared, and he realized something warm and heavy was pressing against his chest. Sylvie, the small dragon beast, sat squarely atop him, her golden eyes locked onto his face. She didn't need words. Her presence alone radiated scolding, worry, and restrained fury, as if she were silently yelling at him for yet another reckless decision. Guilt settled heavily in Arthur's chest. Sylvie had always been there, his anchor, his partner, his constant. He knew he had pushed himself too far. Again, closing his eyes, he offered a quiet promise in his mind. He wouldn't leave her. Not like this. Not ever. Her concern mattered more to him than the pain tearing through his body. A knock echoed through the room. The door creaked open, and director Cynthia Goodsky stepped inside. Her sharp eyes narrowed the moment they landed on Arthur, then softened with subtle relief. She hadn't expected him to wake so soon. Yet there he was. She approached the bed, studying him carefully. He was clearly in agony, but his eyes were alert. His will hadn't broken. That alone seemed to satisfy her. Arthur didn't waste time. "Tessia?" he asked. Cynthia's expression shifted, the weight of her thoughts unmistakable. She explained that Tessia was in better condition than him, for now, but the danger hadn't passed. Her body was struggling against the beast will within her. Arthur understood immediately. The signs were unmistakable, because he was the one who had given it to her. Frustration twisted in his chest. He wanted to help, to guide her through the assimilation, but his body was in no condition to do anything. His mana reserves were nearly empty, and his injuries were severe. Cynthia stepped closer, her voice carrying quiet remorse. She admitted the truth. She had kept Tessia's beast will a secret, even from Professor Glory. Tessia had reached the most dangerous phase of assimilation without proper supervision. If Cynthia had spoken sooner, much of this suffering might have been avoided. She thanked Arthur, her gratitude heavy and sincere. He had risked everything, nearly lost his life, to save her disciple. Arthur listened, then slowly sank back into the bed, brushing off the weight of her words. Cynthia informed him that both the royal family and his own had already been contacted. They would arrive soon. Until then, she urged him to rest. Arthur nodded faintly and thanked her. Outside the room, Tessia stood quietly. When Cynthia noticed her hesitation, she gently asked if she wanted to go inside. Tessia shook her head, her voice low and unsteady. She wasn't ready. Not yet. Facing Arthur felt overwhelming. Besides, he needed rest more than anything. Cynthia smiled knowingly and gave her a small wink. Perhaps some desserts would help, she suggested lightly. A little sugar might give her the courage she needed. Time passed. Arthur drifted back into sleep. When he woke again, the pain was still there, but something warmer filled the room. Familiar faces emerged through the haze. His mother, Alice, sat beside him, her expression overflowing with relief as she spoke softly. Grateful he was finally awake. Arthur turned his head carefully. Ellie leaned in from the other side of the bed and immediately blurted out how awful he looked. He chuckled despite the pain and fired back with his usual sarcasm. Their father, Reynolds, stood nearby, grinning as he pointed out that Ellie had cried more than anyone. More than Alice, even. Ellie exploded in embarrassment, furiously scolding him for exposing her. Alice smiled, but the worry in her eyes never faded. She questioned how her son had managed to get himself so badly injured on the very first day of school. Reynolds added his own theory with mock seriousness, suggesting Arthur had already picked fights at the academy. Arthur smirked faintly. They should have seen the other guy. Laughter filled the room. Everyone laughed, except Alice. Her mind spiraled instantly. What had he done this time? Had he seriously injured another child? Killed someone? Burned remains? Furious nobles? Political fallout? Escape plans formed in seconds? Hiding underground? Living among dwarves? She could work as a healer. But Ellie? What kind of future would Ellie have? Before the panic could fully take hold, the door opened again. Director Cynthia returned. She wasn't alone. The entire Elenoir family entered behind her, with Tessia at their side. Reynolds stiffened in shock. Alice gasped softly. Both parents bowed deeply in respect. King Alduin placed a gentle hand on Reynolds' shoulder, humbly insisting the honor was his. Arthur had saved their daughter, not once, but twice. Queen Marielle followed with a warm smile, saying this meeting was long overdue. Introductions followed. Alduin gestured to the older elf beside him, his father, the former King of Elenoir. Then to the young elf girl standing nervously nearby, their daughter. Tessia stepped forward and introduced herself quietly as Arthur's friend. Alice and Reynolds exchanged knowing looks, sharing a silent, amused understanding. Arthur watched from the bed, unease creeping in. They're definitely misunderstanding something. Alice approached Tessia and gently took her hand, smiling warmly. She said it was a joy to finally meet the girl Arthur had spoken so much about. Tessia's eyes widened in surprise. He talked about me? Alice nodded enthusiastically, saying how grateful she was that Arthur had someone so responsible beside him. Then she leaned closer and softly added that it was comforting, not just now, but for the future as well. Tessia's face turned bright red. Before she could recover, Varai, former King of Elenoir, addressed Arthur calmly, asking how he was feeling. Arthur lay there, barely keeping up with the overwhelming energy filling the room. With a tired breath, he admitted that what worried him most wasn't his condition, but whatever it looked like, everyone was planning around him. Varian let out a hearty chuckle, waving off the concern. Arthur had nothing to fear, he said. At worst, he might just end up becoming Varian's grandson-in-law. The words landed like a mana blast. Tessia froze, her face igniting as she immediately looked down, mortified beyond words. In a small, apologetic voice, she began to apologize. She admitted she had tried to stop her family from visiting and blamed herself for Arthur ending up confined to a hospital bed in the first place. Arthur laughed softly, shaking his head. He brushed aside her guilt with ease, telling her he didn't mind at all. If anything, he liked how alive the room felt now. Ellie, meanwhile, watched Tessia closely. With the sharp curiosity of a younger sister and the confidence of someone who knew her brother well, she openly assessed the girl Arthur had nearly died saving. Tessia noticed her gaze and quickly realized who she was. Smiling gently, she complimented Ellie, saying she looked even prettier than she had imagined. Ellie gave a short, appreciative response. Arthur, sensing where this was going, cut in quickly. He reminded Ellie that Tessia was the one who had given her the bow she received for her birthday. Ellie blinked, caught off guard, then muttered a casual thank you. Tessia smiled warmly, saying she was glad Ellie liked it. Then, completely serious, Ellie turned to Arthur. So, she asked bluntly, who's prettier, me or her? Arthur didn't even hesitate. He smirked and called both of them ugly. The room erupted. Both girls immediately snapped at him, warning that the only reason he was still alive was because he was injured. Deciding it was best to retreat, Arthur quickly changed the subject and turned to Varian, asking about Tessia's mana core. Was everything progressing smoothly? Varian nodded, explaining that Tessia's body appeared far more compatible with the beast core than Arthur's had been at the same stage. Then, lowering his voice, the old elf leaned in and asked the real question: how Arthur had even managed to obtain an Elderwood Guardian's core in the first place. Arthur smiled tiredly. I killed it. Varian's eyes widened, his composed expression shattering into pure disbelief. Before he could say anything else, Director Goodsky cleared her throat sharply, cutting the conversation short. She reminded everyone that Tessia's assimilation still required monitoring, and that the room had already exceeded its allowed capacity. More visitors were waiting outside, Reluctantly, both families departed together, leaving Arthur with a moment of quiet. It didn't last long. Visitors came and went throughout the afternoon, some demanding answers about the mission, others simply checking on his condition. Professor Glory practically leaned over him, eyes blazing with curiosity, desperate to know how Arthur had pulled everything off. Gideon arrived next, holding a potion and insisting Arthur drink it. Suspicious but exhausted, Arthur complied. Before leaving, Gideon casually dropped a bomb. He told Arthur to visit his personal training room once he recovered. Arthur stared at him, stunned. How did he even know about that place? Gideon explained that Director Goodsky had contacted him and requested special training artifacts for Arthur. And yes, he had already built them. Arthur grew even more suspicious and asked the obvious question. Did you really do all that for free? Gideon only smiled slyly and reminded Arthur that he now owed him. Once alone, Arthur slumped back into the bed, sore, drained, but undeniably grateful to still be alive. Footsteps approached again. Assuming Gideon had returned to demand payment, Arthur frowned until the door opened and Tessia stepped inside instead. She moved quietly toward the bed. Arthur asked if her assimilation session was already over. Tessia nodded, explaining that Director Goodsky had stopped it early since she was still recovering. Arthur agreed. It was the right call. He asked about her mana core, whether she'd felt pain again or that crushing pressure. Tessia let out a small laugh. Arthur frowned, confused, and asked what was funny. She smiled softly and told him it was just like him, worrying about her after nearly dying himself. Arthur laughed quietly in return. She wasn't wrong. The moment reminded her of long ago, when he had saved her from bandits. Arthur tried to sit up, remarking on how far they'd come since then. But pain tore through him instantly. He winced. Tessia rushed closer, panic flashing across her face, but Arthur reassured her. He told her not to worry so much. He'd be fine. She nodded, then fell silent. After a moment, Tessia spoke again. She said she still needed to apologize. Arthur immediately stopped her, reminding her, again, that she had nothing to apologize for. He had made his choice, but Tessia shook her head. That wasn't what she meant. Her voice softened as she admitted she was sorry for something else, for taking advantage of him like this. Before Arthur could respond, she leaned in and kissed him. It was brief, but it carried everything she hadn't been able to say. Then she turned and ran. Arthur lay there, frozen, more stunned than he had been when he first woke up. Outside, Tessia's heart pounded louder than her footsteps. Her face burned as realization fully set in. She had just kissed Arthur, her first kiss. Questions flooded her mind. Had she done it right? Had she looked awkward? Did Arthur like it? Stopping by a window, she stared at her reflection, nervously trying to replay the moment, only to grow even more embarrassed. She let out a quiet groan and gently bumped her forehead against the glass. What if she'd gone too far? What if Arthur thought she was improper, too forward? Panic twisted in her chest. For a moment, she almost ran back, ready to pretend it had all been a misunderstanding. But she stopped herself. No, she had done the right thing. Arthur would never make the first move. He was always so composed, so mature, like she was still just a little girl in his eyes. If she had waited for him, nothing would ever change. That thought anchored Tessia's racing heart as she forced herself to breathe. This was her choice. And if Arthur didn't feel the same way, then that was his loss. She reminded herself who she was now. Talented, capable, strong, someone others respected, smart, disciplined, and yes, attractive. If Arthur still couldn't see her as she was today, then he didn't deserve her. One last glance toward his room, Tessia turned away. She walked toward her dorm, her mind spinning, heart pounding, every step lighter and heavier all at once. Back in the hospital room, Arthur lay frozen, staring at the ceiling. He had just been kissed by Tessia Erlith, or rather, she had kissed him. The realization detonated in his head. She was 13, he was 12. His thoughts immediately spiraled into panic. Was that allowed? Was this illegal? Was he about to be arrested by the universe itself? He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to breathe. It had been innocent. Just a brief kiss, nothing more. Still, the guilt lingered. She had completely blindsided him. He hadn't done anything. She'd leaned in while he was still stuck in bed, half broken and barely recovered. And yet, a small, reluctant smile tugged at his lips. Tessia really was sharp. She always knew exactly when to act. Realizing where his thoughts were drifting, Arthur slapped his cheeks hard, muttering curses under his breath. His body burned with pain, but his mind was far worse, caught in a storm of confusion, warmth, and an unfamiliar curiosity he didn't know how to process. Eventually, exhaustion won. Arthur drifted into sleep, unsure of what came next between them, only certain that things would never go back to the way they were. The days that followed passed quietly. Visitors came and went, checking on Arthur's condition as he recovered. Before long, only 2 days remained before classes resumed, and the academy buzzed with rumors. Whispers spread through the halls. A first-year student was supposedly becoming a professor. Some claimed he'd earned the position by defeating an instructor in a duel. Others joked that if they beat him, they'd get promoted too. Skepticism and curiosity collided, and the gossip only grew louder. Arthur walked through the academy halls alongside Cynthia and Gideon. His body was still adjusting, but his steps were steady. Cynthia mentioned that tomorrow would be his first official day teaching and asked if he'd prepared anything. Arthur answered honestly. He'd only been discharged the day before. Preparation had been minimal. Still, he wasn't worried. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. He asked about Tessia's assimilation. Cynthia smirked and teased that if he was that concerned, he could always visit her himself. Arthur felt a faint warmth rise to his face, though he kept his expression neutral. Cynthia continued, explaining that Tessia's progress was steady under Varian's guidance, but that Varian would soon be returning to Elenoir. Arthur asked if Cynthia would take over after that, but before she could answer, they arrived, and Gideon changed instantly. The man who had complained non-stop suddenly radiated excitement. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, amused by the shift. Gideon grinned and declared that he'd turned the task into a challenge, his personal mission to finally leave Arthur speechless. Cynthia had only requested a few sturdy training artifacts. Gideon had done far more than that. When he pushed open the door, even Arthur paused. The room had been transformed into a vast open space, but at its center stood something towering. A massive humanoid construct gleamed under the lights, its frame polished and imposing. Arthur scanned the room, impressed. Gideon scoffed and pointed. Not the room. That. Cynthia stepped closer, sensing dense waves of mana rolling through the air. She asked what exactly it was. Gideon practically vibrated with pride. It wasn't a dummy. It was his most advanced creation yet, a training operator capable of handling spells from mid-tier silver mages. He called it Toby, Training Operator Blast Inductor. Its runes and mana flow were calibrated to match a dark orange core beast, and at its current setting, its strength rivaled a yellow core human. Its body, solid malagorite iron, far tougher than its displayed power. Before Gideon could finish, Arthur stepped forward. He gathered mana into his fist and drove a single controlled punch straight into the construct's chest. Metal screamed. The blow punched clean through Toby's core. The massive machine toppled backward and crashed to the floor, shaking the room. Silence. Arthur glanced at the wreckage and spoke calmly. "We'll need to raise its level." Gideon stood frozen, mouth hanging open. Then he grinned. Without hesitation, he activated more artifacts. One by one, additional Tobys powered up, flooding the room with mechanical movement. Arthur's expression didn't change. He calmly activated all 4 elemental affinities. Mana surged around him as the constructs rushed forward in perfect synchronization. Arthur welcomed them head-on. With Dawn's ballad gleaming in his grip, he exploded forward. The distance vanished in a blink. His blade drove clean through the first Toby's chest, the force of the strike launching the construct backward like a discarded toy. The second Toby reacted instantly. Fire ignited along Dawn's ballad. The flaming arc slammed into the second Toby, sending it skidding across the floor in a screech of metal. Still not enough. The machine stabilized and charged, its punch coming down like a falling hammer. Arthur ducked under it, seized the construct's arm, and with raw strength, reinforced by mana, drove it straight into the ground. The impact thundered through the room. With both constructs motionless, Arthur reached down, snapped one Toby's arm off casually, and tossed it aside, as if proving a point. From the sidelines, Elijah winced, watching the machines get dismantled so effortlessly, almost hurt to witness. Gideon, however, narrowed his eyes. He scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Was Arthur really injured? Or was this some elaborate act between him and director Cynthia Goodsky? Arthur brushed it off, casually remarking that his footwork had been sloppy, subtly hinting he wasn't at full strength. Gideon snorted, said it looked less like recovery and more like a performance fit for royalty. Still, curiosity won. "What would you change?" Gideon asked. Arthur didn't hesitate. "The joints," he said simply. "They're the weakest points. Reinforce them." He continued, noting that while Toby was built to counter mages, it lacked offensive elemental magic, an enormous flaw in real combat. Gideon frowned. He reminded Arthur that these constructs were meant for augmenters, not whatever Arthur was. "Anything else?" Arthur nodded. "The mana reinforcement system." Everyone leaned in. Right now, Toby projected a single uniform mana layer, fast and efficient but predictable. Arthur proposed a segmented design instead. Interconnected plates of mana that could shift and repair independently. Break one section, and the rest remain intact. Less mana loss. Faster recovery. Silence followed. Every eye locked onto Arthur. He blinked, confused by their reactions. Gideon finally broke it, staring at him like he'd just rewritten the laws of magic. "You're telling me you can control a mana barrier like that?" Cynthia was already several steps ahead. The idea was revolutionary. A flexible, modular mana shield, far superior to the traditional full-body shroud. It might take longer to deploy, but the tactical advantages were undeniable. Decision made. She thanked Arthur quickly and left at once, intent on presenting the concept to the Mages Guild. Once she was gone, Gideon leaned in close, half joking, half serious, trying to see if Arthur was hiding any more world-shaking ideas. Elijah interrupted, reminding Arthur that he'd be late for his first class. Exactly 1 week had passed since his injury, and it showed. With a walking stick in hand, Arthur moved carefully down the hall, wobbling slightly with each step. Regret tugged at him. Fighting 2 Tobys while still healing hadn't been smart. Sylvie tried to reassure him. Then his cane slipped. Arthur stumbled and instinctively grabbed someone's shoulder. He looked up. Kathleen. Without a word, she wrapped an arm around his waist, steady and firm. No hesitation, no questions, just support. You should have rested more, she said calmly. Arthur flushed slightly but said nothing, allowing her to help him the rest of the way. As they reached the classroom, voices spilled out. The new professor's coming today. No way that rumor's real. Anyone's better than Geist. Don't jinx it. Someone pointed at Arthur, recognizing him as the disciplinary committee officer who defeated Geist. Then they noticed the limp. The chatter exploded. Arthur stepped inside. A wave of murmurs washed over the room as every student turned toward him. His gaze swept across the class and landed on Fairith. Their eyes met. Fairith smirked inwardly, acknowledging Arthur as a rival once more. Somehow he always made an entrance. Then realization hit Arthur like a punch. Kathleen was royalty. Damn it. Carefully, he stepped away and thanked her. As Kathleen returned to her seat, the room fell into stunned silence. Not just because she was a princess, but because of what they'd all just witnessed. Arthur stood alone at the podium. Every eye was on him. He introduced himself calmly, a disciplinary committee member, the only son of two accomplished mages, a brother, and now their professor. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the room erupted. Laughter, protests, confused shouts. The shock had finally landed. A second year finally snapped. This has to be a joke, he shouted from the back. A first year followed immediately, voice sharp with indignation. Why is he our professor? Who does he think he is? Arthur stood at the podium, expression calm, unreadable. Inside, he sighed. This wouldn't be happening if Cynthia had bothered with a formal introduction. Then again, knowing Director Goodsky, she'd probably planned this. Toss him into the fire and see who burned first. The classroom buzzed with disbelief. Then, bam, a student leapt down from his seat, landing hard on the platform. The impact cracked through the noise like a hammer strike. Every head turned. Arthur narrowed his eyes. The boy strutted forward, arrogance written across his face, a smug grin daring someone to stop him. So that's it? The student scoffed. Beat up Professor Geist, and suddenly you're qualified to teach? Guess becoming a professor's easier than I thought. Some students shifted uncomfortably. They were already tired of drama. Others leaned forward eagerly that they wanted a show. Arthur exhaled once. Then he spoke a single word. Mana erupted, not violently, but absolutely. The air thickened. Pressure slammed down like an invisible mountain. The arrogant student's knees buckled instantly. He hit the floor hard, the stage shuddering beneath him. Silence. Total, crushing silence. Arthur limped forward, every step deliberate. He stopped in front of the wide-eyed student trembling on the ground, then lifted his gaze to the class. Director Goodsky didn't give me paperwork, Arthur said evenly. No ceremony, no announcement. His mana lingered, heavy, suffocating. But I am your professor. He let that sink in. I don't need your approval. However, his eyes sharpened. You do have a choice. Anyone who didn't want to be here could leave. But, Arthur continued, voice firm, if you're wondering how someone young, injured, and limping earned a position at this academy, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Stay and find out. He turned back to the student on the floor. Leave, Arthur said calmly, or return to your seat. The boy didn't hesitate. He scrambled up, face burning, bowing repeatedly as he muttered frantic apologies before bolting back to his desk. Arthur relaxed inwardly. That's enough. No one else would challenge him today. Judging by the stunned faces around him, it looked like he'd have a full class after all. Let's begin, Arthur said, shifting gears smoothly. This is a practical mana manipulation class. He scanned the room. What's the most effective way to utilize mana from the surrounding atmosphere? A hand shot up instantly. A girl with a sharp beak-like nose and a neatly tied ponytail didn't hesitate for a second. Arthur gestured for her to speak. By absorbing ambient mana into the core, she said confidently, where it's condensed, purified, and then used for spells or techniques. Arthur nodded, clearly pleased. Well answered. The girl practically glowed at the approval. Arthur continued. Augmenters rely primarily on the mana stored in their cores, channeling it through their mana pathways to enhance their bodies or weapons. He turned slightly. Conjurers, however, draw mana directly from the atmosphere using mana veins, shaping and commanding it to cast spells. Then he raised another question. If that's the case, why do both types still meditate and absorb ambient mana? The same girl raised her hand again, then paused, thinking. After a moment, she answered more carefully. Because conjurers still need their own mana to control and guide the ambient mana. Arthur nodded. Correct, he elaborated. Conjurers use internally coded mana already shaped by spell formulas, to instruct ambient mana how to behave. He let his gaze sweep the room. That's why even conjurers must maintain a strong mana core. Then came the real hook. If conjurers use less internal mana than augmenters, is the color or stage of a mana core truly an accurate measure of strength? Whispers spread like wildfire. Students exchanged uncertain looks. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he changed the game. 6 volunteers, elemental affinities. He pointed. Conjurers on my left, augmenters on my right. Groans followed, but eventually 6 students stepped forward. For this exercise, Arthur said, Use the most basic elemental spell you know. No wands for conjurers. He turned to the augmenters. I want elemental manifestation through your fists. Fire users ignited faint embers. Wind users formed swirling currents. Water gathered into flowing layers. Earth condensed into rough stone. The conjurers began chanting softly. Elemental lights flickered before their palms. Augmenters, launch your spells, Arthur ordered. Conjurers, absorb your own. Confusion rippled through the group. Then chaos erupted. Augmenters failed spectacularly. Some swung their arms wildly. Others yelled element names like shouting louder would help. One student literally screamed fire at his fist. Nothing happened. The conjurers weren't faring better. Attempts to absorb their spells backfired. Flames singed sleeves. Water drenched uniforms. Wind knocked students off balance. Arthur watched calmly, letting them fail, because the lesson had only just begun. A few students had already paid the price. Thin cuts marked arms and shoulders where wind or earth mana had slipped out of control. Others nursed bruised hands or damp sleeves, evidence of spells gone wrong. Slowly, frustration replaced confusion. One by one, students stopped trying. They turned toward Arthur, doubt written plainly across their faces. Even Faereth and Catelyn, both seasoned mages, looked unconvinced. Finally, a male augmenter stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer. "This is pointless," he said flatly. "Only high-level augmenters can cast spells at range." An elven girl joined in, her hand visibly swollen. "And why would a conjurer ever try to absorb their own spell? It makes no sense." Arthur listened without interruption. Then, without a word, he raised one hand. Mana flowed. The air shifted as a controlled gust of wind gathered tightly around his palm. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Arthur released it. The wind blast surged forward, slicing cleanly through the space between the two groups with a powerful whoosh. Murmurs broke out. One student scoffed. "Anyone can do that once they hit the orange stage." Arthur didn't respond. Instead, he lifted his other arm. This time the mana compressed, dense, razor sharp. When he released it, the air screamed. The wind bullet tore across the room and slammed into the far wall. Crack. Stone fractured inward, debris scattering as a small crater formed where the spell struck. The echo rang through the hall, leaving the room deathly quiet. Arthur turned back to the class. "Very few augmenters at the orange stage can do that," he said calmly. He paused, letting the silence settle. "And while I can't safely demonstrate what happens when a conjurer successfully absorbs their own spell," his eyes sharpened, "I promise you, mastering it will benefit every one of you." His gaze swept the room. "Those who want to improve," Arthur said firmly. "Step forward, try again." With that, he gave a small wave and exited the training hall. For a heartbeat, the room was silent. Then excitement erupted. Students buzzed with chatter, energy renewed, spirits lifted, even among those who had failed. It was exactly the impact Arthur had hoped for. Outside, Arthur lowered himself onto a wooden bench and let out a quiet sigh. The afternoon breeze brushed against his face as he watched Sylvie chase a butterfly across the grass. He smiled faintly, ended a bit early. Then again, that was one of the perks of being a professor. Leaning back, Arthur spoke aloud, amused by his newfound freedom. He could end a class whenever he felt it was right. As he watched Sylvie bounding happily, soft footsteps pulled him from the moment. Princess Kathleen approached from his right. Without speaking, she placed a clean handkerchief over the bench before sitting beside him. Arthur felt a flicker of nervousness. No matter how familiar she was, her calm, composed presence always kept him on edge. She broke the silence first, offering a brief compliment about his lesson. Arthur thanked her, unsure what else to say. The quiet stretched. Just as he began to relax, Kathleen leaned slightly closer. "Arthur," she said softly. He turned to her, attentive and confused. Her voice lowered, hesitant now. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you." Arthur's thoughts exploded. For one absurd second, his mind raced into impossible territory. A confession? Another noble girl? Would this start a political incident between kingdoms? Before he could spiral further, Kathleen stood and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry," she said earnestly. "Not just for myself, but for my family." She spoke of Sebastian, of the auction house, of her father's actions, of her brother's mistakes, both past and recent. She carried the weight of it all, but midway through her apology, she froze. Arthur was pinching his own cheeks. "What are you doing?" she asked, bewildered. Arthur replied casually, "Humbling myself." He was genuinely surprised she was still troubled by something that had happened over 4 years ago. Kathleen shook her head. She couldn't forget that day. As much as she admired her father, his actions had disappointed her deeply. Arthur waved it off. "You don't need to apologize for other people's choices," he said. "That burden isn't yours." "Still," Kathleen insisted, especially now, because she considered Arthur a friend. She added, almost shyly, that her brother once told her even small physical gestures, skinship, were signs of friendship. Arthur acknowledged it simply. But inside Kathleen's mind, everything churned. She had spent her life resenting her lineage, her powers, even her appearance, things that stole her freedom. Yet here was someone who had everything. and still carried a warmth that refused to fade. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Arthur blinked and leaned slightly closer. "Did you just laugh?" Embarrassed, Kathleen turned away. To change the subject, she brought up his lesson, specifically why the 2 wind bullets had produced such different results. Arthur gasped dramatically. "So that was your real reason for approaching me?" Flustered, Kathleen rushed to deny it, insisting she wasn't scheming, just escaping an awkward conversation. Arthur laughed, calming her immediately. "I'm joking." Then, with a playful wink, he added, "Wouldn't be fair if I gave my brightest student special treatment." As Arthur walked off toward Gideon's class, Kathleen remained seated, watching him go. A soft smile lingered on her face. Without even realizing it, Arthur had brightened her world. Just a little. Later in Gideon's class, the room was quiet until Emily Watson adjusted her thick glasses and leaned toward Arthur. "Are you okay?" she whispered. "I heard you got hurt on your first day." Just as Emily finished speaking, a piece of chalk suddenly whipped across the room and vanished into her mass of curly hair. The silence shattered. Gideon's sharp glare cut through the class. Clearly unimpressed, he called on Emily without mercy, demanding she explain the primary components of a basic light-producing artifact. Emily didn't hesitate. She launched straight into a detailed explanation, describing the foundation crystal known as fluorinite. She was just getting started when Gideon cut her off. Keep it short. The lesson ended soon after, but not before Gideon dropped a final task on the class, a mini-project. Each student was to construct their own light-producing artifact, or LPA. Arthur groaned internally. Missing the first few days of class already put him behind. And now this. Sensing his frustration, Emily casually leaned over and offered him an easy solution. She mentioned she had made several LPAs earlier just for fun and had them lying around in her dorm. He was welcome to take one. Arthur blinked, surprised. For someone he had only just met as a classmate, her kindness felt genuine and incredibly timely. She had unknowingly lifted a weight off his shoulders. Before he could thank her properly, Elijah rushed into the room. He greeted Arthur quickly, then noticed Emily. After brief introductions, Elijah shook her hand politely, though his attention remained fixed on Arthur. His tone shifted, serious. "Director Goodsky is waiting," he said, signaling with his eyes that it was important. Arthur said his goodbyes, leaving Emily and Elijah to talk as he headed out. His destination was the private training room Director Goodsky had mentioned while he was still in the infirmary, a room with exceptionally high mana density, perfect for intense training. When Arthur stepped inside, he froze. Tessia was already there, seated and deep in meditation. Before anyone could react, Sylvie darted past him, launching herself onto Tessia with excited chirps. Tessia opened her eyes and greeted Arthur warmly, explaining that Director Goodsky had been called away on urgent business moments earlier. Without hesitation, Tessia suggested they begin. Beast assimilation was never simple. It demanded absolute focus, immense stamina, and usually the support of another mage who shared the beast's elemental affinity. But Arthur was different. As a quadra-elemental, he could support Tessia fully. Carefully, he balanced fire, water, earth, and wind, reinforcing Tessia's body as the Elderwood Guardian's will pressed down on her core. Arthur became a living conduit, a refined mana battery, shielding her from the crushing pressure. Time passed in complete silence, broken only by controlled breathing and the hum of mana. Eventually, the energy settled. Sensing it was enough, Arthur called an end to the session. Tessia agreed, thanking him softly. A pause followed. Then quietly, Tessia brought up the kiss. She asked if Arthur had been angry. He admitted he had been surprised, but never mad. Still, she pressed on. She asked why he had grown distant afterward. It wasn't about royal expectations or marriage, she said. She knew she had acted impulsively, but what she wanted was simple, for their bond to grow naturally, honestly, without fear standing between them. Arthur tried to reassure her, saying they had both grown since childhood, that she wasn't the crying princess she used to be. But instead of comfort, his words struck a nerve. Tessia's expression tightened, frustration flashing across her face. She had hoped for sincerity, for vulnerability. Instead, Arthur brushed it off, treating her feelings lightly. Her voice rose as she turned away, apologizing for expecting too much. Arthur called out to stop her. She didn't. Her words came sharp and precise, cutting deep. She told him that while he excelled in magic, battle, and strategy, there were things he was terrible at: understanding emotions, expressing feelings, and dealing with people. She said she saw through his false smile, the mask, the distance he kept, and worst of all, how he dismissed her feelings, just like he had done with Lilia. Then she left. Silence swallowed the room. Even the sound of the waterfall outside couldn't fill the void she left behind. Arthur stood frozen, her words echoing in his mind. How did she know about Lilia? Had she overheard them? Or had Lilia told her herself? His fists clenched as his thoughts spiraled. The truth he could never share, that he wasn't just a boy from this world, but someone far older, carrying a past too heavy to explain, pressed down on him. Anger surged. Arthur activated the training dummies, the Tobies, and unleashed everything. Mana-reinforced fists tore through them, blow after blow, raw emotion driving every strike. But the rage didn't erase her words. The final Toby was nearly destroyed when a warning alert flashed. Low mana reserves. Arthur stopped. His body shook, breathing ragged, energy drained. Sylvie finally spoke, reminding him he was still healing and shouldn't push himself like this. Arthur ignored it. His body might have been recovering, but his heart wasn't. As he sat there lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. He forced himself up and opened it. Professor Glory stood outside, concern clear on her face. Both Arthur and Princess Tessia had missed her class, something that never happened without reason. As she stepped inside, her eyes widened at the destruction around them. Something was clearly very wrong. The training room looked like a battlefield aftermath. Arthur explained calmly that he had been training alone, that Tessia hadn't been with him. Professor Glory studied the damage for a moment longer before letting out a quiet laugh, brushing aside her earlier suspicion. She told him to at least attend his final class of the day, since he'd already skipped the rest. As they walked through the academy halls together, Glory grew uncharacteristically quiet. Inside her mind, concern churned. A private training chamber, one reinforced and restricted for advanced combat, was one thing. But this level of destruction, even within a mana-stabilized space, was alarming. Arthur Leywin carried layers she couldn't peel back, power he didn't display, secrets he didn't share. And the more she observed him, the clearer it became. This boy was far more dangerous than he appeared. Arthur soon reached the classroom he'd been most eager to return to, deviant magic theory. His body ached, drained from both physical exertion and the emotional clash with Tessia. But he entered quietly, composed. Whispers rippled through the room as students stole glances his way. Arthur ignored them. Sylvie sat perched nearby, utterly still, appearing fast asleep. He gently pinched her cheeks. "How can you sleep at a time like this?" Her voice echoed back inside his head, amused. She wasn't sleeping. She was meditating, training her mind. Arthur sighed inwardly. If only growth came that easily for him. "Arthur Leywin." The room settled as Professor Maynor spoke his name. Tall, sharp-eyed, and perpetually curious, the professor welcomed him back, acknowledging his absence due to injury. Arthur offered a respectful apology for missing so many sessions. Maynor smiled. Then, without hesitation, he asked Arthur to explain spell formations. Despite still feeling off balance, Arthur answered smoothly. Spell formations, he explained, were the recombination or alteration of basic spells and abilities, reshaping mana flow to create entirely new effects. His explanation was concise, confident, and precise. Professor Maynor clapped once, pleased. "A solid foundation," he said, using Arthur's response as a springboard into the day's lecture. He began with an unsettling thought experiment. Imagine a world where everyone could read minds, where even fleeting, unwanted thoughts were exposed. Uncomfortable as it sounded, Maynor argued such a world would produce the greatest mages, because survival would demand absolute mastery over one's own mind. Then came the real question. Why do some augmenters and conjurers chant spell, while others don't? A student answered that chanting became unnecessary once a spell was mastered. Maynor shook his head. Too simple. Chanting, he explained, wasn't just about technique. It was psychological. Words guided the mind, shaped intent, suggested how mana should move and behave. Language had power because it focused thought. To prove his point, he offered an awkward yet hilarious example involving an unwanted confession of love, demonstrating how even simple words could provoke powerful emotional responses. Arthur noted quietly how effortlessly Maynor kept the class engaged. Building on that, the professor explained that advanced casters could shorten or completely abandon incantations only after achieving exceptional mental discipline. That was why, he claimed, mind readers would become the strongest mages of all. They'd have no choice but to control every stray thought. With that, he directed the class to their textbooks, highlighting the contrast between how augmenters and conjurers approach spell control. When class finally ended, Arthur left slowly. The halls felt unusually quiet, but the silence did nothing to ease the storm in his head. Tessia's words replayed again and again, each repetition cutting deeper. Why did it hurt so much? Sylvie answered before he could. Because it was true. Arthur didn't respond aloud, but he felt the truth settle heavily in his chest. He cared about Tessia far more than he wanted to admit, and that realization terrified him. Lost in thought, Arthur barely noticed the group approaching until Sylvie bristled. Lucas wakes. Flanked by Charles and Marcos, Lucas walked with practiced confidence. Charles stepped forward first, wearing a mask of politeness that didn't reach his eyes. Marcos fumbled through a weak excuse about checking on Arthur's well-being, muttering something about how even Xyrus Academy could be dangerous. Arthur smiled faintly and fired back with a casual jab, reminding Charles of the humiliation he'd suffered earlier. It landed perfectly. Charles snapped. Rage twisted his face as he shouted about his ruined reputation, about how Arthur had embarrassed him in front of the entire academy. He surged forward, and Lucas yanked him back. Lucas's patience had finally run dry. His voice rose as he confronted Arthur, accusing him of cowardice for avoiding him since their duel. The bitterness in his tone made it clear. The loss still burned. Then came the real question. How had Arthur escaped Inferno Cage? Lucas demanded answers. Proof. Logic. Anything that could explain how a so-called commoner had beaten him so thoroughly. Arthur tried to defuse it with humor, casually suggesting there might have been a hole in the ground. It only made things worse. Lucas clenched his teeth, fury boiling over as he pressed closer, his pride screaming for an explanation. Arthur's expression didn't change. He grabbed Lucas's wrist. With a sharp twist, he flung the hand aside. The motion was quick, controlled, and final. Arthur's voice stayed calm, but his meaning was unmistakable. This wasn't how questions were asked, especially not by someone who had already lost. Arthur stepped forward and locked Lucas into a firm headlock, his grip precise and effortless. His voice stayed calm as he reminded Lucas of a simple truth. He didn't owe him a single answer. Not now, not ever. Lucas didn't struggle, and instead he laughed. It was cold, hollow. He claimed he already knew the truth. Arthur had cheated during the duel, used some kind of artifact to pull off the impossible. The accusation scraped against Arthur's patience, that familiar irritation bubbling up again. Lucas never learned. Before Arthur could respond, Marcos suddenly shoved himself into the confrontation. Not to stop it, to poison it. His voice shook as he spoke, twisting the situation into something grotesque. He accused Arthur of using tricks not just to impress Tessia, but to seduce Princess Catelyn as writers well. The sheer absurdity made Arthur blink. For half a second, he thought he'd misheard. Then mana began leaking from Marcos. Raw, uncontrolled. The timid mask shattered as Marcos screamed, calling Arthur nothing more than dressed-up trash. Charles noticed instantly. He grabbed Marcos's wrist, panic in his eyes, warning him to stop. His mana was spilling out. Marcos tore free, shouted at Charles to shut up. He didn't care anymore. Charles tried again, desperation creeping into his voice. If Marcos didn't stop, all of them would be punished. Maybe worse. Lucas didn't intervene. He stepped back instead, watched, told them to leave Marcos alone. Marcos straightened, eyes burning with obsession, declaring that Princess Catelyn deserved better. Someone pure, someone of noble human blood, someone like him. Arthur's expression hardened. He finally spoke, voice steady but stripped of humor. He wasn't seducing anyone, and who Catelyn chose, or didn't, was none of Marcos's business. Marcos snapped. He screamed that it was Princess Catelyn, not just Catelyn, that she felt the same way, that he knew she did. His voice cracked as he pointed to a single moment when she had picked up his handkerchief as proof of her love. Lucas watched the meltdown with a twisted amusement. Marcos had lost his mind, and Lucas was enjoying every second of it. Marcos continued ranting, claiming someone had told him he was chosen. His words trembled, heavy with obsession. Sylvie growled low, sensing it instantly. Arthur felt it too. The mana leaking from Marcos wasn't normal. It was feral, dangerous. Then Marcos froze. His eyes snapped to Arthur, and something terrifying settled into them. Clarity, twisted certainty. Arthur was the obstacle. Marcos stomped the ground and launched himself into the air, fist pulled back, killing intent, screaming through his mana. Time slowed. Arthur caught Sylvie from the corner of his eye, crouched, ready to strike. Marcos came down like a meteor. Arthur moved. He slipped to the side, caught Marcos's arm mid-swing, and twisted sharply. Using the momentum, he redirected the punch straight into the floor. Marcos slammed down. Stones shattered. The hallway shook. Dust swallowed everything. Arthur stepped back, coughing lightly as the silence settled. His patience was gone now. He reminded Marcos, coldly, that he had just attacked a disciplinary committee member. Charles finally found his voice, shaking as he urged them to stop Marcos before things spiraled further. Lucas raised his hands, feigning confusion, feigning fear. He claimed he had no idea what was happening, said they were all terrified, painted Arthur as the aggressor without saying it outright. Charles glanced at Lucas, unsettled, but Lucas was already thinking ahead. He casually reminded Charles about the upcoming duel with Marcos, suggested this outburst might actually benefit him. If Marcos was injured or expelled, Charles wouldn't have to fight him at all. Then they walked away. Lucas turned once more, smirking as he warned Arthur not to get hurt. Arthur didn't look back. Behind him, Marcos screamed. The ground erupted. Shards of stone tore through the air at lethal speed. Arthur reacted instantly, but Marcos wasn't done. His body convulsed, his face warped into something barely human. He charged. Arthur blocked the blow, but the force behind it shocked even him. Inside, alarm rang loud. Marcos was only an orange core mage, yet the mana pouring from him rivaled elites. Every drop was being burned for pure destruction. Arthur realized the truth. If he wanted to stop this without killing Marcos, he might have to remove his seal. Then, a deep growl thundered above. Sylvie transformed. In an instant, her true form filled the space, a majestic dragon descending with overwhelming pressure. One massive paw slammed Marcos into the ground. The floor collapsed. The fight ended. Marcos lay unconscious, crushed into the wreckage. Sylvie shrank back into her usual form, irritation clear in her eyes. She had waited long enough. Then footsteps rushed in. Claire burst onto the scene, horror freezing her expression as she took in the destruction. Arthur standing amid the ruins, Marcos barely breathing, the hallway torn apart. Claire didn't waste time with pleasantries. What happened? Arthur gave her a concise account. Marcos had snapped. His mana had gone wild, unprovoked, unstable, and he had attacked with lethal intent. Claire immediately knelt beside Marcos, her expression sharp and focused. As she shifted his body, the back of his uniform tore slightly, revealing crude stitches and warped markings carved into his spine. Her face hardened. She knew exactly what she was looking at. This wasn't new, and it wasn't random. Without another word, they carried Marcos to the infirmary. His body was completely limp, drained as if whatever had possessed him had burned through everything he had. The healers took him in at once. Once that was handled, Claire led Arthur straight to Director Goodsky. As they walked, Arthur asked the question gnawing at him. Had this happened before? Claire didn't hesitate. Yes, another student had suffered a similar collapse while Arthur was still recovering. Arthur's thoughts churned. Marcos's power hadn't made sense. The output, the ferocity, it was far beyond an orange core mage, and those markings weren't scars. They were deliberate. Claire told him she'd explain more during the next disciplinary committee meeting. For now, everyone needed to be informed, and Arthur needed to report directly to the director. When they reached the office, Arthur knocked. "Enter," Cynthia Goodsky replied immediately. They stepped inside and froze. Two figures stood in the room. The air itself felt heavier. The Lances. Claire's breath caught as she whispered the names under her breath, awe trembling in her voice. Lance Baron, Lance Alea, legends in the flesh. Director Goodsky introduced Arthur and Claire as members of the disciplinary committee, praising them as two of the Academy's most promising talents. Claire nervously greeted them, unable to hide her admiration. She admitted it had always been her dream to become a lance. Baron didn't even look at her. He continued speaking with Cynthia, his tone clipped, commanding. Whatever he said carried urgency. Cynthia nodded firmly. Moments later, both lances turned to leave. As Baron passed Arthur, their eyes met, briefly, sharply. No words were exchanged, but the pressure behind that glance lingered. At the door, Alea paused. She smiled warmly at Claire and offered a few gentle words of encouragement. Claire practically glowed. Arthur didn't. He and Sylvie both felt it. Those two were monsters. Once the door closed behind them, Cynthia motioned for Arthur and Claire to sit. She asked for a full report. Arthur agreed, but couldn't help asking why the lances had appeared so suddenly. Cynthia waved it off. Baron was an alumnus, she explained, and since his younger brother attended the academy, he had delivered news personally. Her tone suggested there was more she wasn't saying. She then told Arthur to begin. Arthur recounted everything, from Lucas, Charles, and Marcos cornering him in the hallway, to Marcos's mental collapse, the uncontrolled mana surge, and the unnatural strength he displayed. When Arthur mentioned the bloody symbols carved into Marcos's spine, Cynthia's expression shifted. She knew. After a pause, she confirmed it. Marcos wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. When Arthur asked what was wrong with him, Cynthia admitted the truth. No one knew yet. Not the healers, not the artificers. The Mage Guild had already been contacted. Researchers would be arriving to work alongside Gideon and the Academy staff. For now, security would be increased. Disciplinary officers would patrol between classes. Night Watch would be reinforced. Claire acknowledged the orders. Cynthia then turned to Arthur and told him plainly, it was good to have him back. With things escalating, the committee needed every capable member it had. Arthur and Claire left the office together. Cynthia stayed behind. In the silence, her bond Avier questioned the decision to involve students. Cynthia's reply was cold. If things continued like this, sacrifices might become unavoidable. They were too far into retreat now. What unsettled her most was the timing. The enemy was moving early, too early. Back at the dorms, Claire reminded Arthur how late it was and told him to rest. They agreed to meet again at the committee meeting in the morning. She waved and left. Arthur lingered. Then he noticed movement. He slipped into the shadows and watched as Baron Wykes stood before Lucas. Baron's fury was unmistakable. Lucas, arrogant, untouchable Lucas, stood with his head lowered in silence. Arthur watched, surprised. Even Lucas bent before his brother. Caspian had been right. With Baron backing him, Lucas was untouchable. For now. Arthur turned away. Then Sylvie's instincts screamed. Before Arthur could react, cold steel pressed against his throat. A blade. He hadn't even had time to reach for his sword. Alia appeared out of nowhere. One moment Arthur was alone, then cold steel kissed his throat. Her speed was terrifying. There had been no sound, no warning, no ripple in the air. Just presence. Crushing. Absolute. The message was clear without a single word spoken. Whatever Arthur had felt toward Baron hadn't gone unnoticed. Too late, Arthur realized the flaw in his setup. Keeping his weapon inside a dimensional ring was convenient, until it wasn't. In moments like this, convenient became fatal. Arthur didn't panic. He spoke calmly, carefully. He explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He held no hostility toward Lance Baron. Today had been the first time he'd even seen the man. No grudge, no intent. Arthur could feel it. Despite his efforts to suppress himself, something beneath the surface was leaking out, and Alea saw it. Her perception cut deeper than sight. She told him flatly that regardless of his talent, regardless of being a dual elemental mage, touching Baron was impossible. Curiosity outweighed fear. Arthur asked how strong Baron really was. Alea didn't hesitate. Frightening, she said. The word carried weight. Arthur paused, then asked where she stood among the lances. Alea answered by holding her hands apart, measuring an invisible distance. The gesture was oddly casual, almost playful. Arthur didn't laugh. He just watched. She noticed. Clicking her tongue, Alea teased him for having no sense of humor before admitting the truth. She was likely the weakest among them. The gap between her and the others was large. Arthur reached out and patted her shoulder. It was meant to be reassuring. It was not received that way. Alea stared at him, visibly offended. Still, she continued, explaining that while Baron surpassed her in raw power, her perception eclipsed his. That was why she had sensed Arthur before he ever noticed her. Now it made sense. Her attention shifted as Baron finished speaking nearby. Alea stepped back, sheathing her weapon as if nothing had happened. She told Arthur she'd enjoyed the conversation and hoped they'd meet again. Arthur bowed deeply, genuine respect in his posture. Before leaving, Alea reached out and gently brushed her fingers through his hair. Her voice softened. If her younger brother were still alive, she said, he would have been around Arthur's age. Her thanks carried something heavier than gratitude. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Arthur alone with the weight of it. By the time Arthur continued through the academy, the whispers had already begun. Students clustered in corners, voices low and frantic. A second year had gone berserk. Someone had been attacked. Some claimed it was a noble. Others swore it was House Hutcham. One name kept resurfacing, Marcos. Arthur could practically feel misinformation breeding in real time. Sylvie questioned why humans loved gossip so much. Arthur had no answer. The disciplinary committee room was silent when Arthur arrived. Heavy. He asked what had happened. Claire answered. Marcos was dead. The words landed like a blow. Arthur demanded an explanation. Curtis spoke next, his expression grim. The medics and artificers hadn't been able to stop the mana leaking from Marcos's body. It hadn't made sense. He'd already been unconscious. Claire added that the cause was tied to the symbols carved into his back. They still didn't know what they were. Kathleen admitted there was almost no usable information. What little had been uncovered was sealed. Nicholas added that even Marcos's parents were refusing to cooperate. Everything was locked down. Theodore slammed his fist into the table. What was the point of the disciplinary committee, he demanded. If they were kept blind when something like this happened, Claire reined them in. Anger wouldn't help. With Arthur officially back, patrols would be reorganized. Security tightened. The meeting ended in silence. Out in the hallway, Fareth nervously mentioned that Arthur would be assigned night patrol with Theodore. He pointed out awkwardly that their first meeting hadn't gone well. Arthur shrugged it off. Night patrol actually suited him. Between upper and lower division classes, it gave him room to breathe. Still, the hours were brutal. Fareth then admitted his surprise that the daggers they'd been issued were actually communication artifacts. Arthur confessed he'd thought they were decorative. Catelyn chimed in, amused, noting how strange it was that Kai volunteered to patrol such a large section alone. Arthur caught the smile she tried to hide and called her out. Fareth added that Curtis once claimed Kai avoided work like a plague. Arthur guessed Kai simply didn't want to work with Theodore. When Arthur asked why Kathleen's brother seemed so against them patrolling together, Kathleen calmly replied that she'd only mentioned she and Arthur had grown close, after a bit of physical contact. Arthur grinned. He waved them off, tossing a casual farewell over his shoulder. Before disappearing around the corner, he looked back and promised he'd see them in class. Later, standing before his students, Arthur's expression was composed, confident. He reminded them of the question he'd posed the day before, whether the color of a mage's manacore truly defined their strength. Fareth answered first, stating that the manacore was indeed a reliable indicator. Whispers spread instantly. Some students assumed he'd been given the answer in advance. Disciplinary committee privilege, they thought. Fareth continued unfazed. The core's color, he explained, reflected not just power, but time, discipline, and refinement. To Fareth, the monocore didn't just represent strength. It represented promise. The higher the rank, the greater the future waiting ahead. Arthur shut that idea down instantly. That way of thinking is wrong. The room went still. Judging a mage purely by their manacore, Arthur said, was lazy and dangerous. It ignored everything that actually decided who walked away alive from a fight. Intelligence, reaction speed, battlefield awareness, spell control, experience. Relying on core color alone was like judging a warrior by muscle size. Big muscles didn't mean skill, and skill was what killed. Arthur's words cut through the class, dismantling assumptions most of them had never questioned. One student hesitantly raised a hand and asked what should be used to measure a mage's strength instead. Arthur didn't hesitate. Assume everyone is stronger than you. The answer landed harder than expected. That mindset, he explained, kept you alive. It kept arrogance in check. Underestimating an opponent because their mana looked weak was the fastest way to die on a battlefield. Caution saved lives. Pride buried them. Then, without warning, Arthur shifted gears. Same exercise as yesterday, he said. I hope you practiced. The lesson was clear. Knowledge meant nothing without application. Later, Arthur sprinted down the hallway, breath ragged. He was late. He blamed Sylvie immediately. She sheepishly admitted she'd fallen asleep too. By the time he reached class, Arthur was gasping for air. He apologized quickly to Professor Glory and turned toward the locker room, only to be stopped cold. No training, Glory said firmly. Not until he was fully healed. She ordered him to sit in the stands instead. Arthur obeyed without protest. Honestly, he was relieved. At least this meant no Lucas. Not today. As he climbed toward the spectator seats, he spotted Tessia sitting alone. Sylvie noticed at the same time and bolted straight toward her, leaping into Tessia's lap with exaggerated enthusiasm. Arthur sat beside her quietly. Silence filled the space between them, heavy, unfinished. After a long moment, Tessia spoke first. He didn't need to explain himself, she said. She'd overreacted, said things she regretted. Arthur finally replied. She hadn't been entirely wrong. He admitted he'd known about her feelings for a long time, but facing them terrified him. Emotions weren't like combat or magic. He couldn't train them, couldn't control them. They didn't obey logic. They scared him. Tessia admitted her own mistake. Bringing up Lilia's secret had been wrong. She regretted it deeply. But Arthur didn't let her carry the blame alone. He confessed the truth. He'd been running, keeping his distance, avoiding answers, and that wasn't fair to her. She deserved better. He met her eyes and apologized. Then he said it. He couldn't be with her. Not now. Tessia asked what "not now" meant. Arthur hesitated, then answered honestly. Maybe someday, when they were older, when the world wasn't constantly falling apart. But right now, he wasn't ready. Her next question hit harder than any blow. Was he expecting her to wait? Arthur immediately shook his head. No, he'd never ask that. He knew how admired she was, and he didn't even know how long it would take before he was ready. If he ever was, all he could do was hope she understood. Then Tessia smiled. Not wide, not dramatic, just enough. She didn't promise to wait, but she didn't walk away either. Arthur exhaled, relief flooding his chest until she teased him, asking if she could trust him not to suddenly date someone else. Arthur answered quietly. He wouldn't. He didn't want her to pause her life for him, but he hoped she'd give him time. As a silent promise, Arthur leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. Then he turned and walked away. Later that day, Arthur sat through class, pretending to pay attention, while Sylvie relentlessly mocked him, smirking and exaggerating the moment with dramatic gestures. Arthur ignored her, barely. The lecture continued, covering the basics of deviant magic theory. Arthur couldn't help but wonder why they were moving so slowly even after a week. A student asked why elements like gravity, lightning, magma, and ice existed naturally, but didn't exist as natural manotypes. Professor Drywell praised the question and launched into a long-winded explanation. Theories, ancient debates, tangents stacked on tangents. Arthur realized the problem instantly. It wasn't the students, it was the teacher. Still, his thoughts drifted back to Tessia. He wondered how she was feeling now. Elsewhere, far from the classroom, Tessia stood alone in her room, staring at her reflection. Her cheeks were still burning. No matter how many times Tessia replayed it in her head, the feeling wouldn't fade. Arthur had kissed her, just her forehead, but to her it felt monumental. That single gentle touch had shattered every excuse she'd made to keep her heart calm. She dove beneath her blanket, twisting and rolling, as if the sheets could contain her excitement. It was just a forehead kiss, she told herself. Nothing dramatic, nothing life-changing. Her heart disagreed. It felt like a beginning. And once that thought took root, her imagination spiraled out of control, until she suddenly realized where her mind had gone. Children. Her face ignited in pure embarrassment. That realization hit like a slap, and she flailed beneath the covers. If steam could rise from embarrassment alone, she would have filled the room. In the shadows near one of the academy walls, two figures moved with practiced stealth. Laughter was stifled as crimson paint dragged across stone, thick and ugly. Elves, dwarves, get out. They barely had time to admire their work. A voice cut through the night. Mind if I join? Arthur stood between them, calm, still, watching. Panic struck instantly. The boy's courage shattered first. His body locked for a heartbeat. Then he ran. Footsteps pounded as he fled into the darkness. The girl wasn't as lucky. She snarled, spinning on Arthur as water mana surged between her palms. Don't come any closer. Arthur didn't even blink. One smooth step, a flick of his leg. She crashed hard against the ground, the breath ripped from her lungs. Even sprawled on the stone, she lashed out, shouting accusations. How dare he hit a girl? Where were his manners? I believe in equality, Arthur replied evenly. Wind mana began to coil in his palm, quiet but unmistakable. Test me, he said, or cooperate and walk to the administration office. Before she could decide, iron fingers clamped down on the fleeing boy. Theodore emerged from the shadows, holding him firmly. His eyes narrowed as he inspected the student's back. No symbols, Theodore muttered. Nothing carved. Sylvie's voice echoed in Arthur's mind moments later. Same here. She's clean. Arthur relayed the message. Theodore exhaled in frustration, irritation flashing across his face. Whatever they were hunting, these two weren't part of it. I'll take them in, Theodore said. You'll be fine here alone? Arthur nodded. The night pressed on. Later, Arthur walked the halls with Sylvie cradled close. She squirmed restlessly, hungry, bored, exhausted, all at once. Arthur murmured that they were nearly done and promised food afterward. Her mood flipped instantly. As they moved deeper into the academy, Arthur slowed. This route edged close to Kai's patrol zone. He considered turning back. Sylvie froze. A sharp pulse of alarm hit him through their bond. Mana, she warned. Wrong. Twisted. Arthur vanished behind a pillar, senses sharpening. Footsteps echoed softly. A hooded figure slipped into view, moving fast but careful. Arthur's breath stilled. A marking flashed across the figure's back. The same symbol, the same one carved into Marcos. Arthur didn't move. The figure slowed, then turned down a corridor. Arthur shifted upward, climbing silently to the rooftop for a better angle. Sylvie urged pursuit, but Arthur held back. Too close, and the target might sense him. Better to follow. Let the trail deepen. Then, Arthur? The name sliced through the silence. His blood ran cold. Below, the hooded figure stiffened, then bolted. Arthur spun around to see Kai approaching, oblivious. Arthur raised his hand sharply, signaling silence. Too late. When Arthur looked back, the corridor was empty, gone, like smoke. Frustration burned in his chest. That had been a lead, possibly the lead, someone connected to Marcos, to whatever was rotting beneath the academy. Kai began questioning him, but Arthur cut him off, voice tight. He explained what he'd been tracking and how close they'd been. Kai's expression hardened. Protocol exists for a reason, he snapped. Once it crossed into my zone, you should have reported it. Arthur clenched his jaw. Kai's eyes widened slightly as realization hit. That means your patrol zone is uncovered. Before either could respond, their daggers flared, bright yellow, emergency signal. Arthur's teeth ground together as anger surged. Something had gone wrong, and it was happening now. Kai didn't panic. Instead, he placed a steady hand on Arthur's shoulder, grounding him. Since it was his patrol zone, Kai took responsibility immediately. He told Arthur to check on Theodore. Now, he'd continue the search. Arthur nodded once. Before turning, he gave Kai the final detail, voice low and urgent. Brown hooded robe, dark slacks, long boots. Kai locked it in, already shifting into hunter mode. Arthur didn't wait another second. He sprinted. Boots thundered through the corridors as he cut corners, vaulted down staircases, and tore through the academy halls. Then he saw them. Arthur slowed. Theodore sat upright, surrounded by disciplinary committee members. Alive, but shaken. Too shaken. Arthur pushed through the group. What happened? Dordrea answered before Theodore could, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Apparently, our fearless officer got knocked out by a love tap to the back of the head. Theodore snapped back instantly. That wasn't a casual hit. His hand rubbed the back of his skull. His voice was firm, certain. That strike had weight, precision. If it were normal, I wouldn't have blacked out. Whoever hit me knew exactly what they were doing. Dordrea rolled her eyes, but Arthur didn't miss it. The truth in Theodore's voice. Curtis stepped in, explaining the ambush. Theodore had been escorting the two graffiti vandals when it happened. By the time backup arrived, both students were gone. They're still academy students, Curtis added confidently. We'll find them. Arthur wasn't so sure. What if they didn't escape alone? Arthur said slowly. What if someone was waiting for them? Theodore shook his head. No regular student could have done that. Not in one hit. Arthur finished the thought out loud. Someone like Marcos? Theodore met his gaze and nodded. Exactly. Curtis asked if Theodore had seen anything. Anything useful. Theodore hesitated. I might have grazed the attacker before going down. No visual. It was over in seconds. Arthur's mind clicked. A graze. Kai's arm. When Kai had approached him earlier, hadn't there been a wound? Arthur reached out through the bond. Sylvie? Her response came uncertain but uneasy. I think maybe. Before Arthur could push further, Theodore frowned. Why were you coming from Kai's patrol area? Arthur paused. He chose silence. Mentioning the hooded figure now wouldn't help. Not with Theodore injured. Not with tensions already high. Nothing important, Arthur said calmly. The pause lingered. The others exchanged glances. Brief, subtle, curious. Sensing it, Theodore shifted the focus. He defended Kai without hesitation. Despite rumors, Kai was reliable when things got serious. Dordrea agreed, then immediately made it worse by adding, especially for a human. Curtis pounced on it instantly. Wow, racist and unprofessional. Dordrea panicked, backtracking so hard she nearly tripped over her words. Curtis just grinned and joked about cuffing her on the spot. Laughter broke through the tension. Eventually, the group dispersed, leaving behind more questions than answers. By morning, Arthur sat in Gideon's class, but his mind never arrived with him. The attacker hadn't been found. The hooded figure was gone, and Kai yelling his name that night echoed in his head like a crack in glass. Was he overthinking? Theodore said to trust Kai. Still, the timing, the wound. It didn't sit right. A shadow loomed. Arthur! He nearly jumped out of his seat. Gideon stood behind him, unimpressed. Arthur scrambled to hide the clutter on his desk. Gideon had clearly expected brilliance. Instead, he found chaos. Emily leaned over, noticing Arthur's distant look. You okay? Arthur waved it off. Just tired, committee work. But the truth was worse. He barely remembered his earlier classes. Emily elbowed him lightly, snapping him back. With a wink, she slid a set of light-producing artifacts onto his desk. Arthur's mood lifted instantly. Perfect timing. Later, Professor Glory's training field echoed with movement and command. Augmenters, hold formation. Conjurers, support, don't chase. Her voice cut sharp and clean, demanding discipline. No recklessness, no ego. When class ended, Arthur collapsed beneath a tree, shade washing over him. Lucas. Despite everything, Marcos, the assault, the secrets, Lucas had only been suspended. It burned. Sylvie tugged at his attention. Tessia wasn't around. We'll see her tonight, Arthur reassured her. Training, no patrol duty. Sylvie brightened instantly. When Arthur asked if she really hated patrols that much, she didn't even try to deny it. As the afternoon light softened, Professor Glory approached. She looked exhausted. Without a word, she sat beside Arthur. Something was wrong. Arthur felt it immediately. Is everything okay? He asked. Glory didn't bother hiding her irritation. The council had locked down almost every dungeon she normally used for training. With the lances digging into something big, all excursions were frozen for the time being. Arthur asked the obvious question. Did that mean there wouldn't be a dungeon trip this semester? There will be one, Glory said, exhaling. Just don't expect much. It would be a lower-tier dungeon, nowhere near the brutal environments she preferred. She laughed softly, eyeing Arthur. If it ended up being too easy for him, he wasn't allowed to complain. Later that day, Arthur trained with Tessia inside the Academy's training room. The session was relentless. Tight footwork, controlled bursts of mana, no wasted motion. When Tessia's breathing finally grew uneven and her shoulders sagged, Arthur called it. She didn't argue. She just nodded, grateful, chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. Arthur glanced toward the pool lining the edge of the room and gestured. Cooling off sounded like a good idea. They sat by the water, legs submerged. The chill seeped into their muscles, washing away the heat and strain. For a rare moment, the world slowed. Arthur broke the silence, asking how she'd been feeling. Specifically whether the beast will rejection had returned. Tessia shook her head. Since their combat drills in Glory's team fighting class, the symptoms hadn't come back. Arthur relaxed, just a little. He reminded her to report anything strange, either to him or Director Goodsky, especially since her grandfather was still away in Elenoir. She promised. This time there was confidence in her voice. Arthur encouraged her. If things stayed stable, she could complete the beast will assimilation within weeks, maybe even push her mana core higher. Splash. Ice-cold water smacked him square in the face. Arthur blinked, stunned. Tessia was laughing. She told him he looked overheated and reminded him they were technically on break. Arthur didn't hesitate. He splashed her right back, smirking as he pointed out she was still sweaty too. The quiet room filled with laughter and the sharp sound of water. For once, there were no threats, no politics, no monsters, just two kids acting their age. Eventually, Tessia pulled her feet from the pool, saying she'd cooled off enough. Arthur hesitated. Then slowly he reached out and took her hand. His grip was gentle, intentional. Tessia inhaled sharply, her face flushing. But before either of them could say anything, "You two look relaxed." They froze. Arthur turned. Director Cynthia Goodsky stood nearby, watching with an easy smile. Tessia immediately stood and rushed to her side, concern flashing across her face. Cynthia waved it off, explaining she'd stopped by the Mages Guild for a quick spar and picked up a few scrapes. Arthur raised a brow. He thought she was supposed to be meeting the council. Cynthia laughed. A woman couldn't take a small detour? Tessia scolded her gently anyway, warning her not to overdo it. Cynthia promised she'd be more careful, then casually asked about Tessia's next class. She also mentioned she'd be using the training room later. No issue at all, Arthur said. Their training was finished. Tessia waved goodbye, thanking him. Arthur reminded her not to push herself too hard. As she left, Arthur's gaze lingered on Cynthia. Her smile was calm, but something was off. The way she stood, the tension she masked too well. She was hiding something. Arthur didn't press. He closed the door behind him and headed back to his dorm, filing the feeling away for later. The next morning arrived like any other. Arthur sat in class, exhausted, yawning, barely holding it together. Elijah noticed immediately and asked how late Arthur had been out. Arthur muttered that he wasn't sure. Elijah had already been asleep when he returned. Elijah laughed. He'd gotten back late too. Club social. Which one this time? Arthur asked. The Chain-Casting Research Club, Elijah said proudly. Way more girls than I expected. Arthur shot him a look, asking if Elijah had been starved for affection in a past life. Elijah fired back, launching into a dramatic speech about youth, magic, romance, and self-discovery. Throat cleared. Professor Avius stared them down. He praised Elijah's enthusiasm for storytelling, then reminded him they were in class. Quiet laughter rippled through the room as Elijah sank into his seat, mortified. Avius's expression darkened. Then he spoke of the incident that had shaken the academy. A fellow student, Marcos, was dead. He stood at the front of the room and reminded them that magic wasn't a toy, no matter how casually they wielded it. Power, when abused, didn't forgive. The investigation into Marcos's death was still ongoing. The academy's best mages and medics were involved. But one conclusion was already clear. Marcos had pushed a spell far beyond what his body could endure. Avius compared the mana core to a muscle. Strain it too hard, too fast, and it tears. Sometimes the damage healed, sometimes it didn't, and sometimes it killed you. The room stayed silent. One student finally spoke up, voice hesitant. Rumors had spread. People said Marcos had survived the backlash, at least briefly. With proper treatment, mana recovery elixirs should have saved him, right? Avius nodded once. Usually, yes. Elixirs worked in most cases. But not all. He clarified that he wasn't claiming this was exactly what had happened to Marcos, only issuing a warning. Magical enhancers that forcibly amplified mana came with severe consequences. One of the worst was mana leakage, when energy bled uncontrollably from the core itself, a condition that was dangerous, unstable, and notoriously difficult to fix. Still, Arthur felt it. That explanation didn't line up with what he'd seen. Marcus's erratic behavior before his death, the strange markings carved into his back, mana leaking not randomly, but deliberately. Something didn't fit. After the lecture, Arthur headed to his next class, the one where he stood at the front. He greeted the students and got straight to the point. None of them had managed to replicate his previous demonstration, so he decided to make things clearer. Arthur called Lester forward. The boy stiffened, clearly nervous, but obeyed. Arthur explained calmly. If Lester were his enemy, bigger, stronger, someone he didn't want to approach directly, then as an augmenter, Arthur wouldn't rush in. He'd attack from range. He picked up a sheet of paper and crumpled it loosely. Holding it out, he gave it a gentle puff of air. The paper fluttered down uselessly. That, Arthur said, is an unfocused spell. Then he rolled another sheet into a tight tube. A third piece became a small dart. He slid it inside, aimed, and blew sharply. The dart shot forward and smacked straight into Lester's face. The room exploded with laughter. Arthur smiled. That was the point. It's not about how much power you use, he said. It's how you shape it, how you direct it. Precision over force. He added that the conjurers would get their turn later, and while laughter still echoed through the classroom, far from Xyrus Academy, something far more serious was unfolding. In a secluded hall, the Lances gathered. Alea had expected her next assignment to be in Elenoir, assisting Lance Aya. That was no longer the case. Byron explained why. Deep within a dungeon near the Beast Glades, he'd discovered something that didn't belong. Not a monster, not an artifact, a clue. Before Alea could ask more, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Lance Veray descended, her presence cold and commanding. With no need for ceremony, she went straight to the point. The council had made a decision. Alea was being pulled from her mission. The reason chilled the room. Unfamiliar traces had been found in several dungeons, signs pointing to mages not native to Dicathan. Until recently, the idea of another continent had been little more than theory. Now it was bleeding into reality. Byron supported Veray's claim. He'd recovered a torn piece of fabric from the dungeon. The material wasn't made from any known mana beast fiber. Worse, it had been enchanted. A spell was woven directly into the cloth. But the fabric was damaged, the enchantment broken. Whatever its purpose had been, it was now lost. That wasn't the only problem. Reports from adventurers across the Beast Glades had been piling up. Sightings of titanic bloodworms were increasing. On their own, the beasts weren't unheard of. But the pattern was wrong. Their behavior was frenzied, aggressive, almost driven. Mana Beast specialists confirmed it. Something deeper was disturbing the ecosystem, something buried far beneath the dungeons themselves. Byron admitted he'd been leading the investigation personally, but even his reach had limits. That was where Alea came in. Her sensory magic could cover distances no one else could. Veray made it clear, Alea would work alone. Speed mattered more than safety. The Beast Glades were becoming more volatile by the day, and corrupted mana beasts only worsened the danger. The bloodworms were burrowing closer, nearer to the lower dungeons, nearer to Sapine. If they surfaced there, it wouldn't just be adventurers at risk. Civilians would die. Veray briefly considered waiting for Mika to return from Darv, but Alea didn't hesitate. Every delay meant more people walking into danger blind. She accepted immediately. There was no time to waste. For the next few weeks, nothing dramatic happened at Xyrus Academy, but Arthur barely had time to breathe. Classes, training, disciplinary duties, even visiting his family had been pushed aside. Arthur barely had time to breathe these days. As he stepped into the hallway bordering the training grounds, chaos exploded in front of him. Curtis Glader came flying past like a cannonball, completely out of control. Arthur barely had time to register what was happening before an icy wall materialized out of thin air. Curtis slammed into it with a heavy thud, instead of crashing headfirst into stone. Standing calmly nearby was Princess Kathleen. Wand still raised, expression unreadable. She'd saved her brother's life in an instant. Curtis groaned and peeled himself off the ice, clearly unimpressed. Smashing into frozen magic, apparently, wasn't much of an upgrade over smashing into a wall. Across the arena, Theodore launched himself skyward and released a crushing gravity spell. The air warped under its pressure. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he studied the technique. Gravity magic still felt wrong to him, unnatural, difficult to grasp. Nothing like conventional elements. Curtis recovered fast. He hurled his sword forward, shield snapping up as he barked a chant. Fire erupted in a roaring wave, flooding the space between them. Theodore slid backward at the last second, boots carving grooves into the floor as the flames passed harmlessly by. He wasn't rattled. If anything, he looked entertained. The two squared off again, tension spiking. And then metal sliced through the air. Thin, nearly invisible wires snapped between them, halting both fighters mid-motion. Kai stood there, hands relaxed, voice calm as ever. Claire had given the order. Training was over. Arthur stared at the wires. No matter how hard he focused, he couldn't sense an attribute, no element, no familiar mana flow. It was like the magic itself was being hidden. Curtis clicked his tongue, clearly frustrated. He claimed his comeback had just started. Theodore only grinned and told him to keep dreaming. Claire stepped forward, bringing everyone to attention. The reason for the gathering was simple. Arthur, Curtis, and Claire would soon be leaving campus for a class assignment in the Beast Glades. That meant patrol routes needed rearranging. Volunteers were required. Kai raised his hand immediately, shrugging as he joked that it wasn't like he had anyone waiting on him anyway. Claire gave him a small nod of approval. Fareth followed up in dramatic fashion, proudly declaring that he had no friends either, and would gladly take extra patrols. The group went quiet. Claire blinked, thanked him, and visibly struggled to understand why he sounded so proud of that fact. Dordrea, already bored, looked ready to walk away, until her arm suddenly lifted into the air on its own. Thin metallic wires tugged it upward. She froze, startled. Claire, mistaking it for enthusiasm, immediately acknowledged her volunteer. Dordrea snapped back that she hadn't volunteered at all. Kai smoothly stepped in, suggesting they patrol together since they hadn't worked as a pair yet. Dordrea agreed, reluctantly, on the condition that he buy her food afterward. Claire smiled, satisfied. Patrol coverage settled. Meeting adjourned. As everyone dispersed, Arthur headed toward the exit, only for Ferrith to trail after him. Still clinging to the idea of rivalry, Ferrith launched into unsolicited advice about surviving the Beast Glades, bragging about his past experiences. Before Arthur could respond, Kathleen cut in with a dry remark, reminding everyone of the time a tree rodent stole Ferrith's lunch during one of those experienced expeditions. The color drained from Ferrith's face. He immediately began shouting, trying and failing to defend his dignity. Arthur sighed. He quietly called Sylvie and started walking away, but his attention drifted back to Kai. Something about that magic still bothered him. Arthur leaned toward Claire and asked what kind of magic Kai used. He hadn't sensed anything when the wires appeared. Claire shook her head. Even she didn't know. Kai kept it secret. All she knew was that the wires were special, just like him. Arthur considered the idea that the material itself might be masking the mana's nature. As if summoned by the thought, Kai leaned in with a sly grin and teased Arthur about taking such a deep interest in him. Arthur didn't deny it. Kai chuckled softly and warned him that learning too much might cost him his life. The moment lingered, sharp, unreadable, until Claire shoved herself between them, clearly irritated, and reminded everyone they still had class. Later that day, Elijah was out on the training grounds, locked in combat with one of Gideon's Toby, a mechanical training doll. With a sharp gesture, Elijah drove earth magic into the ground. Stone spikes erupted upward, slamming into the Toby and blasting it back. Grinning, Elijah summoned a massive boulder to finish the job. That's when the Toby moved. Its arm snapped up, and a spinning wave of fire launched straight at him. Elijah froze. Fire magic? From a machine? Arthur reacted instantly, grabbing Elijah and yanking him out of the way as the flames tore past, missing by inches. Elijah stared at the scorched ground, stunned. Arthur explained calmly. Gideon loved modifying his creations. Unpredictable upgrades were practically his signature. Elijah's shock turned into awe. He admitted artificing had always fascinated him, even as a kid, but magic had seemed flashier. Arthur smirked and nudged him, joking that Elijah probably learned magic just to impress girls. Elijah tried to laugh it off, half denying the accusation, but Arthur wasn't done with him yet. Without warning, Arthur tossed a wooden sword straight at his chest. Even conjurers need to know how to fight up close, Arthur said casually, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Unless all this training really is just for impressing girls. That did it, Elijah snapped. With a frustrated shout, he rushed Arthur, sword raised high. The attack came fast, raw, emotional, unrestrained. Arthur blocked it effortlessly. He chuckled under his breath. Sarcasm slipped into his voice as he parried each swing. Elijah wasn't flailing. Far from it. His strikes had structure, control. Arthur tilted his head. You trained with a sword before, didn't you? Elijah grit his teeth, still attacking. Doesn't feel like it matters when you're stopping everything like it's nothing. Arthur didn't answer right away. He was watching. Elijah's movements were clean, no wasted motion. His footwork stayed grounded, balanced, precise. Arthur could see it clearly now. If Elijah trained properly, seriously, he wouldn't just be decent. He'd be dangerous. Swordsmanship paired with metal magic wasn't just rare. It was terrifying. With a roar, Elijah poured everything he had into one final strike. He lunged. Arthur stepped aside, barely moved. He tapped Elijah's back. Elijah stumbled forward and slammed face first into the ground. Groaning, he pushed himself up, muttering angrily. Arthur calmly pointed out the mistake, losing control, overcommitting, leaving himself wide open. Before Elijah could snap back, his body froze. His eyes widened. Behind Arthur, something flickered. A reflection. A figure standing in the same posture, wearing royal garb, pale, faint, like a ghost burned into the air. Elijah's breath caught. Words echoed inside his head. Guilt, rage, anger, betrayal, envy. They crashed into him all at once. His head screamed. The pressure became unbearable. Elijah let out a raw, broken scream and collapsed. Arthur was at his side instantly, gripping his shoulders, calling his name. Elijah, hey, look at me. Are you all right? Inside his own mind, Elijah was spiraling. What is this? Why does it hurt? Why do these emotions feel like they aren't mine? Arthur urged him to go to the medical ward. But suddenly, just as fast as it came, the pain vanished. Elijah shot upright, breathing hard. I'm fine. Arthur didn't buy it. What happened? It was nothing. Elijah cut in quickly. Just hit my head earlier. He stood, avoiding Arthur's eyes, insisting he'd go clean up first. Deep down, he clung to the excuse. It was just the fall. That's all. As he walked away, Elijah waved over his shoulder, saying he'd see Arthur back at the dorm. Arthur watched him go. Something was wrong. He could feel it. The weeks that followed passed quietly. Too quietly. Life at the academy settled into a steady rhythm. Classes, training, patrols. With mid-cycle exams approaching, even excitement began to dull into routine. Arthur kept growing stronger, his magic refined under the guidance of his instructors and with help from Toby. But none of it distracted him from why he'd chosen this place. It wasn't just power. It was the people, the bonds he was forming without realizing it. One afternoon, Arthur was talking to Elijah, sharing something about their classmates. No response. Elijah? He blinked, snapping back to reality. Huh? What'd you say? Arthur studied him. The distraction. The distance. You okay? Elijah waved it off, blaming stress from exams. Then casually, he reminded Arthur about Professor Glory's Beastglades excursion. He warned him not to overdo it, especially during training with Tessia. With that, Elijah walked away. Arthur answered softly, watching him disappear. Sylvie spoke up, noting how Elijah seemed angry with him lately. Arthur exhaled, relieved. At least it wasn't just his imagination. Later that day, Arthur trained with Tessia. Her control had improved drastically. The beast will inside her manacore was stable, calm. Arthur said so honestly. Tessia smiled, confident. She claimed any mana beast they encountered wouldn't stand a chance. Arthur flicked her forehead. Don't get ahead of yourself. He reminded her that she wasn't even using half her real strength yet. The assimilation wasn't complete. Tessia shot back that he was heading into the beast glades while still suppressing his strongest elements. Arthur smirked. I can always remove the limiter. She crossed her arms. She didn't need babysitting. After all, she was still older than him. Arthur hesitated, then awkwardly explained that mana beasts might target her more easily since she still looked like a kid, so for safety's sake, she should stay inside the tent. That was a mistake. Tessia tackled him hard. She jabbed him repeatedly while Arthur laughed through the pain, gasping that it actually hurt. That only made her angrier. Eventually, she stopped. Arthur lay flat on his back, breathless, while Tessia sat on top of him. That's when Varian appeared. He raised a brow, thoroughly entertained. His teasing landed like a critical hit. Tessia realized their position and went crimson. She scrambled off Arthur, both of them backing away in panic. Arthur coughed, asking why Varian was back in Xyrus. Weren't council meetings keeping him busy? Varian waved it off. He'd escaped for air, just wanted to check on his precious granddaughter, who looked all grown up now. Tessia growled and grabbed his beard. Varian yelped, trying to protect it, as she demanded he stop making things weird. The humor faded when Varian's expression softened. With the dungeon excursion scheduled for tomorrow, he'd wanted Cynthia to keep an eye on Tessia in case her manacore flared up again, but Cynthia was unavailable. So Varian turned to Arthur. He asked him to stay with Tessia until Arthur left for his own field trip the following day. Arthur hesitated, polite as always, but firm. He'd already promised himself and his parents that he'd visit home tonight. With the mission looming ahead, he wanted at least one quiet evening with his family before stepping back into danger. Varian, however, looked far too pleased by that answer. Perfect, he said immediately. Then take Tessia with you. Arthur froze. The image hit him instantly. The absolute chaos of bringing Tessia Erlith home unannounced. No, Arthur replied far too quickly. He shut it down with everything he had. And yet, as night settled over the city, Arthur found himself standing in front of the Hellstay estate. With Tessia, he stared at the familiar doorway, still half convinced this was some elaborate nightmare. Somehow, against his better judgment, he had caved. The door opened. Alice Hellstay greeted them with a warm smile and a knowing look. You're late, she said lightly. Dinner's almost ready. Arthur blinked. You knew she was coming? Inside, the hallway answered for her, lined with beautifully wrapped gifts bearing the crest of the Elven Kingdom. Preparations had been made long before he arrived. Reynolds only shrugged. Had a feeling. Alice waved them in, already calling for them to hurry before the food got cold. The house filled instantly with life. Ellie nearly tackled Tessia the moment she saw her, grabbing her hand and excitedly dragging her away. She proudly explained how Helen trained her every time the Twin Horns visited, boasting about her bow skills as if she were already a veteran archer. Laughter echoed through the halls. For a brief moment, the outside world didn't exist. Then Vincent drank too much. By the end of the night, Arthur and Tabitha were each holding him upright, one on either side. Lilia crossed her arms, unimpressed. If you keep getting drunk every time I come home, she snapped, I might just stop coming altogether. Vincent whined pathetically, while Tabitha sighed, and reminded Lilia that her father regretted sending her to Xyrus more than anything. He missed her. That only made Lilia grumble more. She complained about how humiliating it was when he told those stories, especially in front of the student council president. Mid-rant, she paused. Where's Tessia? Arthur explained that Tessia had stepped outside for fresh air, and Alice had gone with her to make sure she didn't wander off. Later, when Arthur offered to carry Ellie to bed, Reynolds carefully handed her over. You should take her, he said quietly. She asks about you every day. He suggested Arthur tell her he'd be leaving in the morning, just in case she slept in. Far away, deep beneath the Grand Mountains, silence did not exist. Lance Alea moved through the narrow stone tunnels with practiced precision, Thick vines crawled along the cavern walls, pulsing faintly with mana. Every few steps, she stopped, scanning the ground. The trail of titanic bloodworms had split again. Just as Lance Very suspected, this wasn't random. The tunnels twisted unnaturally, converging toward a single direction. Everything led east, deeper, far deeper than it should have. Aaliyah quickened her pace. The tunnel bent sharply and she followed without hesitation, until the ground suddenly vanished beneath her feet. She skidded to a halt just short of a hidden drop. A chasm opened below. At its base, two massive serpents coiled and writhed, their bodies emitting a sickly glow. Alea's eyes narrowed. Hades' serpents, but wrong. They weren't the usual ash gray with blue fire threading their scales. These were darker, corrupted, and worse, they were guarding something. That alone shattered every known behavioral record. Hades' serpents didn't protect territory. They didn't defend nests. They didn't stay. Alea raised her wrist, activating the communication core. She reported everything. The mutated serpents, their abnormal coloration, the dense mana source flooding the tunnel beyond them. Lance Vere's voice came back immediately. Calm, trusting. He left the call to her. Alea confirmed it. The discoloration matched other deviant mana beasts reported recently. This was no coincidence. She requested backup. Verai responded without delay. 50 battle mages were already mobilizing through the nearest teleportation gate. Alea was ordered to hold position. She lowered her arm. Her gaze never left the serpents below. Outside, the night air was cool and still. Alice and Tessia walked side by side beneath the stars. Alice thanked her for coming, acknowledging that it probably hadn't been easy. Tessia smiled and admitted she'd had fun. The chaos alone had been entertaining. Alice chuckled softly. I think the word you're looking for is embarrassing. Tessia laughed. Maybe both. After a pause, Tessia asked carefully if Alice was worried about Arthur entering the dungeon the next day. Alice didn't deny it. She spoke honestly about how dungeons were unpredictable, how no amount of strength guaranteed safety, and how a mother's fear didn't fade just because her child grew powerful. She apologized, not wanting to burden Tessia with those worries. But Tessia shook her head. She said that just as Arthur had always protected her, she would protect him too, no matter what. Alice couldn't accept Tessia risking her life for Arthur. Her response was gentle but firm. No, she said. Tessia was someone's daughter, too. Her trust was in her son, to survive on his own. Silence settled between them. Finally, Alice mentioned the cold and suggested heading back inside. Tessia thanked her for showing her around and stayed outside a little longer, lost in thought. Later that night, Arthur laid Ellie gently into bed. As he pulled the blanket up, she stirred. What time is it? She asked sleepily. Still night, Arthur whispered. She paused, then asked the real question. When are you leaving? Arthur hesitated. In the morning. Her voice softened. Can't you stay longer? He smiled sadly and promised he'd come back for a full week after the dungeon trip. Ellie wasn't satisfied. She asked for stories. Arthur tried to refuse. He had to wake early. But when she patted the bed beside her, he gave in. She asked him to finish the story he'd once started, the one about how he became a professor. Arthur thought for a moment, then remembered. He told her about Professor Geist's Ember Wisp spell, about how it couldn't be stopped, about how Princess Catelyn had been left defenseless. Ellie's eyes widened. The king's daughter? Arthur nodded. He'd stepped in and pulled her out of danger. Ellie teased him for saving another princess. Arthur denied it instantly. He wasn't collecting royalty. He continued. How he challenged Geist in her place, won the duel, and caught the Academy's attention. Ellie asked if he'd accepted their offer right away. No, Arthur said. He'd refused repeatedly, until they granted him access to a restricted section of the library. That had been worth it. There were other benefits, too. A private training room filled with mana crystals. Leniency from the faculty. Time to grow stronger. Ellie tilted her head. Were you a good teacher? Arthur smirked. Even students outside my class came to watch. Ellie gave him a look that said doubtful. Brat, Arthur muttered playfully. She grinned and asked if he trained there with Elijah and Tessia. Arthur admitted that he did. Lately, Arthur hadn't been training much with Elijah or Tessia. Most of his time had gone into helping Gideon, who was making remarkable progress on his newest creation, Toby. The night slipped by unnoticed as Arthur spoke about life at the academy, the people he'd met, and the things he couldn't talk about back home. When dawn finally crept across the sky, the house was still. Alice noticed Arthur's room was empty. She asked Reynolds if he'd seen him. Reynolds guessed Arthur was probably already downstairs grabbing breakfast, but Alice wasn't convinced. A thought struck her. Had he already left? It felt too early. They decided to check on Ellie. Quietly, they opened her door and stopped. Arthur sat upright on the edge of the bed, fast asleep. Ellie lay curled beside him, her head resting peacefully on his lap, one small hand clutching his sleeve. Alice felt her chest tighten. Reynolds smiled faintly. Neither said a word as they gently closed the door. Arthur waved once more as the carriage doors closed. Inside, he followed Sylvie's lead and let the steady motion lull him into sleep. When the carriage finally stopped, sunlight poured in. Arthur stepped out and was immediately greeted by Curtis, who waved enthusiastically. Students had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. Professor Glory smiled as she counted heads, confirming everyone had arrived safely. Arthur saw the opening he needed. While the others entered the dungeon, Sylvie could stay outside, hunt, train, sharpen her instincts. Sylvie questioned him through their bond, wary. Arthur reassured her. The dungeon was low risk. Glory would be supervising the entire time. After a moment, Sylvie hopped off his shoulder. She agreed, on one condition. If anything went wrong, he was to call immediately. Arthur nodded, and then his eyes landed on Lucas Wykes. He sighed inwardly. Of all people, Glory had paired him with Lucas. Lucas stood front and center, boasting loudly about how many times he'd already cleared this dungeon. He called it easy, claimed his A-rank adventurer status, made this little excursion beneath him. Students around him whispered in awe. Arthur didn't bother lowering his voice. "I heard your license got revoked," he said casually. A friend in the field mentioned it, and with that he walked away. Lucas snapped. He grabbed Arthur's shoulder from behind, demanding to know if Arthur was jealous. Arthur calmly turned. "I just said the truth." Lucas's grip tightened. Before it could escalate, Clive stepped in, voice firm. They still needed to select a team leader. Lucas scoffed, already assuming the role was his. Then every hand went up, all of them, for Tessia. She froze, stunned, glancing instinctively at Arthur. Arthur simply nodded. He reminded her she'd already led the student council, and as a mid-range conjurer, she was perfectly positioned to oversee the team. Roland laughed, calling them the Queen and her Knights. Lucas said nothing, but the tension around him sharpened. Professor Glory gathered them, her tone cutting clean through the noise. She reminded them of formations, coordination, and discipline. This wasn't a game. With that, the group stepped forward and crossed into the dungeon.